regardless.
Oh, you fell for it.
What? I already know what the camels do.
No,
They
you
don't,
don't know what's going to happen.
they don't like the lemons. Like, they can eat a cactus. It's very strange. Like, how does that not hurt? I don't understand. Camels are strange animals. Like, he doesn't even want to eat it. But I know I've already seen videos like this. I don't know what you think I fell for. Oh my god. There we go.
大爷的，你给我吃不吃啊？
Was he trying to force him to eat it?
生气了？你们你都不吃啊？吃啊，吃啊，来一口，吃一口就行了，一口，吃一口，一口也不吃是吧？什么玩意儿？
I told you you fell for it.
一口试一下，试一下。
What do you mean? Like it doesn't actually eat it?
Yeah, I baited you.
吃给丑八怪吃。 快点，丑八怪！快点！
Subversion of expectations, Jack.
What are these, a goat?
不吃啊，
Different camel.
吃给丑八怪吃。啊，
Lol.
Jack, did I hear you asking for animal facts?
Sure, go on.
厉害。
Why does this harm camels?
Hang on. Whoa. It's
Come
like I
on.
need to get my,
快！
That camel ate it, didn't give a fuck.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
It didn't give a fuck. That,
Okay, now I can hear.
I've seen videos of
Are you-
camels eating lemons where they like freak out.
Yeah,
That one did nothing. That's strange.
that's why I put it on there, to subvert your expectations.
That's very strange. So why did it not freak out? Why does
It
one
didn't eat the
act
lemon.
out? What do you mean? Yes, it did.
I mean, it tried it a little and was like, nah, I'm good.
What do you mean? It fucking ate it. What are you talking about?
What? No.
It completely ate that shit.
Oh, okay, he does. Look at that.
厉害。
Don't give a fuck. It's like, yummy lemon. But
Different
I've seen
kind of
other.
camel.
Yeah, strange. That's very odd.
But you were asking about why can camels eat cactuses?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Spiky. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's an amazing adaptation, right?
Crazy.
Let me
On
see
the
if I can
tongue,
find.
too. Wild.
Aerate it, warm it up, driving up that top note, pure vanilla.
What can you expect from filthy little heathens?
Oh my god.
Have you ever
It's
been
a
walking down the street
copyright.
with your best bro, and while you're walking, you accidentally touch hands? You think to yourself, that was weird, but I'm not gay. You are. You are gay.
What the fuck? I'm not one for objectifying, okay? It's a video game character. I think we can all have a little bit. Jesus Christ, okay? How many times have I said, I want a woman that could crush my head in between her thighs. Any part of her body could crush my head. And I know the part that you're thinking of, and that's just one of several options.
Excuse me, mommy? Sorry, mommy? Sorry, mommy?
There literally is none. Yo, spoilers. This is all spoilers, bro. This is spoilers. You're gonna get major plot spoilers.
That's fine. We're done.
Hey everyone, I am taking down the video that I published earlier this week on NATO and
Good.
Russia. I want to redo it. I got.
Did we watch that yet?
It was that bad?
Hang on, I bet you Hassan has a fucking. I bet you Hassan has a video on it.
Okay.
Things wrong, and I want to do it right. I am so grateful for the wave of feedback that I got from this. The comment section can be a brutal place sometimes, and this was
This is
hard
a
for me at
YouTuber
first,
apology video.
but ultimately I love this. I love that I can put something out there.
Somebody doesn't know how
and
to
I
do good
can
journalism.
hear from you, a group of people who come back.
What happened? I don't understand.
I'm gonna try and see if Hassan has reacted to it.
With good faith debunks,
Yes, got
critiques, and feedback for me to make me better at what I do, to wake me up to blind spots I might have in my perspective. I deeply appreciate that.
I actually
And
agree.
I
Camels
believe
are cool.
that is the core of good journalism, being earnest about seeking truth.
You're not a journalist,
and
bro.
knowing when you need to shift your perspective. So in this video, I'm just going to
Oh my
quickly
God,
get you up
it's
to
an
speed
hour
on
and
what I've
24
learned,
minutes.
what I think I got wrong here, and also try to explain the
but
intent
We
behind
only care about the Johnny
publishing
Harris
this video in the
parts,
first place, because I kind of want your help on how to
'cause the
think
video's
about
deleted.
how to do a format
Yeah.
like this. So first, what I got wrong here.
Spoilers.
It was clear to me from a lot of these comments, mostly from Eastern Europeans, that I omitted the valuable perspective from these.
Oh wait. Is this the video where he basically just spewed Russian talking points the entire time? Is it that video? Because I watched that video.
Oh my god, bro. Guess who has a short explaining why camels can eat cactuses?
Lindsay, the Lindsay girl?
So now everybody's like, wait, does this hurt the camel? And if any of you ever go to the Middle East and you see a camel eating a cactus, here's why. And I'm just learning this too, but apparently camels can eat cactus with thorns because their mouth is lined with papillae, which is like nodules that create a rough structure
What's up,
and help
man?
with chewing and food flow. It's the same tough fibrous protein that makes up hair, fingernails, snake scales, porcupine quills, beaks, horns, hooves, etc. This adaptation allows these desert specialists to eat whatever little vegetation is provided by the hot, desolate environment they're accustomed to. It does hurt a camel to eat a thorny cactus, but they have well adapted to it to make it bearable. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Here's Keegan Dunlap.
So I guess that's
You know him? Your friend?
Yeah. So I guess that's why they eat them weirdly. Because they're kind
Well,
of
yeah, so they
juggling with
have
the
no.
thorns.
So the teeth in the front, like a lot of these types of animals, they only have like a bottom set of teeth. I don't know about camels though,
Oh, interesting.
but like go look at a llama's teeth. I think camels only have they have two top fangs type teeth.
Interesting.
They can definitely bite a motherfucker.
Yeah. Ah, cool.
But like you see, if I zoom in here, you see how its throat is. Can't really get any bigger than that.
No.
Hang on. Yeah, see this one has two. This one has fake teeth. That's a
AI.
fake AI camel.
Huh. It's a weird set of teeth. Oh, weird fucking animal.
Mm-hmm. See the hang on. See this membrane? You can see it a little there.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. Did I share this one? You see this?
Sure.
You see how it's like spiky?
Mm.
It's like a.
What an interesting mouth. It's like where the teeth are is like it's like the jawbone just extends a little bit. What a strange fucking animal.
I know, right? And like perfectly adapted, you know?
Mhm.
Like people underrate, like they're like, oh, the wheel's so great. Like, bro, the wheel didn't do shit for humanity. Like the camel, like the cultural spread from the camels alone.
Yeah. Strange creatures. There you go. There's their jaw. So they have a back set of teeth as well. What a
But it's like
strange
also
skull.
the mouth. You saw how like the mouth is almost like thorny itself.
Mm. So that's so strange. What a strange skull.
Adaptations, bro.
Mm. Must be a reason for it.
There's a reason why humans came out of Africa, you know?
Mm.
Like the place is just crazy with adaptation. Like the craziest animals be in Africa, you know?
It's true.
And in doing so, I think I left out a very valuable perspective. I see that very clearly now. I also
This is a
didn't
YouTuber
show a
apology
sensitivity
video.
to what it means to live next to modern Russia, an expansionist, hostile state that is
Oh my
currently
goodness.
fighting a war of choice with its neighbor. Not to mention the generational trauma that comes with the decades of atrocities under Soviet rule. I have no good excuse for leaving this stuff out other than a simple lack of sensitivity and understanding around those specific topics. That's something I genuinely want to change, and I
found
am
a great
genuinely
camel
sorry for treating such sensitive topics without the care that I think they deserve. This feedback was also heard by our sponsor. They have their own experience with Russia and NATO.
Oh,
and they
now
didn't want to
we
be
know
associated
why
with
he's
this.
making an apology
Now, I should be
video,
clear,
huh?
sponsors have no
Interesting.
editorial
Your
influence
sponsor
on
literally
what we
was
cover,
like,
how we cover
"Bro,
it. But
You're
them
fucking promoting
responding
a fucking sanctioned country's narrative.
Yeah, interesting.
Like our products can't be
How
a
did-
part of this, bro.
How did he get approval for this from the sponsors though?
They probably just assumed everything you would do is perfect. Look at
Ew,
that,
gross.
right?
Yuck.
And these are like the same material that's made out of fingernails and hair, right? Like it's chitin.
Gross.
So this isn't even wet, you know? The camel's mouth is wet, but this is like
Hard.
literally thorns in its own mouth. Like they're stiff.
Wild.
They're almost teeth in and of the shell, of themselves.
Look at the shape of the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
So strange.
Tartar.
to your pushback is just another way that your voice is
Bro,
heard in all of this.
sponsors.
So now let me explain why I
bro almost got it. What is the Second Thought podcast? Second Thought, really. He almost got second thoughted. Because he also he got taken off of Nebula.
Yes, he did. Yes, which is very funny.
But it was because of their other podcast. Maybe it was is it Culture War podcast or something?
It's the Who Gives a Fuck podcast is what it is. Realistically, like why promote them? We watch enough of their videos already. Their podcast should die in a hole, a very, very dark hole.
Well, that's what's funny about it. They like justified October 7th and like immediately got dropped by platforms.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Made a video like this in the first place. I originally imagined this as the first of 2 videos in a debate series where I take one piece of history and I treat it through 2 totally different perspectives.
In the new
first
folder.
being
So like every day, so they stay organized.
The 12/11 one?
Yeah. So that's from today. So anything that I add today, I'll put in there.
Okay.
NATO expansion as a missed opportunity for peace in the 90s. And the second being NATO expansion as the key for peace in the 90s for Eastern European states and for the world. This is a debate that academics and international relations scholars have. And when I was in grad school studying peace and conflict resolution, I had these kinds
videos
of
on
debates.
Bosnia, though.
Yeah, this is what doesn't make sense is like why he did this.
I need to see the video. I don't need to hear the apology.
Okay.
I'm weirded out.
Hopefully,
all right, you read the tell the video terrorist story.
Oh no! Don't put that on there.
I'm
That's
not.
things.
Fuck yes, fucking chapter marked cunt. Do you know how good this is? Now I can just like
go to the Hassan
jump
video though.
No. Because I just wanted to check this because I wanted to make sure that I could like jump to anything. If we were talking about a group, I could go to this video and jump to that video.
Well,
the
reason I saved this, you ruined it now. Because the reason I saved this is because I was just going to make our own. That's better.
Oh, that's funny.
I saved it just for prototyping.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I won't do that.
Johnny Harris video that I want to watch. Oh fuck, there's so much. There's so much good shit. There's a Johnny Harris video that I want to watch that he deleted. Apparently, in the video, he talks about why people say NATO is the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. But because people were really pissed at him, he was forced to delete the video.
No.
Okay.
It's definitely because his sponsors told him to. I love how he made it addressed to the people.
So we found the video.
Cover up.
And I kind of want to watch it. And I don't know why he like shame deleted it, because the last time he shame deleted a video, last time Johnny Harris shame deleted a video, it wasn't even a video at all. It was actually correct. It was like a correct take about it was a correct take about how he posted about how like settlers are anticipating or trying to go, like Israeli settlers are trying to go into southern Lebanon. And he was like, this is this is really fucked up. This is not allowed. And everyone was like, that's really messed up. You shouldn't say that. And he apologized for it. But let's see what this one was.
It's the 1990s. The two great empires have been facing off for 5 decades. But after years...
That's your job.
I was doing editing stuff.
Years of propaganda, walls, tanks,
I
coups,
you're
and
ready.
fear,
You wanted to
spies,
launch
and
it.
nuclear tests, and a lot of close calls, this Cold War finally started to thaw. And quickly. Here's President Ronald Reagan walking out of a building in Iceland with the leader of the Soviet Union. They're talking about peace.
We have an agreement, sir! Will you meet again?
And they did meet again. Look,
what?
I said I haven't done any tweets yet because now I have to do this.
It's fine. Do the tweets, I'll do it.
Look, here's Ronald Reagan in Moscow, the enemy's capital. After Reagan, George Bush Sr. kept up the momentum towards peace. People were ecstatic.
I will always say this, but I think America eliminating its like enemy in USSR actually caused it to not have any sort of counterbalance on the planet that would rein it in some meaningful ways. And that's why it marked the beginning of the end. The neoliberal era in the post-90s quite literally is the reason why America is on a downtrend.
You're an idiot.
Armies stepped aside. World f***ing peace seemed achievable for the first time in human history. And they called it the end of history.
That's actually such a lukewarm dog shit take. I'm actually surprised Hassan even said something that lukewarm and dog shit, to be completely honest. That's gonna take me a minute. That was so dog shit. Reagan is the reason America is in the fucking place it's in. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the USSR. And then 9/11 happened. What are you talking about? Fuck the USSR. They're irrelevant.
Well, it's like there's nobody to like stop them.
No, like I understand the point.
Bro, the relationship between the US and Russia hasn't changed.
No.
It's the same as it is back then. Like, if anything, the Gorbachev and Clinton era was the good era of our fucking two countries.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Like, they had a good era with Gorbachev. We had a good era with Clinton.
They collapsed and America is collapsing.
Triumph of liberal democracy spreading throughout
I mean, even he,
any cope people have about like the Soviets and the Soviet regime, I can't even connect it there because like I know the facts behind Chernobyl and why it happened.
Yes.
You know, like that only happens when you get to the point that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
We just have capitalist companies do ecological disasters, not governments.
That's much, much better.
Yeah.
Oh.
He recognizes old Francis was like, I was wrong about that.
The triumph of liberal democracy spreading throughout the globe that would surely lead to the end of conflict and of empires, prosperity and peace above power and war. Pretty inspirational stuff, right? Yeah, well, it didn't happen like that, unfortunately. What we thought was going to happen didn't happen. Today, countries are once again preparing for war. They're cutting ties with each other, and the world is looking a lot more like those.
Why did you just randomly start revealing power level? What are you talking about? What power level? Like, there's nothing. None of my positions are a secret. I'm very annoying and very stubborn in everything that I advocate for.
Old Cold War days. So what happened? Could we have avoided this? And whose fault, if anyone's, was all of this? Here in the political West, we mostly blame Russia and China for greedily trying to disrupt the US-led, rules-based order that has brought the world so much peace. They are the bad guys. But what if that's wrong? Half of the people watching this video just opened up a new tab and typed, Johnny Harris funded by Russian government, ? But seriously, this...
Didn't he delete this video for misinformation? Why not watch it when he re-releases it? I wanted to watch the video first and then watch his apology later and see what he said was misinformation.
Mm-hmm. This video is going to be controversial because I'm going to...
Chatter talking about how you don't talk about Marxism in a CNN interview or something, which is the normal thing to do. I know. It's called being a normal human being. Like, that's not me hiding my power. Like, I don't think there's no issue with like tackling these problems in an academic setting. It's just there's a time and place for it. And I don't think when I'm asked a question about like, I don't know, the Democratic Party's failures in the election cycle, that I have to start talking about seizing the means of production. You know what I mean? It's just, what do I always tell you? Read the room, be normal.
Talk about a narrative that we don't talk about much in the West, but I feel like is vital for us to understand and to explore. Today, I'm intentionally going to take off my normal lens of my biases and my versions of history that I'm exposed to most, and intentionally put on a different lens, seeing a version of history where the West isn't necessarily the good guy in recent decades. I'm doing this because I think this kind of thinking is exactly how we better understand each other.
Oh my God, I agree with
you. Just don't have a lens.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it where the West isn't the good guy. They weren't! There is no good guys! Oh my God. Hate these fucking liberals, man.
With them. What the fuck? Did this man read like a Mersheimer book or something? What's happening?
We need to work on an article.
This is
how we can better understand how we got ourselves into another.
Who?
It's gonna. I'm trying to. There's a few people, but one that I'm specifically trying to move along to convince them to write with us is going to be called Anwar Sadat, the Reagan of the Middle East.
The Reagan of the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad title.
It's just going to be just about how everything in the Middle East that we have a problem with can be traced back to Sadat. Like a lot of people point, because it's Saudi propaganda, they point to the Iranian Revolution in 79. Right?
Yeah, okay. So I'm just perplexed that I typed in Talistan and Twitch's moderation got it. You fucking kidding me?
They don't like Talistan?
Yeah.
What about Talifan?
Well,
What
let's
about
find out.
Hezbros?
Yeah, no
Anyway,
Tally
what was I
fans.
saying? Oh, Saudi propaganda, right?
Because I'm trying to make it woke Daesh or pragmatic Tally fans or Tally stands. Because I think that's funny and a few people will get that.
You can do Al-Qaeda. Woke Al-Qaeda. You know that. What did you just say to me, motherfucker? that copy pasta, how he spells Al-Qaeda in that?
It doesn't even let you do IEA. Get fucked, Twitch. Absolutely no talking about Afghanistan at all. Fuck you.
You probably can't say Nazi. You can say Nazi.
Tower stands. Oh, maybe it's Daesh.
Probably.
No, what is it? Maybe it might not be any of those at all.
Okay.
I forgot that I forgot that I changed. I changed the first part. I was like, Luigi Lasagna's sexy CEO shooter, Daniel Penny poopy butthole. That's what it is.
The butthole?
Yes.
poopy chocolate starfish. Anyway, 1979.
Yes.
The Iranian
The
Revolution.
year the world changed.
No. See, you're doing it. You're ignoring what Reagan did, you know? It's not the Soviet Union's wall falling, or not the Berlin Wall falling. That wasn't the fucking time when the world changed. It changed because of Ronnie Reagan.
Oh my god,
So-
what is it now?
Okay. Well, you let me know when you're ready to have a conversation.
Yeah, Reagan.
Mm-hmm. No, you let me know though.
Yeah, it's still not letting me change the fucking title.
Then don't change it.
Is it Syria? Is it because it says war? What the fuck is the problem? I'm so fucking perplexed.
Just take words out until it works.
It can't be Syrian civil war because it's in the original title. The fuck? Yeah, go on. Go.
Okay, so I'm just gonna find a video.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
What is this
Oh,
video?
that's really easy to find.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe I found your video that fast. All I typed in MBS Iran Revolution. Boom, second video was exactly what I wanted.
Amazing.
Am I cutting in and out for anyone else?
A little bit.
Okay. My internet is like all over the place today.
For centuries. At its heart, what is this rift about? Is it a battle for Islam?
Iran is not a rival to Saudi Arabia. Its army is not among the top 5 armies in the Muslim world. The Saudi economy is larger than the Iranian economy. Iran is far from being equal to Saudi Arabia.
But I've seen that you called the Ayatollah Khamenei the new Hitler of the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he wants to expand. He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened happened. I don't want to see the same events happening in the Middle East.
Isn't it funny? People act like these people are so different than us, but what are they calling their political opposition is Hitler. This is the most lib interview of all time. This isn't even the interview that I thought it was, actually. This is from that interview.
Way back?
No, I just gotta find the other one.
Okay.
I thought it was the video. Because I was like, hey, that's the interview it's from.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syrian.
What else we got? You found it?
Found it.
Excellent.
I got to type in
Islam practiced in
Mohammed bin Salman, 1979.
Saudi Arabia is harsh, it's strict, it's intolerant. Is there any truth to that?
After 1979, that's true. We were victims, especially my generation, that suffered from this a great deal.
The Crown Prince traces most of Saudi Arabia's problems to the year 1979, when the Ayatollah Khomeini established an Islamic theocracy next door in Iran.
No. This is
every
Saudi
problem.
propaganda. This is exactly why we have to write the article. This is exactly
1979 is the year the world
hang on.
changed.
This needs to be clipped so I can send them. See, we need to fucking write this article, bro.
Okay. I don't disagree.
The same year, religious extremists in Saudi Arabia took over Islam's holiest site, the Grand Mosque in Mecca, in order to appease
the year that everything changed, see?
Yes, but we're not. The issue is saying it all changed because of Khomeini.
their own religious radicals. The Saudis began clamping down and segregating women from everyday life.
Regime change.
What has been this Saudi Arabia for the past 40 years? Is that the real Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely not. This is not the real Saudi Arabia. I would ask your viewers to use their smartphones to find out. And they can Google Saudi Arabia in the 70s and 60s, and they will see the real Saudi Arabia easily in the pictures.
What was Saudi Arabia?
You know, Middle East before the 70s, that Google search that everyone does. This is literally fucking Saudi propaganda, bro.
Interesting.
So the thing is that the Iranian Revolution didn't happen in a vacuum, right? So like what I was talking about this guy with who I want to come in to write the article with us on this is like, I always, when I do my little Bin Laden lecture every year, I always bring it to not Iran, not 1979, but I specifically give the background to Sayyid Qutb.
Yes.
Because when you give the background to Sayyid Qutb, you start to understand that the Muslim Brotherhood was in Egypt at the time. That's where it starts, right?
Yes.
So, who's before Sadat? What the fuck is his name? Nasser.
Nasser.
Yeah, it just has to be close enough.
في سنة 53.
So he's giving a speech. And like Muslim Brotherhood is yelling at him. this guy also, like, the Muslim Brotherhood attempted to assassinate him, but they missed, and it's on the radio when it happens, and it does so much for him knowing that he was like under fire and survived. Like, this is like nationalism in the Middle East. Nasser really sets the page, but Sadat is really the Reagan.
Interesting.
كنا نريد فعلا مخلصين ان احنا نتعاون مع الاخوان المسلمين على ان يسيروا في الطريق الصحيح والطريق السليم. وقابلت المرشد العام للاخوان المسلمين وقعد وطلب مطالب. طلب ايه؟ اول حاجة قال لي يجب ان تقيم الحجاب في مصر وتخلي كل واحدة تمشي في الشارع تلبس طرحة. كل واحدة تمشي.
Like, see, like, think about that though. Like, this nationalist crowd said, "Let him wear it," in response to this Muslim Brotherhood guy telling Nasser that like he went to negotiate with him, right? So he met the head of the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Who are literally a political organization trying to usurp him. And somebody said, "Make him wear it," as in make the guy telling you that women should wear the hijab, as in emasculate him, you know?
Yeah.
انا قلت له يعني اذا الواحد قال هذا الكلام بيقولوا رجعنا لايام الحاكم بامر الله اللي كان بيخلي الناس ما يمشوش بالنهار ويمشوا بالليل. انا في رايي ان كل واحد في بيته هو اللي ينفذ هذا الكلام. فقال لي لا انت باعتبارك الحاكم مسؤول. قلت له يا استاذ انت ليك بنت في كلية الطب مش لابسة طرحة ولا حاجة. ما لبستهاش طرحة ليه؟ اذا كنت انت إذا كنت أنت مش قادر تلبس بنت واحدة اللي هي بنتك طرحة، عايزنا ننزل ألبس 10 مليون طرح في البلد الناس
Random stuff. Like that time period where the guy is literally laughing at them for even requesting mandatory hijab laws.
Yes.
Like I just, and calling out the hypocrisy. You know how the Taliban, all their fucking daughters and shit, they're all in fucking Ivy League shit equivalent in the Middle East, going to these fucking prestigious universities. They don't live in Afghanistan.
No.
And like that still existed back then. But the rivalry, like, between them and the Muslim Brotherhood, what do you think that guy did to his political opposition? You think he was nice to them?
Of course. Nicest people on the planet.
Like I believe Syed Qutb was executed.
Great. It's always a good way to do things. Just killing people solves a problem.
Well, I mean, he tried to. I think he was behind some assassination. Hang on.
Okay.
In 1966, he was convicted of plotting the assassination, executed by hanging.
Damn.
So, like I said, there was people who shot at Nasser and he survived. Actually, if I go to his wiki, there's like I think there's a political cartoon on here that's really interesting. Oh, on the wiki is that speech I just showed too.
I am a stegosaurus.
But like, by the time Sadat is killed,
Yeah.
in 81, I believe. No, I typed in Sadr instead of Sadat.
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
Yeah, so Sadat is killed in 81.
Okay.
Right? By the time he's killed in 81, Muslim Brotherhood is reaching from the Indian subcontinent to Algeria, up into Syria, down into Yemen.
Okay.
They have a entire presence in the Middle East. And that's why it's fundamental to understand that all jihadis are revolutionary. It is by default a revolutionary ideology. That's what makes it insane, not the religiousness of it. So this is what happens when you don't have freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Like, we may have a problem with our fucking conservatives and shit like that, right? Imagine if we actually oppress them. They already act like they're oppressed now. What do you think would happen if we started fucking oppressing Christians here? Do you think it would be a good time? Or you think they would immediately fucking Waco themselves and start arming up for an apocalypse army?
Mm-hmm.
Paste the Nasser pill. Do not. Fuck Nasser. Like, without Nasser and Sadat, there's no Baathism.
Sure.
Their Cold War. And I think from this narrative, though I don't agree with every aspect of it, I think there are lessons we can learn. Lessons that hopefully can help us avoid another catastrophic global conflict. As always, the sources for every assertion in this video are in a document that is linked in the description. And with that, let me show you how the West created the new Cold War.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if he does a 27-minute video entirely dedicated to NATO expansion, not featuring like Operation Gladio, not featuring like all of the other meaningful ways in which NATO has propped up fascist movements in the aftermath of World War II, but instead specifically on NATO encroaching on, Russian territory.
Oh my God.
And threatening Russian territorial sovereignty. I don't even think I would agree with that assessment.
Thank God.
Like, I don't think I would agree with the assessment that like it is entirely because of NATO that it's entirely because of NATO that Vladimir Putin said Ukraine is actually just means the border, and it's a part of Russia historically, and we must go back to 1,000 years of history, right? When
it's entirely because of NATO why Ukraine is being invaded right now. Because if NATO wasn't there, it would have happened a long time ago.
It was firmly in the bosom of Russian Empire. So we'll see.
Okay, so the year is 1991. The Cold War is over, thanks in large part to this guy, who we saw earlier being all lovey-dovey with Reagan and Bush. Mikhail Gorbachev was the last Soviet leader, and he was laser-focused on peace, on de-escalating tensions between the two empires.
Gorbachev said, look guys, this Cold War, we don't need it. We need to move beyond it, especially in the age of nuclear war, which could destroy all of humanity.
That's Richard Sakwa, an expert on the geopolitics of this time, whose book is a rigorous academic argument for the narrative I'm exploring today.
The Cold War ended, the Berlin Wall came down, the Soviet Union disintegrated into 15 other states.
The biggest of those countries was Russia, which was the continuation of the Soviet Union's government. The answer was clear for most people. The United States and its allies were the victors in this war. Capitalism and democracy had prevailed, while communism and autocracy had collapsed into itself. But wait a minute. That's not how Russia saw it.
Russia is not
to act like the fucking capitalist won when the wall fell is so stupid. Like, that's the issue. Is like the fucking Cold War was over, and then Reagan came in and started reigniting shit with his fucking super anti-communist stuff. Before Reagan came in, Russia was ready to start integrating out of the Soviet Union. Not the Soviet Union had leaders that were ready to integrate out into a system. The Soviet Union would probably still be together in some respect for a longer time. right?
You still think it would have collapsed?
Well, it depends on how the collapse is and what type of organization is formed afterwards.
Oh, whatever happened
Because
was not.
there's like an organization of former Soviet states.
Mm.
Say that's a continuation of the USSR in some way, but the especially Gorbachev, like the beginning of Gorbachev's campaign, Gorbachev's literal like policy that he puts forward is, we're gonna make peace with America and we're gonna fucking integrate with society. Like they're like, who knows even like Glasnost and Perestroika, which are cited as the policies that dropped the Soviet Union, you know, among many other things, but those are the policy specific ones. Which was just literally like more free market and more free speech with what those policies were, and it collapsed their economy. Because it was supposed to like help stimulate the economy, but I think maybe, who knows, if they had already made friends with America at that point and Reagan wasn't a fucking asshole, then the economy may not have collapsed. You know?
Who knows?
And then another question is if this hypothetical world where they do go forward, like you could still have an uprising in there the same way that you do. I mean, he's underneath Yeltsin. Could have happened in a similar way. He was clearly gunning for power. He would have been a top guy regardless.
Yeah.
But the question is, how would the Soviet state allies react to something like that? How would Cuba and North Korea be today if there was that type of integration? You know, so how come nobody gives this type of analysis when we talk about the Russian perspective? How come it's always the NATO expansion period? Like, can you imagine in this framework, if this happens, some sort of Soviet economy that integrates into the global economy, like how China has, right? Except, you know, it could be just the same. China isn't more free. There's a little more economic freedom. That's it. It could be the same type of thing here, but who knows? Like this idea, the Dengenist idea of like pulling out like that, and then you also have like on the border of the Soviet Union, you have countries that are considered social democracies now. You know, so who knows? Maybe North Korea would be a lot better place if Reagan never was president. And how many people is he responsible for killing just by not being nice to Gorbachev? Like, we're not going to get another Gorbachev. That was so stupid.
Yeah.
Because, like, the reason... Because it's like, can you name the guy before Gorbachev?
Yes, but not right now.
Can you describe him?
Yeah, he looks weird. He's got a funny haircut.
Funny haircut?
Yeah, hold on.
You're about to learn.
Leaders of the Soviet Union. Let's go. Gorbachev. Shenenko? I didn't know his name. Yes.
Do you think he's weird hair?
Yeah, he's got a funny head.
Okay, so like nobody knows Andropov and Cherenko. They always or
they were both very short.
Gregory.
1 year, 91 days, 1 year, 29
because he was only there for like 2 days. But it's like Stalin, then Khrushchev, then Brezhnev, then Gorbachev.
Yeah.
But it's specifically because the Soviet leadership was so old and they preserved their power so well that they literally all died.
Yeah.
That's why the Soviet Union changed. It's because they all got old and died. So Gorbachev came in. When Gorbachev came into office and started running the Afghanistan war, he wasn't even in the room when the war was signed off on. That's how low in the party he was.
Crazy.
That's the reason. That's the reason why it changed. It wasn't somebody who was fighting for power his whole life. It was just a fucking regular party guy.
Believed in the movement.
Be like, who's the most basic fucking Democrat? Chuck Schumer. It would be like Chuck Schumer just magically becoming president because
no, not Chuck Schumer. Someone like
Hakeem Jeffries.
Sure. I was thinking like a Texas Democrat, someone random like
Beto.
Beto.
That's actually Beto would be our Gorbachev for sure.
Buttgug, what's his name?
His policies would be
Department of
disastrous. He'd collapse capitalism.
Refused to say that it was something like Germany or Japan in 1945. It wanted to be a co-creator of a post-Cold War order.
Russia wanted to proactively join the West, but not as a subordinate, not as a loser, but rather as a partner to rebuild an international system of cooperation based on, quote, the goals and principles in the UN Charter on equitable and...
Noam Chomsky.
Because you made it up?
No, it's because of Noam fucking Chomsky. It's because of that fucking myth about Gorbachev and Reagan agreeing to not one step more in NATO. Like, Gorbachev didn't feel like, these are my properties. You're gobbling up my properties. Gorbachev was dealing with like a collapsing economy. Like, the state was collapsing underneath him. He literally continually went to be nice to Reagan. Like, that idea from Noam Chomsky is correct. But this whole deal that NATO wouldn't expand, not true.
Yeah, it never happened.
We can still criticize it happening.
Partnership relations among states. In other words, they wanted to help build a system that was based off of international laws, where our differences are worked out through institutions instead of the old way, where the most powerful empires would build big military alliances and set the rules for everyone.
It was always a sense of we escape this Cold War together. There are no winners in a Cold War, only losers. But there are only winners in ending a Cold War.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with this statement so far. I mean,
there's no winners.
Remember when Vladimir Putin had a conversation with Tucker Carlson and Tucker Carlson glazed him when he went on that, definitely not an agent, by the way, when he went on that trip to Russia?
You said Vladimir Putin, and in my head I was
aside from talking about...
That's funny.
How historically Ukraine is Russia and a number of different like idiotic things that Vladimir Putin stated, there was one part that I thought was really interesting and very revealing, which is when he openly was like, why can't we be your Israel? Like, we are not, he literally was like, we're not socialist. Which they're not.
What's the third Anna soundbite that we had?
I'm fucking better than you.
No, not that one.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking
social justice warrior. That's the one. Thank you.
It's true. He's like, come on, we're a kleptocracy. You guys are an oligarchy. Why can't we get along? I promise we'll do Israel shit with you. Like, look at the way we put down the Chechen uprisings. Like, please. And I think that there is a little bit of honesty there. That, especially considering that Vladimir Putin himself is the hand-selected asset and the successor that was in line with American interests at the time. It makes sense that they would want to join the West.
A doofus. Okay, so we're in the 1990s. Bill Clinton just came into the White House, defeating George H.W. Bush, and Washington, D.C. is descending into this debate on how they're going to treat Russia. Are they the losers of the Cold War who should be punished, or should we embrace them as partners to build a new world order together?
This is a
One
resurfaced
camp
video
of American thinkers argue that Russia had clearly lost the war. They don't deserve a full seat at the table, and in fact, should be treated with skepticism. The U.S. military must keep a big presence in Europe,
We are
and even
a
expand its
superpower,
influence
but we do
because
not
Russia
have
might become aggressive again.
superpation.
And if we do this, says this camp, it'll also have the effect of spreading democracy, which means more peace and stability.
Right from the beginning, Russia was treated very differently from Poland and other countries. Why on earth should we support Russia, our old enemy?
But then there was another side who had a different view, and they were made up of a lot of experts and diplomats, people who really understood the Soviet Union. They said...
I did actually watch this video, and the whole time I was basically yelling at the screen. Like, how dumb can Johnny Harris be? Truly incredible.
Said that framing this in terms of winners and losers is maybe rational, but it's dangerous.
yeah.
That's what empires have
Can you
always
highlight
done when
that
they come
one?
out on top. But it always breeds more war.
It is true. What's true?
I think he's talking about the 1 inch east
1
thing.
inch more.
Mm.
Most recently, when the winners of World War I punished Germany
made up by Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, it's definitely
Gorbachev says
invented.
it never happened.
Yeah.
Reagan, everyone in the room says it didn't happen. Noam Chomsky claims it does.
Well, obviously, Noam Chomsky is correct.
Making them pay everyone back for the damage they caused, limiting their economy and military, making them sign a treaty admitting that it was all their fault.
Sounds
All
like
of this
Germany.
leading to economic despair and national humiliation.
This isn't going to last. If you're going to impose this sort of thing, make Germany an outcast, then you're going to have just building up resentment. We end up in the Second World War and Adolf Hitler.
Let's not do that, said this camp. Instead, let's take advantage of this momentum towards peace, this appetite that Russia has to actually work together, and invite them in to be co-creators of a new global order, one that they influence and participate in. They warned that if we just expand our military alliance that was meant to oppose the former Soviet Union, all we're going to be doing is punishing Russia, isolating them, forcing them to become our enemy again. Let's not do that again, says this camp.
That was the crucial
That's
element.
the thing. Is
plan
it's
to
like,
enlarge-
yes, that is good. Like that is the policy that was pursued. But the problem isn't as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out these countries can think for themselves.
Crazy.
And they have their own authorities that have problems, you know? And it really, if we're going to blame it on anyone, it's Poland. Poland literally breaks the United States arm to get in and then leaves the door open. Like, there was a serious conversation around this until Poland.
Mm-hmm. Brother, words are not sources. Source. Give me source. Link. Sources. 3, if you can.
A military alliance system, which had been designed against the Soviet Union, now effectively against Russia. You're going to make it an enemy.
Enlarging NATO will erase the artificial line in
Why are you
Europe
saying this video deserves to be
drawn by
deleted?
Stalin at the end of World War
See?
II.
Like, there's a lot of
But by the
people who
mid-90s
argue against it. I mean, even like they had to ride centrist lines with this,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, like, this was a serious idea: is that NATO doesn't need to expand, and it shouldn't have, right? The question is, why did it?
Because they asked to join because of Russia. Like, the answer's obvious. Anybody who doesn't get that answer is kind of stupid.
But like, that's another thing. This is like this whole integration thing, right?
Mm.
What does NATO have to do with integration? What does a defensive cartel have to do with integration? Nothing. There should be no reason for them to join NATO. It weakens the security of member states, right? I mean, look at the situation we're in now. If Poland never joined, would NATO give a fuck right now?
Probably not. Maybe.
Bill Clinton and the men and women he was surrounded with sided more and more with the
He did it!
expansionists
He
camp.
showed the
did this
he
for a
showed the
couple
real
reasons.
villain.
First off, he was running
For a
for
frame in there. Go back. Did you see him? Yes! That's what's up. He got him. That fucking ghoul right there. That's whose fault this all is, bro.
Who is that?
Yeah, he's the fighting grit! You don't know who that is?
I have no idea. Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's Zygmunt Brzezinski.
Huh.
It's all his fault.
Interesting.
Guess what? Guess where he's from?
Russia.
Oh, that's the sweet
Poland.
release of death.
Oh my god.
sided more and more with the expansionists camp. He did this for a couple reasons. First off, he was running for president for his second term in 1996, and he needed the Polish-American vote. And so one of the things that he would say at campaign rallies was, we're going to expand NATO to Poland, to like rally Polish Americans to vote for him. But it wasn't just that. It was also because the administration was looking at Eastern Europe and seeing a lot of instability. This place was in chaos in the 90s. It was unstable, it was uncertain, made up of delicate new democracies that were all sitting in the shadow of America's old enemy. So let's lock them in as our allies so they don't descend back into Russia's orbit,
that's
says
not
Bill Clinton and his people.
exactly
but wait,
how
hold
it
on.
happened.
Russia doesn't
Hey, they're
have an
unstable.
orbit
Let's
right
lock
now.
them
It's the
in
mid-90s.
as our allies. There's a few
Russia
jumps that he took there. Right?
is in shambles. Their entire system just collapsed and their country is in
Wasn't Zinger
chaos.
Brzezinski okay? No! Bro! No! There's no Al-Qaeda without that guy. Like, Pakistan would be a fucking, nice country now, maybe. Like, Zygmunt Brzezinski is the reason why it's the reason why the Pakistani ISI gets trained by the CIA. The CIA could only work through Zia-ul-Haq because of Brzezinski.
Interesting.
And so because he established it where we would build up the pack, because he's like a Polish Christian, right? Polish Catholic. So he thinks as long as this guy's Muslim, he's better than communist.
God.
And like Zia-ul-Haq would go on TV talking how he was going to cut people's hands off for stealing and bring back Sharia.
Excellent.
Right?
We are a
He wasn't
superpower,
just
but
like
we
a
do not have super
military
patience.
Pakistani nationalist. And he had already committed genocide. He was sanctioned by the United States. And because of the invasion of Afghanistan, Brzezinski moved it so Zia-ul-Haq and Pakistan were put into this position where they're like a permanent U.S. ally. And then look at the war in Afghanistan with Al-Qaeda. We are a superpower, but we don't have super patience. We couldn't work with Pakistan because they're a major ally. And so the CIA in Afghanistan, it's like one of the only positive arguments you could make for the CIA operations. But they said that Brzezinski was so anti-Soviet, he was fucking up their jobs.
That's funny.
Because they needed to work within integration and stuff like that inside Afghanistan. And because he was so radically anti-communist and empowering the most insane people and throwing money to Muslim brothers in Pakistan, and this
Your
also
bag of
with
secrets.
Berlin shit is going on at the same time,
Yeah.
Like this is he may have predated Reagan, but he was he's a influenced thought thinker through all that period after, right? Just like how Bolton is always on there influencing shit, You know how much shit Bolton influences even though he doesn't have power?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like basically the entire neocon conservative wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Fucking insane. Fuck that guy. Fuck this guy too.
But all these Clinton people were like Cold War people. They'd had deep mistrust towards Russia and the Soviet Union, and they didn't feel certain that Russia wasn't going to become aggressive again someday soon. They needed to lock in the countries of Eastern Europe to their military lines, just in case. And this is when people on the other side of the debate really start to sound the alarm bells.
So many wise US leaders all said this was a mistake of historic proportions.
And they were very worried. Chief among them, this guy, George Kennan. Who is he and why is he a valid opinion?
He deleted his video because the narrative is straight up Russian propaganda. America didn't expand NATO. Eastern Europe begged or strong armed to join to protect themselves from Russian imperialism and avoid getting genocide like the Caucasians.
Thank you, Chatter.
And all these narratives remove the perspective of Eastern Europeans who were the main
notice how I
architects of NATO
didn't say
expansion and not the United
strong-armed. I
States.
said they broke our arm to get in.
While I believe
it's strong arm is too
certainly
polite.
that Eastern European nations wanted to join NATO, you also still have to understand that it is America that gets to have a say. And I don't even agree with him when he says America was doing this for simple election because they wanted to fucking win elections, and that's why they expanded NATO into Poland. Or that these people were like genuinely maybe a little too concerned with Russia because of Cold War era.
You want to know how to fix this? Stop.
Okay.
I don't think that first time Chatter stayed in.
Yeah,
no.
Why couldn't Bill Clinton have done the same with Irish Americans by saying we'll give the provisional IRA cruise missiles?
They don't. And when they do, it proves them wrong. So that's why they
we
don't
should
stay.
put that on screen. As soon as we're like talking about a comment, make sure it's on screen.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a great clip.
Yeah.
I did put it on screen, I think.
Well, if it is on screen and it can be clipped, somebody clip that.
There's a non-zero chance Johnny will DMCA clip channels reactions to this on YouTube. Yeah, don't clip this, chatters who operate fan channels tomorrow.
actions decidedly not to our liking. I mean, let that sink in for a second. This is the mid-90s. This guy's predicting that if we expand NATO, it will inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion. I mean, it kind of sounds like this guy has a crystal ball. But Clinton proceeds with this plan. The Soviet leader at the time is angry at this, saying that if NATO expands, he sees, quote, nothing but humiliation for Russia.
You'll do exactly, we'll have the result what happened with Germany in the interwar years. We have a unique opportunity, NATO. It needs an enemy, it needs an external. And if it doesn't have an enemy, it will generate one.
Now, quick thing here. George Kennan, the diplomat who was freaked out about the fact that NATO is expanding in the 90s, isn't saying this because he's like worried about Russia. He's saying this because he's like, this is going to come back to bite us. This is a bad idea. And look how bummed he is at the end of this article. Quote, this has been my life, and it pains me to see it screwed up in the end. George Kennan lived to be 101 years old, passing away a year after his predictions really started coming true. NATO expanded right up to Russia's border, a military alliance created to deter Russia, aimed right at Russia. The chance to find a real peace was slipping away. Back in Washington, the Washington Post columnist David Ignatius was watching this all happen and lamented, quote, what makes the Russia case so sad is that the Clinton administration may have squandered one of the most precious assets imaginable, which is the idealism and goodwill of the Russian people as they emerged from 70 years of communist rule. The Russian debacle may haunt us for generations, and haunt us it has. Okay, but hold on. Let's just check in really quick because I know some of you were like, whoa, what is this guy saying? Let me make a few points very clear. The US deciding to shape the decisions in post-Cold War Europe so that NATO would expand was the rational thing to do. Any rational big country looking out for its self-interest would probably do the same. This is how powerful countries are expected.
Wait, I don't understand. He spent the first 12 minutes talking about like potentially having reconstruction efforts after the dissolution of the USSR would have been more beneficial for their interests. Only to turn around and be like, no, but it was in our self-interest. It was in our best interest. I mean, there's two ways of going about it. And yes, increased militancy and a protection racket in the form of NATO that offers steady defense contractors a job over and over again and having like a united enemy
protection racket is a good term for it as
is
well.
One way to go about it. But I happen to believe that is the remaining industry that we have in this country.
I think protection racket.
Talking about realism now, you were right. He's literally read a Mersheimer book. I don't think so. I think he read the book that he's talking about.
A little bit more reactionary about it. Years of tense proxy war with. They had a right to do this, and the countries who joined NATO had a right to do it too, and they joined for their own desires, their own free will. No one forced them. What I'm trying to say here is that while they did make a rational strategic decision, what they could have done in this really opportune window of potential peace is make the perhaps less rational, self-serving decision to say, you know what, Russia, old enemy of ours, we don't really trust you, but we see that you are earnest in trying to build a positive peace in Europe and around the world. We see that you have national pride and that you're not going to be subservient to the United States in building that peace. And so come to the table and let's work on this together. Let's roll up our sleeves and do whatever it takes to make sure that we don't end up in another global conflict, because those are really bad. American leaders could have done this in the 90s. And in fact, we already kind of had a great blueprint on where to start.
If we had had this charter a few years ago, and above all, the will to use it, millions now dead would be alive.
After the world almost completely ripped itself apart in the Second World War, we all came together and built a new world order that would ensure that this wouldn't happen again. Peace, the world decided, would only be achieved if we embraced our former enemies and then created a set of laws and agreements, treaties and charters that would set up some common rules for everyone. Governments could run their countries as they...
I feel like this also still loops back around to American imperialism, where it's like, we could have Marshall planned the former USSR nation states, including Russia. And then that way we could have used them better against like other enemies down the line, like China, which is the Vivek Ramaswamy take. Just, you know.
I mean, obviously there's people in the government that think like that.
Like, it's literally like, why don't we bring Russia into NATO as well? Marshall plan them. Instead of shock therapy, Marshall plan them. And then now they're an ally.
Russia and NATO
now they're an asset. And now we even more powerful.
This is wild. What, like, does bro think that we're antagonistic towards Russia until
I think he does.
Like George Bush went fishing with the guy.
Yeah. Like I don't understand. Like it's very
why
strange.
are we being silly? Also, I've been waiting for you to fucking come back because I want to talk about this more.
Food. I'm making food.
Well, hurry up.
It's done. I'm almost back.
permanent American dominance.
Pleased, but when doing stuff on the international stage, they had to obey the rules. The most powerful countries would get some special leadership privileges, but even they had to still obey the rules, which was a big change from the old days, where big powerful empires set the rules in their region and no one could tell them otherwise. And guess what? In the aftermath of World War II, we kind of did it. We set up this system and we all agreed to it. This system started with the United Nations, but soon grew into something much bigger, much more powerful.
The United Nations is just a centerpiece of a larger international system. And on its basis, we have the UN Charter in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
The United States, being the most powerful country, took a natural leadership role in this system, ensuring that countries would abide by the new rules.
The United States, I respect its leadership as the most powerful state after the Second World War. It's most appropriate that it should take a lead in all sorts of international affairs. However, it should do that within the framework of this sovereign internationalism.
Okay, but this system kind of struggled to fully get off the ground because almost immediately the United States and Soviet Union became locked in this power struggle that is the Cold War.
Yeah, one can almost make the assertion that, yeah, they had their eyes on the prize, and very quickly after World War II, they were like, well, the real enemy is right there. I think it's time to rebuild Europe in our own vision, and take out some of these pesky USSR sympathizers from leadership positions, even though they were quite literally the only popular forces, for understandable reasons, after World War II, considering that they were the anti-Nazi forces in the country. And lo and behold, who is the best anti-communist force in the country? Oh, that's right. The fucking Nazis and fascist sympathizers that weren't killed or imprisoned. And maybe that was the vision.
Sides broke a lot of the international rules in the name of trying to one-up each other. But that's why this moment in the 90s is so vital. It was such a precious moment because the Cold War was over. The world had a blueprint for a...
I still haven't done the tweets yet.
Good one.
I have so many other things I've been doing.
We can talk about it now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to open Twitter. I'm like being... Oh, I'm putting an E instead of an I for some reason. Because I'm stupid. Yeah.
I know, it changes name every second day, so...
What? Twitter?
Twitter, yeah.
Because of this, right? This channel is full of misinformation you guys are guilty of. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You preach against, so it's like you guys are guilty of what you preach against, total misinformation. I love that. It's like you don't validate my exact opinions, your misinformation.
Yeah, also, you've listened to us for 3 fucking minutes. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you literally left.
Right.
Like right after that.
If you're trying to make an accusation, actually engage with us, and then we can talk. But if you're just going to drop some shit and then cry and leave, then we're just going to mock you. It's that simple. It really... why should we entertain your delusions? Right? Hit us with some sources, not
here's
fucking random words.
the thing. The counter that they made was nothing to do with what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, all these fucking neocons wanted NATO expansion, and I didn't say that. I literally said Reagan is the fault for all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the theme of today, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, great. And then after that, all I said is the reason why people don't understand this narrative that I have, where it could have integrated if it wasn't for Reagan to begin with. It was fucked up long before this process came. The reason why they don't know this information is because they get stuck on the not one more inch thing, which was made up. It doesn't mean that there wasn't neocons, but the conversation between fucking Gorbachev and them in Germany, all the people in the room said that didn't happen, and Noam Chomsky's full of shit. And the issue is that Noam Chomsky based his entire fucking philosophy on politics on this exact thing, and it's not real. I mean, it's okay to take creative liberties in films. my favorite example, I haven't seen it, but you know the Napoleon movie that all the historians hated, right?
I did watch it. I kind of enjoyed it.
So he shoots a cannon at the pyramids.
Yes.
Right? That never happened. Do you know why he does that in the movie?
I don't know, swing dick or something?
No, he does it in the movie because he's taking a creative liberty.
Oh,
He's
you mean the
showing
director.
Napoleon taking Egypt.
Mm.
Right? It's a metaphor. You
Yeah.
understand that Napoleon has taken Egypt when that happens.
Yes. Yes, because it's just him fucking around in Egypt.
Yes.
Basically.
So you can take creative liberties by saying there was this idea that NATO was pushing to the Soviet Union that there was not one more inch.
Mm.
Sure. That was an idea. But at the same time, as this person literally shows, was Russia surprised when expansion did happen? Did they only listen to one side of the fucking argument that was going on in the West? Are they fucking retarded?
It collapsed.
Like, can
Maybe
we
they
give
were.
some fucking agency to people?
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
these are the same people who think the pyramids couldn't have been built by the Egyptians. It had to be aliens
Probably.
because they're too uncivilized and stupid to understand physics. When you explain that they used water to find the level, they're like, what do you mean? How does water level? It's like, you don't even understand what you're talking about, dickhead. Be quiet.
Like, I don't want to toot my own horn here. Okay.
But
it's very funny when people try to be like, you're pro NATO. And I would honestly say that the actual arguments I have against argument, you'd be hard pressed to find any other like creator who's not an academic who makes as like legit arguments that are actually based in things. Instead of just being like, Noam Chomsky said not 1 inch.
My vibes.
Like coining the term defensive cartel just to explain why NATO is bad. And then just to have these idiots pro NATO. Just because it can only be one or the other, right?
Yeah.
So just because I'm not doing the pro-Russia, anti-NATO narrative, because I'm not doing that, I must be pro-NATO. Truth can't exist.
No.
A real rules-based global system based on charters and treaties and rules and laws. And it looked like we no longer would need big military alliances like NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But, and this is perhaps the most important point of this video, in order for the US to actually usher in this era of peace based on laws and rules.
It's kind of crazy that they got mad at him for this video exclusively because he talks about this from the perspective of like what he perceives as the USSR opinion or what he perceives as the Russia opinion, because there's still a shit ton in here, like attributing NATO expansion to simply Bill Clinton wanting to win the Polish vote, or people just having like a lot of fear, Cold War era resentments in Clinton's administration.
In there. This is an anti-Polish
and then
video.
even in this circumstance where he's talking about like, you know, the rule-based international order, which is, in my opinion, designed not to create like a sense of law and order and create, you know, global prosperity, global trade, partnerships, in order to eventually have all security cooperation perish because there's no need for it. No, it was a way for America to become the hegemonic power. And we see that right now in the same week or month that Johnny Harris wrote this video and published it better than ever. Look at Israel. Look at America. But especially look at America's ally, Israel, and the way that it operates and the indifference that America has. And not even the... Why wouldn't it be?
Invading countries without the permission of the group, no giving special privileges to countries you like, no intervening in other countries' affairs to make them look more like you. Like any other legal system, no one could be above the law or it undermines the legitimacy for everyone.
After the end of the Cold War,
The thing
we
about
needed
America,
to establish a pan-continental Europe.
Right, is that you can argue almost anything about it because unlike other countries where only one guy got to have an opinion, there's gonna be fucking idiots in the background who are very loud. Look at who the loudest idiots with influence are right now. Are we going to let these idiots really define the era that we're in? Are we really going to allow that?
I guess so. I guess we are.
Are we gonna tell the full story about how there's also pragmatists?
Who gives a fuck about that?
Like, I think it's important to acknowledge that people do stand up to genocide when they start.
Mm-hmm. And then they're likely included in the genocide eventually.
Even if it's just one guy, you know?
Mm-hmm. There's always somebody.
There's always somebody who has stood up against injustice.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean injustice haven't existed.
Yeah.
This should definitely not have been
It's like every time I try and explain this,
Or
to
woman,
somebody,
not just a guy.
it's like Jesus fucking Christ. Like there's more nuance than just red team or blue team. Like shut the fuck
Right.
up.
I wanted to check my fucking mic because my audio monitors, it sounds awful.
American, but it should have been post-American. America then could go on to focus on its own development, its own infrastructure, its own people.
But when you're the global superpower, unambiguously more powerful than every other country, it's really hard to give up a portion of that power to play by the rules like everybody else. So, as we've seen, the U.S. didn't surrender
We are
to
a
this new
superpower,
system.
but
They
we
didn't
do
let
not
Russia
have
co-design
super
it with them.
patience.
Instead, they kept a lot of their troops on the European continent and around the world. And
Polish guy here, gotta say nobody forced to join NATO. I'm not talking about Eastern Europe. I'm talking about Western Europe.
Expanded their military alliance. And it's not like the U.S. just gave up on an international rules.
We're talking about
Okay, so like NATO in the beginning, they forced Western Europe to join.
Oh, well, I actually don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. With the way America was in World War II, would not surprise me.
I mean, just look at France. France makes that argument very well. I mean, like De Gaulle was like, "Fuck y'all, we're doing our own thing."
You do that's actually a really good point. And then you have
You know
ones
what
like
else?
Home Alone, where it's like
I
a
was
rich
just
family
thinking,
goes
you know,
to Paris.
the movie with the surveillance dose. The plot of that movie that I don't care about
I'm fucking better than
is literally the same plot as Grandma's
holy
Boy.
crap, surveillance does. I hate those.
Is the same as what?
Like it's the same as Grandma's Boy. Have you seen that?
No.
You haven't seen Grandma's Boy?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. I don't know if it holds up. Certain parts of it are very funny.
Okay.
But it was like this like gamer stoner comedy, right?
Okay.
But it's actually made by Adam Sandler. He's just not in it.
That's hilarious. Okay.
And so basically this guy, his job is a video game tester.
Okay.
And his roommate was taking his rent money and spending it on like Vietnamese prostitutes.
Amazing.
Or something. So Rob Schneider comes up as like some foreigner guy, Persian.
Of course he does. Yep.
He kicks them out because they're not paying him rent.
That makes sense. Yep.
And he's like the last 6 months you pay your rent. I will. And he's like, I will take your testicles and remove them through your anus. And it's like the guy's like a stoner. So as they're leaving, Rob Schneider comes out with the bong and he goes, "Hey, you forgot smoking lamp." And he just throws the bong on the ground and shatters it. So the plot is that the guy has to go live with his grandma.
Okay.
Right. So it's like Golden Girls, right? So there's two other ladies with different personalities who live with his grandma.
And that's the same as this movie.
Okay. Well, it's deeper than that. So
okay,
the guy who
Show me your
is
bag
like
of
the lead
secrets.
developer at the company is like the biggest douche. He's literally Elon Musk. He thinks he's a robot and rides around on a Segway.
Oh, okay.
And
that's amazing.
So he starts crying because he's like admitting that everything that he does is cope, and he's not actually cool to this guy who's just a stoner video game tester.
Yeah.
And then the video game tester had been building his own game.
Okay.
In his free time. And JT is under pressure to make a new game by the fucking shareholders. So he ends up taking the guy's game.
Wow.
and selling it as his own. And so now it's this guy who has to be like, no, that's my idea. You're a thief, right?
Mm.
And it ends with his grandma playing the game, showing that she knows how to play her grandson's game, and JT can't beat her at it. But there's this whole scene where he's jacking off on a Laura Croft doll.
Great. That's great.
Like it's like an action figure.
Also, I got some Lego flowers.
Oh, nice.
So I'm gonna make those. It's only, I think it's a single rose. It's not even like a bunch of them. It's a single rose. Lego is insanely priced. Stupid white person hobby.
Okay. Ready? You're gonna be like, wow, that is literally Elon Musk.
Yeah, we always have Hassan on the show.
I am a genius.
I imagine Elon Musk does this.
Samantha, you will be mine.
Okay. One more, real quick. It's about techno. Tell me this isn't some shit you would hear Elon Musk say.
But I think that the music was a little loud.
Are you afraid of it?
No, I just don't like techno.
You would if you had robot ears.
Amazing.
It's
but
like,
yeah, no, this is very interesting because let's just name off some Christmas movies, right? Elf. His dad is a boss who gets humbled, right? So maybe it's not so much about them. Maybe it's not about them being greedy and mistreating employees. It's that they were being awoken and that they weren't woke enough. And all Christmas movies are about making asshole.
I think everyone understands that they hate their boss.
What if Christmas movies are really a woke message, an anti-capitalist message telling you that your bosses are cunts? And
yeah, meanwhile, consume, be poor.
Yeah, watch movie.
Your children will think that they're bad because they didn't get any Christmas gifts because you can't afford them.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to be that kind of
The
parent? Give us money.
inception of NATO.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which,
The origins of NATO.
did you know it's not Temu?
It's Temu.
It's Temu. Yeah.
Mm.
I heard an ad, and they were calling it Temu.
Mm. Yeah,
I'm calling it Temu.
I'm calling it Temu too, mostly because I don't give a fuck what it's called.
I'm
Fuck
calling it
that
Temu
place.
1. Where do I go to find our clip?
I'm not sure.
Show me your genitals.
And why it originally existed.
Based order, they continue to promote an international system, but instead of a true rules-based internet
Wait, I missed this part.
other
Hold on.
country, it's really hard to
Oh,
give
you know
up
what I'll
a
do?
portion of that power to play by the
Pull
rules
up
like everybody else.
YouTube
Mm-hmm.
and rewind to hear how my mic is sounding.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
So, as we've seen, the US didn't surrender to this new system. They didn't let Russia co-design it with them. Instead, they kept a lot of their troops on the European continent and around the world and expanded their military alliance. And it's not like the US just gave up.
Not to be weird, but the system that's being proposed sounds like it would further entrench capital just with less overt violence. Yes. No, absolutely. No, that is the argument. The counter argument here isn't.
By
that,
the way,
like,
Hassan interviewed
NATO
Lena Khan.
should
That's
not have
cool.
existed in its inception, and that the counter argument here
I
is that the
haven't watched
USSR
it
was truly an evil
But
empire that
I
must
have
have
hope
that must be
because
fought
it's
back
not in person.
You should. Yes.
So because it's over
Email
the
her.
webcam, he'll probably do a lot better.
Fucking email her.
Huh?
Fucking email her.
Well, I imagine she'll be a lot more available.
I imagine
For
so.
me.
We should do multiple episodes talking about a lot of things. Because that would be very good.
I think.
Against every step of the way.
Who knows?
But having said that, once the USSR was destroyed, they should
I
have
like
brought
drains.
Russia into
All right, I'm gonna be deaf for a second.
the sphere of American influence
I am a
by doing a similar
Stegosaurus.
by doing a similar like Marshall Plan.
Chatty can't hear us.
On an international rules-based order. They continued to promote an international system, but instead of a true
I don't
rules-based
have a mood
international order,
for
the United States
clowning
started
right
to
now.
enforce an order where everyone else had to follow the rules.
It's the clown show now, baby.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syrian.
I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
Except for them. They would become the global enforcer of the rules. They were above the law that they helped create. And we felt justified in doing this because we had the most powerful military. Just everywhere, all the time, all at once, enforcing the rules and ensuring stability in the global economy. And many Americans thought, we kind of have the best
I can't
governmental
even
system.
hear. I just
And there's
looked
nothing
up.
wrong with
I
breaking
looked
some
up.
of the
I
rules
saw the
spread that.
fence, and I knew it was Guantanamo.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
It's just buffering. It's not even letting me look at it.
System around the world.
Wait, what? This cooks. I mean, I don't know why.
Come on.
Is it lagging? What is happening?
Turn off my headset too soon.
This is like.
This is fucking ridiculous.
World.
This is the view that we have the answers to history. Our societies are obviously demonstrably best. This messianic vision that we need to shape the world, educate the world, and if the world doesn't like it, we
What do you
bash
say
them over
about
the head,
Guantanamo?
use force. Just
Yeah, JD Ponjani came out.
He didn't say anything about Guantanamo.
JD Ponjani said permanent first world.
Bro, what is my internet today? Just refresh the fucking page, dog.
Genocide. What the fuck? People called him a Russian asset.
But the fact is, the U.S. being the global leader has led to an era of unprecedented peace and stability. The U.S. protects the global economy.
For who?
Literally everybody, Hassan. What are you talking about? Literally overall, the world has more peace, objectively. Like, even on like the small scales, I'm pretty sure the world is still objectively more peaceful than it was 40 fucking years ago, 50 years ago. The conflicts and violence coming out of World War II was fucking crazy. Right? The amount of territory that got divided up, the amount of the world that was impacted by it. There was peace. Because, go on, Archie. Hold on. There he is. There was. Hello. I'm ranting.
Still can't hear. What the fuck is
I
happening?
don't know. This is his problem. If he keeps talking, it's going
Now
to
I'm
be annoying.
mad.
The US did, whether you like it or not,
This is fucking
create more
like
peace.
I'm fucking on my.
And it was through global stability through the shipping
Okay.
lanes, for the most part, I believe. The U.S. Navy protecting shipping lanes, allowing free trade, allowing the global markets to build under capitalism, really allowed peace to prosper.
All I wanted was to check my audio. I still haven't been able to do that or post a tweet.
Amazing. But it's like they and this was their goal. They wanted to foster capitalism, and they saw the way to get there by policing the shipping routes, and that's what they did. And then you add the canals and stuff and all that sort of stuff, and you've got a one-way ticket to capitalism street, baby. There's no going back to communism after that. It's going to be impossible. And this is the other problem is you need to be pragmatic if you want to have this kind of belief of like anarchism, communism, any sort of left-wing idea. You kind of need pragmatism, and you kind of need to accept that capitalism isn't going anywhere. No matter how bad it gets, it's collapsed already. It's collapsed multiple times. It's collapsed 3, maybe 4 times in the last 100 years. And it's sprung back every fucking time because people like to own things. Things are cool. Like, this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. You know what I mean? Like, it's like things are cool. These are cool, right? People like to own things, and people aren't going to put themselves above things unless we like really tackle this idolization. And we'll get to idolization later when we talk about the shooter dude. But when you idolize people, you just and you idolize things, and you idolize status, and it just it creates problems. And that's where it's like, it's much better, I feel, to do the other way, but also then you have like the government systems that end up cracking down, and blah 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 blah, and you get all of those problems that come with that, and then you've got to deal with that, and then they're still capitalist at the same time. That's the thing. The USSR was never not capitalist. The USSR was a capitalist entity. Just because internally it didn't run capitalistically doesn't make the entity not a capitalist entity. Like, it might have been internally and domestically run
my audio
vanguardism. But
now I can finally maybe post these
at
tweets.
the end of the day, the USSR was a capitalist entity as well. The world, we've never seen a non-capitalist country come out of the last 150 years, probably. Maybe Lenin was maybe the closest thing, but then again, his vanguardism, elitist bullshit kind of shot that in the face and instantly created hierarchy, which wasn't bottom up, it was top down still.
Well,
World War II happens, still not really communist countries. Maybe
you want to
Spain,
know something
Catalonia.
interesting?
Yeah, go on.
Because like it's like wealth and power, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mansa Musa.
I believe so. Yes.
He's the leader of the Mali Confederation.
Yes.
In the Camel Age, right?
Yep.
So the guy has so much gold that he would just like that's how he established his empire. He was a trade king with camel caravans, right?
Yeah.
He would have so much gold that when he would travel, he would break economies. You know when you break an economy in a game? Because you get you can duplicate resources, and then you have like infinite money, and you just break the game economy.
Yes.
He literally would do that. People had to start banning him because he would come in and drop gold on like these random like food sellers and stuff, and it would fuck up the entire economy of the region.
Can't have the poor not being poor anymore.
So like
you see, you need poor.
It wasn't like cash injections, you know. Like these were different independent economic systems that were functioning together. It's complicated.
Bro, this is why I get so mad at people who always say nothing ever happens. You dumbass.
Nothing does ever happen, but also Lenin's quote about decades happening in a year, you know, that's
all you're doing true. in this time frame is, I guess,
a lot of stuff happens. I just saw a Syrian girl and it refreshed, and now it's gone. Amazing. Also, you know how she was like, obviously they made some kind of backdoor cool or deal. Bro, you'll learn this if you look at history. But if you don't pay your soldiers, they don't fight. They're not actually fighting for the country. Did you know that? Soldiers won't fight without wages.
Crazy, right?
Financial system. It mediates peace deals and diplomacy. It responds to natural disasters. It sends peacekeeping forces and does indeed enforce many of the rules of our global system. But my point here is that in doing so, it has also imbued itself with a status of being above those rules, able to break the rules.
Even Fukuyama was like, things are happening, my bad. They're happening at an alarming rate all the time. Okay? I was wrong as fuck.
Rules when it sees fit.
This has led to double standards, and it's led to states like Russia, China, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, the list is quite long, who say, no, we don't want this.
I mean, you know this feeling, right? It's like when the cop or the rich guy breaks the rules and they think they're above the law. It's the most infuriating thing. It violates our most basic sense of justice. And that's kind of what's happened around the world.
I'm the last to be an anti-American, but I am anti-American when it becomes this aggressive, irresponsible, lawless state.
Real peace only comes when there is a system that everyone abides by. And if you don't do that, you end up with a system that produces a couple countries that are above the law and then a bunch of other countries that are angry because they see this as unfair. And they start to work to undermine the entire system to change it, which is exactly what happens next. So, as predicted, NATO expands. And as predicted, Russia feels punished, isolated, and left out. Which, as predicted back in the 90s, this humiliation and isolation gives rise to politicians who rise to power by criticizing the West and promising to restore Russia's greatness in light of the great humiliation from the West. Vladimir Putin came to power right after NATO started to enlarge. And at the beginning, he said he wanted to join NATO. Started to become more and more angry at the West. And Putin started to play to that anger. Or, in the words of crystal ball George Kennan back in the 90s, the expansion of NATO inflamed the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion. You can see this. Putin becomes more and more of a nationalistic zealot, rallying the pride of Russian greatness, calling for the restoration of Russian...
Yeah, I'm pro-Russia because they're fighting against woke. That's why. This is... When will he start talking about how Russia is fighting against the woke? That's the most important aspect of this for me. I mean, I don't think that this is incorrect. You don't have to agree with Russia to recognize. You don't have to agree with Russia or its actions, specifically in Ukraine or in general, in its own internal affairs, to understand why politicians outside of the orbit of American influence, outside of the sphere of American influence, would see it as beneficial to consistently ham up anti-American statements, anti-Western statements. You know? I will watch his apologies after this.
Behavior, denouncing the West for trying to weaken his great empire. Meanwhile, over here in the West, we feel totally validated for our decision to expand NATO.
But by joining NATO and by expanding NATO, you create precisely the enemy that the point of joining NATO was designed to avert. So it became a self-fulfilling prophecy.
See, we told you so. We're so glad we listened to the expansionists because look at Russia. They are just unhinged. And what's the solution? Continue expanding NATO. So in 2008, NATO promises Ukraine and Georgia would eventually become members. And this, to me, is where the window of peace closes. This is weird. I was just in Georgia, the country, talking to young people who want to join the West, want to join the EU and NATO, because Russia is so aggressive. And what's so ironic is that their plight is absolutely real. Modern Russia is a horrible place to be in the shadow of. And yet what is also true is that NATO expansion helped create that version of Russia. And this is what's so horrible about this kind of conflict. You start to get into a spiral of hostility where both sides feel justified in their position. They feel so justified that they act aggressively.
I think it's really interesting. I think this is a really interesting take. I mean,
I want to be
like
associated with interesting quotes.
He's not agreeing with Russia or its actions. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't know why it's completely inappropriate to even say that like people that we have designed as our enemies still have like a logical through line. In why they operate the ways that they do. This is the first base radical centrist two sides take.
At the same time, we think there wasn't people here the whole time saying we shouldn't fight with Russia and the communists. Like, it's not like the fucking ISIS, you know? Like, it's hard to find ISIS apologists. You know, I'm the closest thing to an Al Qaeda apologist, besides a fanatic, of course.
It's kind of funny because I would go so far as to say
you're pro NATO, bro. Wait until you hear me talk about Al Qaeda.
Probably write this video maybe 5 to 10 years later, judging by his track record on like former American interventions and the way he talks about former American interventions.
It's
this
crazy
is a video for
because,
like 5 years, 10 years. Like you can't if you're Johnny Harris.
I still see some of the neocon people, like that one lady we invited on but never replied.
Which one?
The ex-CIA lady.
Yeah.
She's dumb as fuck too. she thinks like the intelligence and then goes to like incorrect conclusions out of like nationalism and Islamophobia.
Interesting.
I mean, that's the CIA for you, though. the CIA for you is fucking dog shit.
We already.
Speaking of which, how funny is it that Kash Patel's talking about getting the woke out of the FBI? When has a Democrat ran the FBI? Anyone who's more knowledgeable at FBI, can you please let me know when the last time was?
I'd like to know as well. That's interesting.
You can't write the video right now as like Russia is still doing Russia shit. You know what I mean? If he wrote this video 5 to 10 years later, all the liberals would be like, damn, that's a banger, dude. You really are fantastic in your analysis. Like, but he wrote it too soon. And that's the problem. Because it's not, I don't think this is like pro-Russia, the way that people are saying this is pro-Russia.
Oh my God.
I agree with it, but he pretends Putin didn't design the nationalist politics. No, I think he recognizes that. I think he recognizes that. He's just simply saying that. I guess it's his liberal assessment across the board. Just like I don't think Bill Clinton personally brought Poland into NATO because he wanted to win the Polish voting bloc. And I also personally don't think that Vladimir Putin was like,
that's part of it, though.
I guess I'm going to be anti-West now because the West has fucked me over. Like, no. Countries have interest in maintaining their sovereignty.
Are you referring to
they have
Sarah
material
Adams?
interest.
Yes,
I'm
I
sure
am.
that Vladimir Putin being our guy originally.
She said she would be interested in coming on.
Yeah, he probably recognized it.
Our 5th-gen account. We sent her a message. She didn't reply.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe
but that's the thing is, it's like, even though I know, I know who I'm dealing with, you know, like it's not going to be like I'm not going to look at Sean Ryan interviews with her or anything like that, because like I already like know the narrative that she has, and the stuff that I'm going to ask her about is the stuff that's actually like the more legit stuff. You know, like we've, you know, interviewed plenty of people who, I mean, look at our Taliban fan interview.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a way to handle it, to understand the positions that these people have. And also the shit that she's saying about like the Haqqanis and Al-Qaeda is true. My position is more of, yeah, we'll see when it happens.
Yeah.
Right? Like I do think that there is a fucking potential 9/11 event that could happen in the future. Like the Haqqanis will try to do something and attack in the United States. Yeah, I think that could totally happen. Is it going to happen tomorrow? Fuck no. It could, but it's not going to.
No.
So
he could either be in.
It's more about prioritizing threats to me. And the Haqqani network is linked up in a lot of threats, you know, like ISIS and Al-Qaeda are still threats if we're only looking at terrorist threats. But I mean, I think terrorism is so small in comparison to like all the information attacks.
Western influence, which would have given him and his cronies a lot more opportunity to dominate Russian existence in the exact way that they do
and
now.
That's why we sent her Scott Richards' interview.
Sort of Western pushback.
I told Jack, send her Scott Richards' interview so she can see, like, we know what we're doing. We're ready to have this conversation, you know?
Did I send that episode?
Yeah.
Just making sure. Yes. Yes, I sent the Spotify and YouTube link, but I didn't even think she saw it.
Is that Rainbow Face James Reeves from TFTV? Bro, did you see the guy who crashed the car into the dealership?
I did, yes. Hilarious.
Fucking James posted that clip of the guy crashed into the store
Okay.
as soon as there's a new Glock release. James from TFB. The cool gun channel that doesn't have politics in it.
Oh, that one, yes. No, I don't follow much of that anymore. The gun stuff.
Oh, that's the only guy I like, besides like Tactical Girlfriend. But mainstream guys, I only like TFB TV.
Yeah.
Back whatsoever.
He's just a fucking chill guy, you know?
Yeah. We should try to get him on.
That would be fun. He liked my post when I asked him to do a review of the Burner. Because like it's like more people need to like talking about Burna and like how bad of a product it is. And I want him to be shot with it because I think it would be funny and I think he can handle it. And so like that's what I was saying. It's like imagine he takes a Berna shot, right? And then does a shooting drill.
God
you know, and does a control where he's not shot by.
So it's not a bad idea.
You know, to see how much it's able to stop the shooter.
Yeah.
View it as like,
it's just a CO2 thing ball.
And those actions
It's the same thing that Johnny Knoxville gets shot with,
Yes.
except it's just one of them.
communicate to the other side that they are justified in their hostile feelings and they're justified in acting aggressive towards you. And back and forth, both sides continue down the spiral towards greater and greater conflict until people eventually start to die.
It launches basically hard paintballs, and they sell it as a self-defense weapon, but it looks like a gun. So you pull it out. It's like let me pull out my gun-shaped not gun so I can get shot by a gun-shaped gun. Like, don't pull out something shaped like a gun as a self-defense tool if you're trying to be non-lethal. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like, if it was shaped like it wasn't a gun, maybe it would be a little bit of a better product. That's the main issue.
Maybe.
Russia overnight launched its long-anticipated attack on Ukraine. NATO is set to put a force...
Like, this still doesn't take agency away from Russia. I think I have a very similar perspective to this as well. Russia has its own industry, its own defense manufacturing. Russia has its own energy interests. Russia has its own land.
What?
But as far as like non-lethal, mace is pretty good. But normally, mace is a good deterrent before things get to the point where your life is in danger.
Just get a gun.
Well, the thing is, mace is better in certain situations. Like somebody is coming up to you at night and you're a woman alone, and they reach out and they grab your arm, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mace them. It's not a situation that like you should be like pulling a gun necessarily.
True.
You know
what you could get?
So, like,
pink metal knuckle dusters with spiky cat ears. They're cute and they're lethal.
My thing is that the mace is the most distance you can really get with an effective non-lethal.
Yeah.
Right. So like anything more distant than a gun.
Mm-hmm. What you could do is have both hands cover them in the two agents of Novichok, and if somebody tries to attack you, just go whack whack, and then they're dead. Winning. Was it Novichok?
VX, but
VX.
Novichok is the same.
Whatever.
It's all the same shit.
It all does the same shit.
It all will kill you.
The joke still works.
Also, mantis blades would be good. No, but like those are lethal.
Yeah.
But like also deploying the spray, there is a risk that like there has been somebody who was shot because they were sprayed. It was that security guard, right?
Yes.
Contractor security guard for the.
Yep. I remember the video.
He got off in self-defense when he shot that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm just saying is there is situations like just seeing the mace, even if it's not hitting them, the sound of it, it's like you hear a skunk.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of go, oh shit. Not show like you should never just show anyone you have mace. You should just use it.
Yes. See, where my position on like a handgun is you should brandish it first. The brandishing is usually, in my opinion, enough to like diffuse a situation, but it can also escalate it at 50-50.
It depends, because there was that road rage incident where the guy walked up to the window and was knocking on the door with the gun in his hand and got shot in the throat.
True. Well, that's fucking stupid. You know, in road rage, you shouldn't pull a gun. That's dumb.
Well, yeah, he was the attacker in that situation.
Yeah, like if you pull a gun in road rage, you're an irrational fucking moron that shouldn't have a gun.
But also, like indoors, like if somebody like gropes you or something like that.
True. Pepper
like
spray.
I think
yeah.
There's maces that are more warranted.
Learning
like, I think
Brazilian
that it's a tool
jiu-jitsu
for a
helps
certain
too.
type of defense.
Like if you
advise against anything besides that and a gun.
Yeah, like if you were like a 5'2" chick and you knew Brazilian jiu-jitsu and you could use body weight to fucking flip a cunt on his back, that would be cool too. That would be something to see. would like to see that happen.
Interest in land grabs. It can be multifaceted. It can be pushing back.
Why not something like that though? Because women always talk about how they walk with keys in their hands. So why not offer some cutesy fucking knuckle dusters with sharp points?
Well, I'm just saying, my exes like I have multiple exes where they had the mace on their keychain. They didn't do that fucking keys in hand shit.
Fair enough. Mace on the keychain works.
Against NATO incursion that threatens its border and its territorial sovereignty, but it also simultaneously isn't bad to just steal some fucking land. You know,
honestly, I would probably advise most women to go to some kind of defensive martial arts training, at least like basic, which is why I say Brazilian jiu-jitsu, because it's all throws and submissions, right? Imagine how embarrassing it would be to attack somebody and just get put on your back.
I mean, steal some nice Ukrainian land in the process.
Gets up, attacks again, back on your back. Embarrassing.
And no matter how violent you are in the process, it's still justifiable in the eyes of the Russians. It's not, though. It's still an unjustifiable act. But it's important to understand why. It's still important to understand why they think it's
effective strikes. I was just thinking about in Mass Effect how Thane kills a guy by doing the throat punch.
He kills a guy?
Yeah, when he goes in to kill Nasana Dantius.
Yes, okay, yes.
He drops in, and the second guy he hits, he punches him in the throat.
And killed him. Crazy. I didn't even pick that up.
I mean, he might have been alive.
Maybe.
Poggers!
Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
Justifiable because they're not operating on like comic book villain principles. They're not like, yes, I would like to be violent and bad for the pure purpose of being violent and bad.
Of 300,000 on high alert.
The U.S. and its G7 allies are moving forward with a
Russia was an evil imperialist nation longer than the U.S. ever existed before it became one too. Yeah, I mean it was an empire. So they've had a lot longer. They've had a lot longer process in maintaining forcible control over these lands.
This is why it starts pissing me off. We start going far enough back in history, and we become really irrelevant.
Yes.
Like there is people in Ukraine who will like bring up Kevin Roos and stuff.
I don't know who that is.
That's the Kevin Roos is ancient Ukraine.
Oh. Okay.
So Ukraine was before Russia.
Mm-hmm. No, I know that.
What this argument is.
Yeah.
But it's not technically true.
Well,
because nation states didn't exist. They're a modern thing.
But Moscow, St. Petersburg and Moscow didn't exist before Kiev did, I think, is the argument.
Kiev was first.
And I think it was the Austro-Hungarian Empire, possibly Mongolian at some point. Because it's the end of the Eurasian steppe, right? No? Maybe?
The steppe?
It's the end of the Eurasian steppe, right? Ukraine? Maybe? Cool. We'll go with that.
The point of NATO today is to deal with the outcome of its own existence.
Yeah.
These dictators.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Do you know how much comedy they've deprived us of? Can you imagine Middle Eastern political comedies?
They would be hilarious.
Right? Can you imagine like them actually able to like criticize their societies with free speech and shit? Like, think about how much joy has been taken because of tyrants.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Imagine the explosion of creativity that we're going to get when all these cunts die.
When, I mean, look at post-fascist Italy.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It like the post-fascist Italy film movement then goes on. Like, Apocalypse Now is a result of that movement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's the reason why there was that height in films in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, and
was
why
because
70s
of the fall
was
of
peak
fascism.
film. Yeah, interesting. So maybe we might see a renaissance in the Middle East once all these old cunts fucking.
Because like some of the post-fascist, a lot of the Italian films were like saintly. Would be stuff like
Interesting.
that.
Yeah, interesting. But that'll be very, very exciting to see if that happens. The creativity and art to come out of that region is going to be amazing.
So, is Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine justified? No, absolutely not. As I was reporting and writing on this, I was thinking of the people in Ukraine. I talk to some of them every once in a while. And if I were one of them, I would feel angry and sensitive to any version of this kind of thinking, anything that would give a shred of justification for the horrific war
Ukrainians
that
want to do
Vladimir
the Kevin
Putin
Roos
has
argument
decided
with
to
Russia and
enact.
who's first and all that stuff. Be my guest. You're the one actually in the war right now. Everyone else can shut the fuck up. Like, how far back do we really need to drag this? We're still fucking talking about Bosnia and shit, is ultimately what this comes down to. You know, and then you see people like the Santa Decides page, how it was like bought by some, because that's what you do is you grow a meme page and sell it now.
Yes, that's been the
So the
that's
Santa
been the
Decides
thing for a
page has
while.
been bought, so they just post dumbass shit.
I don't know what that is.
And they posted, it's like Santa decides who's naughty or nice.
Sure.
So it'll be like Santa says like George Bush is naughty. Santa says Obama is nice, or stuff like that, you know?
Okay.
But they posted Santa says BLM is on the naughty list. And people were just like, bro, 2020 was 5 years ago. You know? And it's the same screaming lib meme. Right?
Amazing.
Like, let it go, man.
Although I will be
current era.
I will be fair. That chick screaming on the ground at Trump's inauguration in 2016, elite moment in history. One of my favorite, and I will never get over it. It's great. It's a great reaction. It's a great meme.
She was right though.
She was right. We should track her down and interview her, see what she's doing.
To rip this country apart. So let me be crystal clear. Vladimir Putin started a war of choice and sold it to his people through lies and grand delusion.
I mean, we do that too, by the way. I mean, that's why I always used to say, like, I criticize.
Why are you doing what about
I criticize Putin
Hassan,
for doing America shit. And whenever I used to bring this up, people get
Hassan, you cannot say we are the same. Because you exist. There is no counter narrative in Russia. You get to exist here. You existing shows that it's not comparable.
so mad at me because there's still this like underlying America kind of good
I've heard
attitude
this
that a lot of people have.
F-35
when I compare
shit all
what
the
Vladimir
time.
Putin was doing to America, I was saying it's the most evil thing you can do.
We'll see what happens.
Which is so
I don't
funny
think
when,
it's a moneymaker. Trump understands dollar signs more than he understands Elon. He's going to tell Elon to fuck off.
It's very funny to see people claiming that China is winning the fighter race when they literally can't fly their planes. Like their planes are copies.
I love that.
And their planes
This is so
don't
funny.
work. Like
the community note on this.
How is China winning the fighter race? I would love to understand this. Like,
right? So it says, this is false reporting, fake news. And then it says, Lucky Martin said, false reporting, fake news. Like they literally commented it. That's so funny.
That's very funny. But like, I'm just wondering how they quantify the F-35 to be a failure.
Because they smoke Russian propaganda, bro.
No, I understand this, but like
Elon Musk.
They literally can't quantify it. They can't explain it, which is why all conservatives who we eventually ask to explain their ideology can't fucking do it because they're just fed these lines.
It's just recycled criticisms of the F-22 program.
Yes.
They're not even original actual criticisms. They just, Russia wanted us to stop doing the F-22. And there was reasons. We have enough. We don't need more.
Yeah, there's plenty.
The F-35 is better. And it's being
slower.
sold domestically and abroad.
It's got
making
a lot more
shitload of money.
interoperability. Yeah.
What'd you say?
It's got a lot of interoperability, which is ideal in these days. Especially with NATO and NATO
mainly,
buying
it's a product that's being sold.
Well, it's a product. It's a product made by
recycling the
12
F-22
different
narrative
countries.
doesn't work. It doesn't matter if it's expensive or over-designed. It's being sold to a fucking market, not like the F-22.
And people are buying it.
Yeah.
So,
bro, you want to know what's funny?
The cope and seethe. Go on.
So I was looking at some of the Turkish stuff about the U.S. backing certain things and stuff like that. Guess what? Guess what? The stuff that they say. They say they should leave NATO and the U.S. should get out of NATO. Why is the U.S. even in NATO?
Wait, the U.S. in NATO?
Yeah,
the Turks are saying the U.S. should leave NATO.
We say Turkey should get out of NATO. Turks are saying the U.S. should get out of NATO.
Amazing. And what happens if America leaves? Do they think Turkey becomes, because they're the most powerful, they become the leader? Like, is that the thought here?
That's pretty much, nobody will be able to stop Turkey. The United States doesn't anyway.
The collective NATO forces would be able to stop Turkey.
It would also mean major military expansion in Europe to replace those assets.
Russia could not stop Turkey. Russia can't even stop Ukraine, and Ukraine didn't even have a military.
Okay, so Turkey, they don't have a ground force that's effective. That's the issue.
They what?
They don't have a ground force that's effective.
Oh, so just take out their air force and they're fucked.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's like they could. The Turkish Air Force is good, and also like if I'd put like their ground forces, they're probably not that much worse than Russia's, but their artillery is also good.
Yeah. Okay.
So Russia, if they fought Turkey now, they would probably have an edge because they have so much artillery active experience. Turkey only really shells.
Yeah. Okay.
Kurds.
Yeah.
They don't actually get shelled back.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would be the thing, but air superiority would be, if Turkey went all out with air superiority, they might be able to clinch air superiority over Russia, which would be the big deal.
Yeah.
But eventually they would probably entrench into an artillery war that's similar to one in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
People just like literally thought I was justifying their actions. It's like, no, I don't justify America's actions.
Russia couldn't take them now, though. Russia's way too weak right now.
I'm being like semi-facetious when I say Ukraine had no army. Like, obviously there was people like an army. They pushed back the Russian advance. Granted, it was like mostly their logistical fuck-ups that allowed Ukraine to do that. But for all intents and purposes, Ukraine's military wasn't anything really that special. It's definitely like the on-the-ground experience from the war that has done most of the benefit for the Ukrainian military. And unfortunately, that has been a hard-fought information to get. And too many people have died. And honestly, it's probably America's fault. Like, Ukraine should have pushed back more of Russia by now, but America held it up. America and Europe. Everybody's to blame, really.
Either. That's it. Lying and being like, oh yeah, we're denazifying Ukraine. Okay, dude, sure. Like, claiming that there is an ancient claim to the lands that you are overtaking in Ukraine. It's like, it's America shit.
Rhetoric, and has gone on to bomb civilians and rip apart a country that was pursuing its own right within its region. It is a travesty and a moral failing, and it should be condemned. And yet that full-throated condemnation should not make us blind to the backstory that explains how we got here.
There's a difference between explaining a war and justifying it. What I'm doing is explaining the position and trying to get as much accuracy in the technical detail.
Just a note on the psychology of all of this. I find myself in this situation a lot. I explore borders and the history of borders a lot in my work, especially when I go to the actual place where a line on a map causes tension and conflict. I always feel a sense of two kinds of blame. The first kind is the easy one. It's who's to immediately blame for the conflict at the time. It's usually some leader who decided to invade, some regime that has decided to occupy. And yet when you look into it, there's always a deeper blame to be levied. In most of the places I go, that blame is historical.
Yes.
It's to be applied to the great powers that drew those lines in the first place, that created those identities that are now fighting each other. In the case of a lot of wars I go to, it's the British. And it's become this kind of meme in the...
Okay, to be fair, is almost always what's the age-old saying? It's like
fuck the
if you want to blame a country, if you want to blame one country for everything, you can blame England first, like the British first, and then America second. Fuck it, you can blame America on the English too.
No,
it's always the British.
Comments whenever
British, French
too.
Yep, British or French. Sometimes more recent times America.
I go to a former British colony, that this conflict looks like a civil war between two groups, but really, it's the British that's to blame. Even if the blame today is easier to be put on some greedy warlord. That's a weird thing to parse through, but I get that same feeling in this case. This history doesn't justify Putin's invasion, but it does force us to ponder how we could have taken another path, a path that would have prevented us.
Most common holiday in the world is Independence Day from the British. Oh my God, that's true.
From ending up in this outcome. And to me, what this story clearly tells us is that in the future, when we're thinking about peace, we have to remember that peace will never come unless
Spain?
the big powerful country puts down its sword and agrees to play by the rules that
live in a
everyone else
certain
has to
part
play
of the
by.
world.
No system of order.
What?
They said Spain if you live in a certain part of the world. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about the
The
Dutch, though, well, the Dutch also did a lot of things. What's interesting about the Dutch is later in life, the partners that they had, like the ethnic and native partners that they had in these trade, because Dutch were mainly interested in trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, so a lot of the partners that they had, like the Dutch would answer the phone when those people needed help against like whoever they were being like pushed against. So at least the Dutch did something to like mitigate, and the Dutch are so early that they really can't be blamed for like the disappearances of populations. But like the for example, here's a great one that the Dutch really caused. So the like North American beaver was almost driven to extinction because of the Dutch.
I knew you were going to say the Beaver War.
Because they gave people guns and bought furs. So the people then were like, hey, new thing to kill people with. Let me get beaver.
Give me beaver.
Mm-hmm. So like that, like all these things have effects. But Spain specifically is probably the worst colonial project, which is why it failed so hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's like France only failed because of Britain.
Yeah.
France tried integration with people like who were already here. Like that's how the French and Indian Wars start, is by France fighting along. Like they sent 3 French guys to fight with these tribes. I need to go to the toilet. First, you have to eat. Then you have to poop. This is a 2-minute video you sent me. Is this the whole playlist?
It's the playlist. That's the first of the videos. Did it not send the playlist with that?
I did. I'm just going to pull up something else.
Whatever. That works too. Because we're pretty much done with this video.
Yeah. I mean, we knew what it was going to be.
Yeah.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm going to believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell.
Literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein.
respect, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. With
Multiple
all due
commanders
respect,
until all these
Mr.
people
Bonnell,
signed-
to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell,
Let me read it.
Mr.
Let me read it. Let me read
Mr.
it. I
Borelli,
think you want to read one.
Let
him read. Absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Pirelli,
special intent
I'm
to be
going to
convicted
ask you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron.
Display on camera if you're comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books,
Pirelli,
okay?
I read the case around 4 times.
They just don't show genocidal
Mr. Pirelli,
intent.
brace yourself.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Pirelli,
8th of October war.
Mr. Bennell,
What, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
He made you into an Italian all the time.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bennell.
meaningless to everyone in the region.
Mr. Bennell.
Who owned the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject.
The actual
Destiny
alternative.
should talk about making money off
your
of
media blitz.
idiocy. Listen to this.
The only option is
Mr.
combat.
Bennell is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
Where it was a good
We
faith
have
effort.
a written record.
With all due respect.
We have a written
Mr.
record,
Pop
Mr.
Historian,
Burrell.
you can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring
Excuse
to it, okay?
me? I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quote
I
from
don't
all of
cherry
them,
pick.
okay? That's
Hey, at
great.
least,
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at
Yeah.
least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you have
and
is
I can,
Wikipedia.
Do you want me, I gave you quotes.
All you
I can
have
give
is
you quotes. Do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes? They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
what do you
Mr.
think those
Bennell,
quotes were about?
you talk
You're not going to
so-
respond
you
to
talk
anything
so-
I'm saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Bennell.
If you're a historian, if you do all this work, you did the things, tell me what they said. Don't just tell me a sentence. Tell me by what
Mr.
metric.
Bennell.
Because they were
Mr.
fake, or
Burrell,
that maybe
Mr. Burrell,
51% of the
Mr.
people were
Burrell.
killed.
It appears that.
Shut up, Emma. We have other things to watch.
I'm not giving up. John, you okay? Yeah.
Hi there, everybody. Welcome to the Hot Wings program. I'm your host on YouTube. I want to introduce to the most beautiful, famous young men with me right now. It's Sean and Marley. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're here to have
These guys are just
chicken
regular
wings
Australians.
and some very spicy sauce. And I'll give them questions.
That's perfect.
I will pick up the one.
One.
Jeez.
No difference between them and Jack, I know.
Wow.
Well, Jack is the guy on the left who can actually read.
What is your favorite movie?
My favorite movie, I like Spider-Man.
Sean, how about you?
Usually actually,
Which Spider-Man?
usually Shrek 2.
Shrek 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based.
That's cool. My favorite movie.
Based. Most based answer that could ever be given. That was fucking awesome. I'm so happy he said Shrek 2.
Boys, it have to be the most beautiful film of all. It have to be The Phantom.
Wow.
Oh wow. With Billy Zane.
What the bro? Okay.
The guy-
Kick this guy off the program. The Phantom? What? He likes the purple suit? You better not be saying good pick about Phantom. Hot take, Shrek is only liked because of the memes? What are you talking about? Shrek is fucking hilarious, okay? I like the first one more. Okay. Shrek is not mild. Okay, what we have to understand is the culture at the time. Okay? Everything was garbage. It was before Pixar had really picked up steam. Like A Bug's Life was out and DreamWorks was just shitty Pixar. So Shrek is just above everything else released in that era when it comes to 3D animation. Like, what is there to compete with Shrek at the time? Emperor's New Groove is before Shrek, but is a good movie. Do we have an age minimum? No, I just mean 3D animated movies at the time of Shrek that are better than Shrek.
Who dressed very tight purple outfit on.
I was about to say, I bet it's. I don't know if I said it out loud, but in my head, I was going to make the joke. He likes it because he has purple spandex.
Wolf at a dog. Their name is some name. And a white horse.
Yeah. He does. Favorite movie doesn't even know the name of the wolf. This is like saying your name. Saying your favorite movie is League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Which, ironically, I'm sure only someone with Down syndrome would say.
Beautiful love interest. We've done number one. Now we're going to move on to number two. Ooh. The chicken one. What's the next question? Well, I will give you the next question if we have a very first bite of the number two chicken, and then I'll give you the number two question. Yeah, okay. How's that sound? Do it? Do it. Cheers. Cheers, piggies. Cheers. Yum. What's your most fun thing to do? My favourite things, I love cigarettes. Yeah? I love cigarettes, always I love.
Yeah, okay. Legos are great.
What about you, Tom?
Yes. Here is cards to two. Do you like cards?
My favourite thing to do.
Yeah.
Leave us out of your weird hobby! Just do some art and have a dance.
What did he even say?
Okay.
What about you, Tom? Yes. Here is cards to two. Do you like cards?
My favourite thing to do.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to believe the subtitles there? I think he's saying race car. But they put the subtitles on.
I like my suitcase.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like as soon as we get over like shaming people, we can start embracing how funny people with Down syndrome actually are. Not because they have Down syndrome and a disability, but because they just like genuinely just want people to laugh. So they focus really hard on making people laugh. Like, you think these guys like aren't aware enough to understand like what they're doing here? Like, they know that people laugh and they think they're funny. You know?
Is just do some art and have a dance. Because I'm a very good dancer. I think number three, chicken. When you eat the first bite of that, I'll give you the third question. Yeah, how's that sound? That's a good idea. Yeah, me too. Bring on the chili. Have some.
Sean's so funny to me because like he's like if you've worked with kids with disabilities long enough, like there's like certain things you can like just detect with him, right? And that's why it's great that they gave the musical cue, because like Sean is like very nonverbal. But like what's interesting is like when you have like multiple kids with Down syndrome, like they'll like talk to each other and have a conversation, and they'll all be following along with what each other's saying, but I won't have a fucking clue. So it's like they got like this R2D2 C3PO dynamic together, you know? Like I think that's what makes them such a good team.
Everybody ready for the third chicken?
I'm ready.
I know Sean's getting ready.
Yeah, it's that way.
Third chicken.
Cheese.
Cheese, biggies. Yum. Love that.
It's like Jack never left.
Who is the funniest person you know?
You guys better say each other, because it's fucking. There's no way. There's no way that each of them is not the funniest person. Yeah, like it depends. Like, well, what was that? What? But like, it really like it depends on like the like level, but like some of these kids, like it's like they don't feel anything. Like they don't react to it. It's doesn't mean they aren't still feeling it, you know?
Sean.
Yes.
Sean. Okay.
Damn right.
Me. You're the very kind, you know. Yeah, the kind of guy, you know.
Couple of person that I know is very funny.
Wow. See, he didn't say his buddy. Wow. Read the room, Sean.
Me. I know he's my father, but he's my...
See, the thing is for me, I'm not hearing that type of thing because I'm genuinely trying to listen to what they're saying. So I might hear it the same.
He's one of the persons in my family who gave me lots of dad jokes.
Yeah.
And he said that's the funniest thing ever to have to listen to that.
You know, my family jokes too.
Wow. I can feel the heat coming through.
It sounded like he was saying wow to him, like a nonchalant, I don't care about your family making jokes. But he was just saying, my mouth is hot. It's great.
I'm not. I know you're not, but I'm not either. I just getting warmed up. What about another big chunky bite of a number 4 chicken wing?
You want to try one?
You ready?
Yes, yeah, try it.
It's funny because he never stopped eating the wings. Like we're actually waiting for him to finish the wings before we move on to the next wing. He's eating all of them. Bro, no fun.
Cheese?
Yes, he did famously pick up a piping hot piece of chicken and not feel a thing. But that's the thing is, it's like they won't react. That doesn't mean that they're not being burned, though. You know, they just like don't react to it sometimes.
Cheers. From across the table.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite singer?
My favorite singer, I like Justin Derulo.
Oh, Justin Derulo.
Yeah.
That's cool. What about you, Sean?
What do you like? I like, this is Ray Organ and rock.
Okay.
Singers.
We love rock music.
Okay, boys. Number 5.
Epic.
Let's eat number 5 chicken wings. You ready?
You ready for it?
Sean, you ready? Number 5?
Yes.
I'm not. No. Cheese.
Cheese biggies. What's your favorite food?
Ooh. My favorite food. Chicken.
What's your favorite food, Sean?
Usu's favorite food is Yes.
My favorite food for me is between nachos, burgers, and hot chips.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful food. Getting too hot for you, Chef?
No. I don't feel it. I'm fine.
It's really hot.
Don't eat it.
Okay. No.
That's what it's like, bro. You don't have to keep eating it. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but it's also like, it also like depends. Cause like I've had kids that were like super sensitive as well.
Stop eat it.
Just eat it,
Stop
eat it, just eat it. You okay, Sean?
Yeah, right.
He's ready for eating number 6.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a time, no. It's hot.
It is hot. That is correct.
Number 6. Sabine, okay? That's hot, I know.
Okay. One thing I need to know, number 6 is who is better at cooking, Sean or Marley?
Me.
You.
And me.
You?
Yeah.
Well, I am to cook too. I did cook a trial bit with my support worker. I cook really good meals. Something nice. Wow.
Bro, he is determined to finish every single wing.
I know, getting hot and hotter. Woohoo! I'm not giving up. I'm not John, you okay?
Yeah.
This for you, Dad. Love it.
I know, right? I think he's finishing the other kids' wings too. I shouldn't say kids; they are adults. Dude's got a beard.
It's the best day of my life.
Okay, Marley. I know you're happy.
I am. I'm a joker.
Okay, Joker, guess what? Number 7's coming up. Woo! Is Sean okay?
No.
No.
I'm not feeling the heat.
I know you haven't. I haven't either.
Who's gonna be next?
Don't you start with me.
format. Somebody else should do this.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We just had a very short minute break from our beautiful guest over here named Sean.
Yeah.
He got a spicy headache before. So now we're back. Now we're going to down to 1, 2, 3, 4 chicken wings down to the last one. And do a bit more questions to them, and that's it. Welcome back.
Alright, that's right.
Woo! Number 7 chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, so drop the chicken.
I feel nothing in my tummy.
Who would win in a fight, Sean or Marley?
Just me. Just me. Just
No. Only me. I fought it. I punched him right in the face to make it bleed.
No, the fight, either my lucky dies, the Uzi like dogs.
No, actually, I do boxing.
Yeah, the boxing, the crying, the team, the exercise, the everything, you laugh. The young boys who's on about it.
I do boxing a lot. Because my uncle Brett, said my uncle Brett.
Yeah.
He do boxing. He do. He teach me a lot. He
Shout
teach
out,
me
Brett.
heaps.
Bro, imagine being his uncle and just punching him in the face. Is he speaking a different language? Well, first they're Australian.
I understand
That's
them
starters.
perfectly.
You understand Marley or Sheen? I love.
Sheen?
I don't know the third guy's name. Oh, Digby is his name. So like, I don't know where he came from. If he had his own channel, but he's like legitimately got the natural host talent. You know, like he's legitimately like very good. And it's like, it's so funny that they brought someone else in to wrangle these two.
Yeah.
Oh, why?
He tried anything. I love my uncle.
Oh yeah?
Wow. He do boxing. Sorry.
And okay, everybody, ready for number 8?
Yeah.
Hey! Go, son. I want to see you try it.
What's your 8, sir?
What do you think, son?
Yeah.
Do you like being famous?
I love becoming famous, like get down to money, to our business, and it's very good though.
Oh, that's good.
Bro.
I'm not feeling the heat. I'm not feeling the heat.
Well, let's see you eat number 8.
It's still far away. I'm gonna try one. You ready?
Ready to eat number 8? Go right ahead. Hey, Sean, do you like to be
I think
famous?
he's feeling the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Okay.
Done for. I bet he touched his eyes.
Well, the other, like, Marley had already gotten up, or Sean had already got up, and they waited for him to be good to come back. Wow, this format's great.
Wow, look at my eyes. It's so red over. Oh. Well, you know what, mister? I already tell you about 8 already, so I got like number 9 and number 10. Yeah. I got 2 things to ask you already. Alright?
Yeah. I don't feel here. I don't feel nothing.
I know you don't. You got like hot blood in your body, have you?
Yes, I am.
And of course you do.
You know, I love hot stuff.
Really?
I don't try before like hot.
Number 9 question is, what makes you really mad?
Very mad?
Yeah, M-A-D, mad.
I feel mad because I do swear a lot. I punch a lot.
the fucking his face with the dramatic zoom in.
I do swear a lot. I punch a lot. I'm so angry. I'm Hulk.
What did he say?
Yeah. I'm so angry. I'm Hulk.
No, what did the other one say?
Just yeah.
I'm Hulk.
Oh.
Yeah.
He just made noise.
That wasn't an answer. What made you angry?
I'm very mad. I keep going. I'm gonna smack this.
Molly, me and your friend here are out of it.
Oh, really?
No, me and you are out of eating no more spicy chicken.
Oh yes, you do.
You and me are out of eating no more spicy hot.
Okay,
Number 10, I'm out here.
I'm just saying that you and me, Sean, we're not eating no more chicken. It's only Marley left.
Oh mate.
Only Marley can eat the chicken.
Number 10, I am out here.
Okay, fine.
I'm out. You ready? I'm gonna give a cheese all of you, obviously.
So, what chicken are you eating now?
Number 10.
Okay. What is your favorite animal?
I love horse.
Horse. What's your favorite animal?
Oh yeah. You do the wolf. You do the dog.
I'm out.
Even Lonnie, liking. Yeah.
I'm
liking like TV. You four. Yeah. You like a lion.
I'm out.
You can. You about face.
I'm out. Yep.
Yeah.
This is chaos.
Even. Even the monkey.
This is chaos.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you for loving the question I gave to these boys. Yes, we eat the chicken and the chili and blow our eyes and minds, blow our heads off. So, yeah.
Oh my god.
Come on, say something.
I actually, I feel something in my guts, actually. Don't try it at home, just don't. That is hot and spicy, don't eat it. Don't have spicy stuff.
Yes.
I want to do it. I just say I hate hot stuff.
You the me, you the soft, you the way is that you the both stuff box.
No, I'm not. I'm not, son. I'm not. I just say I am not tried this before. I hate it.
That was a thing.
Rebel soldiers and some civilians fire into the air in celebration. Damascus, the Syrian capital, that had been ruled by the Assad family, commonly known in Arabic as the regime, is now in their control. What this control will mean for residents and businesses is not yet clear,
dangerous. There's so many
and the city was
bullets.
under curfew for 13 hours until Monday morning. But rebel soldiers say, for now, they are celebrating a new regime.
By God's will, Damascus will remain with the people, with freedom, with new leadership, with new government, with a new regime of freedom, a regime of patriotism, a regime of love, compassion and mercy.
The palace of Bashar al-Assad, who was the president of Syria for 24 years until he fled to Russia over the weekend, has been ransacked. But much of the rest of the city remains untouched. Video believed to be of freed prisoners in Syria circulates online. Syrian prisons, known for the cruelest forms of torture, will long be one of the most brutal memories of Assad's rule. Locals, not giving their names, say they hope that this cruelty is now a thing of the past.
I never dreamed that I would be here. I thank God for this moment, for the dignity and honor that has been lost for years. May God honor efforts of the youth, the men who returned our honor and dignity.
In a less than 2-week-long offensive, rebel forces took over Syria and the government collapsed on Sunday after nearly 14 years of war, 500,000 civilian deaths, and the world's largest refugee crisis. And while many people are celebrating in Syria and around the world, analysts say that the rebel victory will mean a massive power restructuring in the Middle East and warn about the potential of chaos in Syria as a transitional government establishes its rule. Heather Murdoch in Istanbul with Muawiyah Atrash in Damascus, Syria, VOA News.
Crash.
In this market in central Damascus, shops have reopened, and it appears to be business as usual, despite the dramatic collapse of the government.
Oh, you're talking about why you like.
But people
Sean
here
and
say they are
Marley's
still
show.
deeply afraid. Last night and the
That's
night
the
before.
thing, though, like, but even still, like, there's a whole team there. There's a crew. You know, it's hard to say like how much, because like, how much influence does the crew have over them? You know, like you'd say, oh, they agreed to everything, but you know, that's libertarian land. You know, like. You know, you would hope that everyone on the crew truly has well-being in mind more than, oh, this is going to do numbers. We're going to make money.
You would hope so.
Watch them end up selling their show. And they're like, hey, we can make a lot of money if we sell the show.
Instantly loses value because they don't do it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like people who aren't invested in them don't do it anymore. Yeah. That's why the quality drops.
Israeli bombs pounded military targets all over this country. Besides bombs, they say, it is also not
but like
clear
in
if
that
the
you
war
heard
is
the
over or
producer
not.
It seemed like Marley didn't want to go back and finish. He didn't want to say anything. They said, come on, say something, and then he finally was like did his little speech at the end. So like that in So I assume that most of the things that they do, they just get no prompt.
Maybe.
You know, and that I mean that's why they put the mediator there. Which is like, you know, I don't know who Digby is probably better than Theo Von, you know?
I don't know about that.
It's just a joke.
We're told the rebel victory over the Syrian government could usher in a new era of peace, or it could also be another phase of the war. On the roads outside of Damascus, we see abandoned government checkpoints and military vehicles. Uniforms worn by government soldiers lie in the streets with stray bullets and other abandoned equipment. In the market, we are told one thing that has changed dramatically in recent days is their ability to speak freely without fear of retribution from the government.
Uh-oh, ISIS!
One man told us that he believes that if he said
Voice of
anything
America
negative
platforming
about
ISIS.
the former government to foreign journalists,
There's somebody who's taken the image saying, "Look at Voice of America promoting ISIS." There's somebody out there who's done it. With
I guarantee it.
Bro, dresses. What crazy?
Although this
I
only
can't
has
believe ISIS would allow dresses.
this only has 300 views, so maybe not.
There will be.
that he would simply disappear and never see his family again. Reporting from Damascus, Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
The weekend, citizens now waking up to their first day not under the control of the Assad regime, but still a lot of questions remain over what the future for this country is. CBS News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley joins us now. And Courtney, the leader responsible for toppling the Assad regime has ties to a U.S. designated terror group and has a $10 million bounty on his head. What are the concerns here?
Well, the concerns are that he went to Iraq and he allied himself with al-Baghdadi, who became the head of ISIS. Then he came to Syria and was head of something called the Jabhat al-Nusra. But he has denounced any affiliation with al-Qaeda.
I mean,
he is offering up very moderate statements, actually.
Because that's definitely, if you can bet against the drug market.
He is actually saying right now, which is really important, among many official statements, that women will not be forced. No one shall force women to wear hijab, the Muslim head covering, or interfere in that dress. That is a symbol of a kind of Islamic fundamentalism that has been imposed on women. We saw that when the Taliban came in to Afghanistan as the U.S. was withdrawing. So this kind of statement is not only symbolic to women, but it's also, it really is, sort of metaphorically speaking, of
like, that's like, check the homies in Syria, guys. What are you talking about? The fucking Discordy?
people shall be free. That's what he's saying right now. The big question is,
or
how
the
will
LA
this
guys.
government
I mean,
be
I responded
reformed?
to
How
it.
will civil society restart? And right now, what I'm hearing from Damascus.
What happened?
Nothing. There's just this video. It's old video of these LA guys fighting for Assad.
Okay.
Like gangsters.
Mm.
Right. And I just like I said, it's a fucking drug war, bro. Like Assad's side is about upholding a drug empire.
But, somebody told me
anyway,
with her
like even with the condition that Syria is in, like this whole we're gonna send you back to the Stone Age, like when it's this idea that when Rome collapsed, society collapsed, you know.
Mm.
Put it on streams. I don't think I want to put it, you know, because it's old enough that they might not like it because they're gonna think we're promoting militants and shit. But modernism, right? Syria is a modern country. It's like Egypt is a modern country, you know, like they said, like the one guy who took over before Sisi took over, he was kind of like Muslim Brotherhood hijacked the revolution, basically.
Yeah,
which is what happened in Syria as well, but they didn't get a person in power like they did in Egypt.
Mm.
And so Muslim Brotherhood has been this whole narrative by like a lot of Arabs, and for being against the Arab Spring.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So it's like, oh, you want to support democracy in the Arab Spring in the Middle East? This is why we don't support the Syrian rebels. You want Muslim Brotherhood. Like, that's what's going to happen. Look what happened in Egypt. Like, Muslim Brotherhood is going to hijack it and take advantage of the revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Or the leader could just step aside and like uphold the democratic process instead of this whole like ousting that needs to happen violently. But it would be wild for Egypt to do a fucking mandatory law like that. It would be wild for Lebanon to do it too. And like Lebanon, even like Hezbollah areas, right? That said, there might be certain neighborhoods in any of these countries where if you're a woman and your head's not covered, someone's going to fucking say something about it.
Yeah, probably.
You know, there's going to be those certain streets, you know, where it happens. Not every day or anything like that, but you know, modern doesn't necessarily mean rich. No, I mean like the culture development has to do a lot with it as well. Like it's very hard. That's why genocide is so silly. It's very hard to erase culture. I mean, look at Korea, you know? Like they still have like ancient Korean culture intertwined into their society. Japan has the whole like Bushido culture intertwined in their society, but nobody actually tried to culturally erase Japan. That was more of a Japan thing to other people. You know, like China thinking that thus like they can just get Tibetan Buddhism and control it. The Cultural Revolution. That's what it was about. That's why it's silly. Destroying culture and shit. Like, good luck.
Family in Damascus, everyone, it's trauma 101. They are just getting used to the idea of this lightning strike offensive, the fall of Assad, the elation, the fear, everything is happening all at once. And right now they're just trying to get food.
It has to do with remoteness, you know? Like Afghanistan is so mountainous and remote that there's not a lot of exposure. You need like exposure to like not want to kill women, I guess. Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't help India. From killing women. No, but like, I mean, you look at anywhere where there's like people who live up in the mountains and stuff, they're going to be like, I guess you would say less liberal. That's why, like, the whole thing where I say like people justify violence against the Yazidis because they did an honor killing once. No, it's like Eisengold is saying they're culturally inferior. Like, no, that's not what we're saying. Like, that is a bad take.
Food and gas, and respecting the stay-at-home edict. It's not an official curfew, but they are staying home.
Modern culture is a broad-line label.
And Courtney, the White House is responding to all this. President gave his remarks on this yesterday. Can you walk us through what he said?
Absolutely. The big words that came out of President Biden's mouth were, which everybody feels, at long last. I mean, this is more than 50 years of often sadistic rule by a family that had an ironclad hold on a nation. At one point before the war, before exile people and refugees, was about 25 million people. And this Alawite sect just demonized their own population. And it was with Hafez.
I didn't know what cyberpunk necessarily was at the time because I was born in 91. So I'm a little bit after that wave of the 90s cyberpunk. But like, you know, like a Terminator. I didn't know that's what cyberpunk was though, you know.
And it was with Bashar, and now Syrians have a chance to be free. But President Biden talked about the UN taking the lead. He did not say the U.S. would. He talked about the U.S. would work with their allies. The U.S. is going to have to work with Turkey, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and the Kurds. So not to get too deep in the weeds there, but there are a lot of players and a lot of geopolitical implications here that he acknowledged.
Yeah, a lot can happen here in the coming weeks.
Right?
I want to talk to you, though, about Austin Tice, the American journalist and former U.S. Marine who was captured in Syria more than 12 years ago. The U.S. says finding him is a top priority now that the Assad regime has fallen. Will it be easier to get him now?
Well, people can move in and search for him in a way that they haven't before, and we are just waiting. You saw the Hama prisoners being released, some that had been held since the 80s. One man didn't know his name, and he was Lebanese, and he had been held there. And the Hama massacre happened in the 80s. We saw the Sidnaya prisoners come out. I had actually interviewed several years ago many women that had escaped Assad's torture chambers, and we're looking to see, as these prisoners are released, as family members, as you said, lined up to find them. They're also digging deep into cells. So it's a question of, where is Austin Tice? Is there any intelligence on it? Who has eyes on the ground? Could he reappear?
Who?
Now, his family has spoken to multiple administrations, making sure that this is a top priority. And
long queues form at a Damascus bakery on Wednesday, one of many signs of Syria's critical economic
bread lines, literal bread lines.
The interim Prime Minister Mohammed al-Bashir said he wanted to bring back millions of Syrian refugees and provide basic services.
Those Syrian refugees coming, there's already people who have come back.
Syria's coffers contain,
and they're going to make immediate cash injections. You know, that's
good.
Like Alan, was saying that like how bad it's going to be for so many of these European countries that like all this workforce is leaving.
Yeah, we were talking about it,
right? I was saying. Yeah, but there's going to be like major cash injections to their currency, and like Syria's economy is going to explode. It's going to boom, and then probably fall again really hard and have a really big crash, and then go up and stabilize. That's my prediction. I'm not an economist though.
I would probably expect something around the same, honestly. There's no way that it's going to stabilize straight away. People are going to get.
I think it's going to boom though.
A bit excited, yeah.
There's going to be major cash injections. But those major cash injections, see, the thing is like the major cash injections, just the supply and demand nature of economics, right? So like the major cash injections, they're gonna come faster than the prices are gonna lower or rise, right? So like the foreign cash is going to be worth so much for goods in Syria. So, while the Syrian dollar will then be rising, and like the cost of goods will be really, really cheap because it's like all these foreign currency dollars that's buying it. It's going to go extra long, those dollars, right? Which is going to lead to like a shortage of like those goods and profits.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna basically buy too much, you know, that the supply side is gonna fall.
Yes.
And there's gonna be an unbalance to the supply and demand economics, and that's what I think will cause a crash.
Okay.
And then it will stabilize.
It's an interesting theory. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It's only one way to
Not
know.
an economist.
No.
Worth barely anything, Bashir told Italian newspaper Il Corriere della Sera. Bashir ran a rebel-led government in a tiny pocket of northwestern Syria before the 12-day rebel offensive toppled President Bashar al-Assad.
Al-Qaeda flag.
Banks have reopened, as have shops, and there are fewer armed men about. But rebuilding Syria will be a colossal task, following a civil war that killed hundreds of thousands of people. Abu Abed Nasruddin is a merchant in Damascus.
Another big thing is very good, but so do you know about this? I think this is kind of fucked up, but I understand it. Do you know that the U.S. banned any construction company from working in Syria?
I believe I did, yes.
So like we couldn't have rebuilt anything in Syria while Assad was in power. So there's going to be a huge construction boom.
Yes.
So even, I mean, Russia, China, the U.S., they'll probably all benefit from this construction boom, and so will Syria. But you know, we'll have to see. That can get fucked up. You know,
we'll see what happens.
Damascus stock, and that's another thing. Those sanctions leaving are going to be huge for their economy too.
Yeah.
The problem we are facing is the currency we deal with.
Problem is currency, not the money.
All of those coming here from Idlib region, Aleppo and their outskirts brought Turkish lira or dollars with them, but we don't know how to exchange them, so work has become very slow.
International sanctions on the Assad regime have also gutted the economy. Two senior US congressmen, a Republican and a Democrat, wrote a letter calling for Washington to suspend some sanctions on Syria. The most punishing ones are up for renewal this month, and the former rebels have told Reuters they are in touch with Washington about potentially easing them. Bassel Hamwi, head of the Damascus Chambers of Commerce, told Reuters the new government has told business leaders it will adopt a free market model after decades of state control. And in
communist coping.
The dramatic end of the Assad family's half-century's rule over Syria.
What other model is there?
Yeah, what else are they going to go with that would work?
And also, free market means a lot of different things.
Yes.
It doesn't actually mean
major
anything.
shift in the region's balance of power, with Turkey standing.
It just means the government's going to step back from the market.
Why are they having a gay pride parade?
Again, as a major backer of some of the rebels who ousted Bashar al-Assad.
Turkey also emerges as a clear winner.
Wow, those
is definitely
sure look way better than the cities
Russia
I saw.
Pushed aside.
I wonder what
While
the difference
the Turkish-backed rebel group, the Syrian National Army, formerly known as the Free Syrian Army, played a role in the overthrow of Assad, it was the radical Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HDS, that led the offensive, and that analysts say will cause unease in Ankara over Syria's future.
My fear is Turkey lost.
How do we feel about the word radical Islamist? Right, because Islamist, they technically like Islam. Do you know what Islamist means?
Not necessarily.
An Islamist is somebody who has no separation between church and state. That's their philosophy.
Oh, okay.
Right, so it doesn't necessarily mean extreme.
Sure,
but I just think we should call them a jihadi group.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, radical Islamists can still be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so can jihadis too. It's just, I don't know.
Getting into
but you know, Tulsi, she calls them radical Islamist jihadis.
Yes.
Okay. If this thing is like two of those words and two of those words basically mean the same thing. There is no unradical jihadist.
Yeah.
Mostly controlled. This is the problem. Turkey cannot control because there is not only Free Syrian Army, there are many other radical groups, and who is somehow stopping them? Turkey cannot.
But it's not accurate because they're not Islamists.
Turkey for years.
They've said that they're going to have a secular government. That's not Islamist.
Has provided support and protection to the Idlib region, where the HTS was based. And analysts suggest Ankara could retain significant influence if the recent statements by the HTS leadership calling for an inclusive Syria government are honoured.
If pragmatism prevails, that's perhaps where Turkey and Ankara may come in.
Gets it.
And also, Ankara definitely will be viewed as a positive outside contributor by these new Syrian rulers, because of the fact that we here in Turkey are host to over 5 million Syrians, and that also Turkey helped protect Idlib.
Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, addressing an international conference in Doha Sunday, pledged that Turkey is committed to helping secure a politically inclusive new Syria. A stable Syria is also key to Ankara's goal of sending home millions of Syrian refugees now living in Turkey, as public resentment over their presence grows. Analysts say Turkey's strengthened position inside its own borders makes Ankara an even more important broker
in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, so people are going to trade with Turkish lira instead of the Syrian. Dollar. I think it's $1. Syrian dollar.
I don't know. It's up to you. You know more than me.
It's all dollars to me, bro.
Sure.
For the United States and the incoming Trump administration.
Trump administration would perhaps regard Turkey as a strategic asset, an important strategic partner to keep here, although they're not so much interested in alliances and partners. But they might push all this work on Turkey of negotiating with the HTS.
They will.
All signs point to Turkey appearing as a winner as Syrians celebrate the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad and the end of the police state that started more than 50 years ago with his father, Hafiz al-Assad. But the sudden demise of the regime underscores how quickly fortunes can change in the region, and the future
Israel.
of Syria and Turkey's role in it are today more uncertain than ever. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
Oh,
that's why also we were talking about Iraq needing to be a major player here.
Yeah.
Like Iraq also has like but the thing is Iraq is so tainted with fucking Iranian dick licking, in their government.
Yeah.
That I don't think they'll be that welcome.
It's likely.
Even though like Iran can't extend back into Syria. It would be like, like Sadr, I could see doing something, for example, like his party supporting whatever government comes. Which is funny because he technically fought for Assad. That was so much cooler than the Saddam statue, by the way. Everyone's like, how many statues does this dude have?
The more to pull down.
They're saying a lot like Barry. We told you they were at Al Qaeda.
Definitely the story they tried to tell you, right?
Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said Israel is concerned that some of Syria's weapons could fall into the hands of those who want to harm the Jewish state.
That's why we
the Jewish state.
Strategic weapon systems.
The reason why Israel,
for example, remain
and anti-Semitism fucking exist is because Israel refuses to disconnect Judaism from their state.
Yes. It would solve a lot of problems. But it would also make them not be able to use it as a crutch.
I'm very annoyed by them. They are annoying.
of chemical weapons.
The Jews, not the Israelis specifically. I want to be clear. This is actually anti-Semitism.
In order that they will not fall in the hands of extremists.
He spoke after Israeli troops took over a demilitarized buffer zone between Israel and Syria. Israel's prime minister said Israel will not allow any hostile force to establish itself on Israel's border. But overall, Israeli analysts say Israel sees the events in Syria as an internal issue for the Syrian people, and it hopes that rebel leader Abu Muhammad al-Golani can establish ties with Israel.
I do know for a fact
they said
that
it.
Israel has good
They said it right. They said it with the G.
Syria and the Kurds in Syria when they approached the Israeli government, they said that they would like to cooperate. So the Kurds. And now also the Druze in the Syrian Golan Heights are also sending all kinds of messages that are being very peaceful.
For decades, the boundary between Israel and Syria
the way
had
she
been
says
Israel's
Kurd, where did it say where she was from?
Why you reckon she's Kurdish?
Kurds. And now also the Druze in
way
the Syrian
she's
Golan
saying
Heights are also sending all kinds of messages that are being very peaceful.
For decades, the boundary between Israel
they would like in Syria and the Kurds in Syria when they approach.
Yeah, she says it like the Kurds say it, kind of.
Yeah, but that could also just be
used to hearing it properly.
Yeah, I mean, other people. I'm not familiar enough with other accents.
Yeah.
Who come from different language groups in the area, speaking calmly when they say the word Kurds. You understand?
Yes.
So because it might be just because they're not yelling that it sounds similar to
Yeah,
me.
maybe.
Very peaceful.
For decades, the boundary between Israel and Syria had been Israel's quietest border following an agreement after the 1973 Yom Kippur War. But some analysts say that the new situation could eventually lead to a peace treaty between Israel and Syria.
I'm trying to better understand if the people in Syria are maybe potentially ready to receive aid from Israel, maybe trade with Israel down the line. I think it's way too early for that. But I believe now, and this is where I disagree with half the people and agree with the other half. Israel is emerging as a regional superpower right now, at least militarily.
Israel is watching to see how Iran will react to the events in Syria. Israeli analysts believe Iran has been weakened by both Israel's rout of Hezbollah in South Lebanon and by the events in Syria. Some in Israel fear that Iran could try to reestablish deterrence by moving.
Ask America.
Kill everyone around you who can oppose you. That's how it works
too.
That's why they're an emerging superpower. Right? The Americans, technically everyone was dead in Europe, and then they're like, hey, here we are. You know, like the Soviet Union killed everyone around them and took control, and that's why they became like a major military power. China. You know, it's the Philosopher's Stone. It requires human blood. But you will be able to turn lead into gold.
Moving ahead with its nuclear program, which could spark an Israeli attack on Iran. Linda Gradstein, VOA News, Jerusalem.
Now, despite the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad's government, the UN is warning the conflict in Syria is not over. The UN Special Envoy for Syria is calling on Israel to stop airstrikes there, while Israeli leaders say the attacks are intended to keep extremist groups from accessing weapons or territory that could be
like the last opinions the Syrians care about. It's these fucking Iran stans who want to criticize the Syrian rebels for not attacking Israel. Right? They're like, who's the real ally? Like, this is why Assad deserves to be in power, because he's on the right side with Palestine. Like, this is an entire argument, right? So, Jelani has said that he is not against relations with Israel. Like, he didn't like say, hey, but that's also crazy to be like, no, we're definitely gonna kill Israel after this. That'd be really dumb to do. You know, that might make Israel bomb you a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe.
But also, if he does pursue this course, right, they are more likely to be a force that actually will put pressure on future governments in Israel. Like the Likud there's a factor of Likud being like purged, you know?
Yes.
Because the Likud isn't going to listen to anyone regardless. But with Turkey also like being a key player in the Syrian conflict, and they also like recently getting a little uppity with Israel, it might be able to levy more power in the region.
Yeah.
You know, could be a mediator in future peace. Imagine that Syria goes on to be the peacemaker state.
Can you imagine how good that would be?
They literally were in the like first Arab-Israeli war. It was Egypt and Syria. They used to be one country.
Used against Israel. Let's bring in foreign correspondent Marcus Moore, an ABC News contributor, former assistant of security at the Department of Homeland Security, Elizabeth Newman, for more. Marcus, what's the latest on these Israeli airstrikes in Syria?
Diane, the strikes have only continued overnight. There was a strike that took out Syria's a naval fleet there. Israel saying that they will continue to do this to make it safe for Israelis in the region. They've been targeting military sites and also seizing on the opportunity to take out other key sites where weapons are being stored. Again, they say to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. But as you mentioned, there has been a lot of pushback to this, not only from the UN envoy, but also from Hezbollah, by the way, in Lebanon, calling this a criminal act.
And Elizabeth, Russia and Iran were key allies to the Assad regime. So how big of a blow is this rebel takeover for them?
I mean, this is huge. If you look at how Iran was using Syria as a land bridge to get resources to Hezbollah.
Assad.
What about him?
He's fucking gone. Fuck that guy.
I want to see dumb people talk about Assad.
Yeah, we're getting it fine.
Welcome back to CBS.
Where's Hassan? His video was great.
What is going on in Syria and why are they advancing so fast? So let's start by saying that the situation in Syria is really fluid. But if you want to focus on the situation,
this has got to be. I just can't think that this is not accurate. Oh my god! No, you know what? He's gonna. I bet you he fucking does some PKK terrorist shit.
It's a good guess.
we have to focus on the four quadrants of the problem. Those quadrants are Assad, Russia, Iran, and Turkey. So when you think of Syria, it's best to think of these four corners, each of which is kind of pulling on Syria to try to gain influence. Now, this is a very high-level overview. I know I'm going to get the whole, well, what about? Just stop, all right? Detroit Lions are 12-1 right now. You're lucky Americans are even watching this YouTube video.
No, wait. Those are the four factions. Like, okay, remember when we literally were saying the conflict is easier now to understand than ever because there's only four factions involved?
Yeah.
Motherfucker put 2 factions on the screen and said, here's 4 factions. Russia's not a part of it. Neither is Iran. Like, it's Idlib, it's Turkey, it's the Kurds, and Assad. Only one of those players is dead.
So, high-level overview, guys, 30,000-foot view. Now, a couple of things. My background might look a little different right now. I'm in a hotel room in Dallas. I'm down in Texas helping the Aero Med Labs drone test facility.
Oh my God, we don't
care
about your fucking nerd shit.
In fact,
every time he's going to say, this is how great my life is. This is what I'm doing today.
So let's go to the first quadrant, which is Assad.
I have more experience every day.
For those of you who don't Kalam know Arabic, Assad means the lion or just lion. And Assad, his family, and most of the high-ranking military, police, and secret police in Syria are from... It's not exactly a tribe, but it's like this ethno-religious group called the Alawites. And this is like a branch of Shia Islam, although they kind of have their own thing going on, like they drink alcohol. If you compare Islam to Christianity, you know, the Sunnis would be like the Catholics. The Shia are like Protestants, and the Alawites are like Unitarian Universalists.
So the Shia are awful? Is what you're telling me?
No, it's just metaphorically, you know?
Right? Alawites draw from multiple traditions and emphasize their own interpretation of religious truths. So for like 30 years or so, Syria was run by this Alawite man, Hafez al-Assad.
That's the
his
Assad one
son,
that I like.
Basil al-Assad was kind of being groomed for leadership.
Immediately had
now
to
his younger
quit.
son, Bashar, was never really interested in politics. And eventually he studied to become a doctor. He did his national military service in Syria as an army doctor.
I heard London, this. I'm not sure if it was a joke, but they said he was going to go back to being a doctor.
Who?
Assad.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious.
And Bashar's father calls Bashar home to get him prepared to rule Syria. Bashar comes home and he does a couple of things. First, he takes over as the commander of the Syrian occupation of Lebanon. Second, he starts to wage like this anti-corruption campaign. And the people who are corrupt all just happen to be people who have enough power to oppose Bashar al-Assad for the presidency.
Wow, we didn't need to say that. We got it already.
By the way, Bashar al-Assad is also the guy who brought the internet to Syria. So, initially people thought, oh, this guy's going to be great.
He purges and masking it as corruption.
So Hafez Assad dies. And there's some legal trickery because technically Bashar wasn't old enough to become president.
To do this far back in 14 minutes is pretty impressive, though, I got to say.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't go this far back unless I have an hour. But then again... I I could condense the Syria thing into 14 minutes, but it would be a small slice.
Mm-hmm.
In their constitution to 34, which just happens to be Bashar al-Assad's age. He's elected in July of 2000, actually, with 97%
elected.
Of the vote. So the Syrian people think they have a reformer, so they start protesting, demanding more reforms, and Bashar al-Assad just starts throwing these dudes in jail. And we find out this geeky ophthalmologist is actually Dexter. Now, Arab Spring happens in 2011.
Okay.
And this was
why did you go that far back if you were
in the Arab world.
So remember how I said that there is a history of that would support Assad's paranoia. Like, not even these fucking idiots push it. Like, they don't even understand like Assad's like irrationality in the situation. But there was Muslim Brotherhood uprisings in the past in Syria. Right?
Okay.
And so like there's been this thing of the Muslim Brotherhood saying we're going to come back to Assad for a while. And the Muslim Brotherhood did make moves, right?
Yeah.
So like it's like Assad used helicopter gunships on like civilian protesters, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can understand a dictator being paranoid, but to use gunships on protesters is nuts.
It is pretty crazy.
Like if he just threw people in jail, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And look at the jail he was using. I'm talking internationally. Nobody would have given a shit. Look at China right now. Where's Jimmy Long?
And Assad put down his protests brutally. Some of his military officers actually defected and they became part of the opposition. If you ever hear of a faction called Free Syrian Army, that's basically them. It's basically former military officers and soldiers who wanted to fight against Assad. And right
That's
now,
the thing is like, you know, the people earlier, they were like the SNA, formerly the Free Syrian Army. That's incorrect. The Free Syrian Army is gone. One of the top commanders of the Free Syrian Army had cancer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was going to die anyway.
Interesting.
That was like before Russian interference.
Yeah.
Be quiet.
I don't know how accurate this map is, but I am making this on Saturday, December 7th, 2024. But as of right now, most of Assad's forces are in full collapse. And rebel forces are like yeeting themselves down the M5 highway. And ultimately, this highway has one destination. That's Damascus. Now, in the next quadrant, you have Russia. Russia has been a Syrian ally since the Cold War, and Russia
okay, so he's picking these factions because it's more of a history lesson than a current happening.
Okay.
I don't think honestly at this point, and I'm like I've been through it, you know. I don't know how much of the background you need. You know, it's like Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
You need to know Euromaidan happened. Then there's a Donbass war, and Russia invaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you don't really need to go in the logistics year by year in the war and like who's backing what faction over these things. Like
no, not really.
It doesn't matter anymore what happened in the Donbass. Overthrow Assad speedrun. That's the thing is like it actually went back to like it was really back right to where it was before Russia came in. Like it's literally, this was actually, ready for this? You know how they said Afghanistan was Russia's Vietnam?
Yeah.
This was Russia's second Afghanistan. Right? Just like we pulled out of Afghanistan, immediate collapse. Right? Like Russia had pulled out, they're pulling more and more Ukraine. Like we had a gradual drawdown over a year, right?
Yeah.
But then it was very clear shit was falling, and the U.S. even left early, had to come back around, right? Because they it's like, okay, we have to at least hold up the regime until the end date, and then they couldn't even do that.
No, they couldn't.
Immediately collapsed without the fucking support of those outside parties. North
You
Korea,
would think that they would set that up before dropping all of it, right? It's like, oh, maybe we should set up the institutes and shit and the actual systems to uphold the country after we're gone.
They did though. That's the thing that's the thing is like they really built the country back up for the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
It was completely destroyed before.
And then the
right?
Taliban
So that's the
takes over
question:
and
is
they
it
get it all.
Syria, if it gets rebuilt for 20 years, is it going to be destroyed again?
True.
This is one of the things that Lebanon suffered.
Yeah.
The constant cycle of destruction. So it's like, is Afghanistan out of that cycle of destruction? Probably not. Is Syria? Maybe.
Mm.
You know, Iraq has certainly been out of the cycle of destruction for a while now. You know, but Syria goes back into one. Iraq might go back into one.
Mm.
Trump is in office, doesn't give a shit. It falls onto like Turkey. Turkey is just going to expand their power because that's all Daesh is really going to do. It's going to allow Turkey to bulldoze into this territory that they want to expand into and take over. Israel as well.
Excellent.
Lebanon is fucked. Lebanon's going to be split in half by North and South while Trump goes, I didn't start any wars. And so didn't end them.
Targets in the Syrian city of Aleppo so that Assad's forces could take that city. And this was a very critical city because the M4 and M5 highways run right through that city. Now, Russia also has two main bases in Syria. It has a naval base and a logistical base at Tartus, and there's an air base at Basel al-Assad International Airport. So why are these bases important to Russia? Well, the naval base is basically Russia's only presence in the Mediterranean Sea. Without Syria, Russia is fresh out of friends in the region. So they need to maintain this naval base, although there are reports that they might be evacuating it.
That's what I was saying. It's like if he's doing a history lesson, it's so easy.
Yeah.
Assad in the bombing campaigns either against the rebels or against Daesh, which is often called ISIS. And Daesh appeared in like 2014 to take advantage of the power vacuum in Syria with the Syrian government fighting the rebels. That's when ISIS, or as I like to call them, Daesh, started building up and taking territory. Now again, I don't know how accurate this map is, but the rebels are about to cut Russia off from the rest of the country. Not that big of a problem with bombing, but it's a lot harder to evacuate citizens if you can't use charter buses.
Can you imagine?
Helicopters.
There is a word. I was about to say, can you imagine having a word that triggers Nazis like that? And I realized, it's the word Nazi. Right? It's literally the equivalent of that.
Yes.
When how salty they get. That's why I like calling people Daesh when they start saying bullshit about Yazidis.
It's funny.
You want to be packing up to transport back to Russia because you kind of need them. Now, know that this war in Syria is more of a headache for Russia than an advantage for Russia. It used to be an advantage. You know, back before the war in Ukraine, Syria could be used to farm XP for Russian pilots and special forces. Now that those aircraft
really
in Russia to fight the war in Ukraine,
no, really, like so this is something that I said. If you go back and look, I don't know what interview I said this on, but maybe even it was the Syrian one, like one of our first episodes. But I literally say that Russia's biggest mistake in Ukraine is all the weapons they've been testing have been on civilians. They're fighting an army.
Yeah, no, it was the one with Alan recently.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I explicitly remember.
I'm pretty sure I said that a long time ago.
No, I'm almost certain it was that episode. I remember you saying that, or it was on stream sometime.
Yeah, because like General Armageddon, right? Like, but that's the thing is like that's the point with Russia. Russia's always seen it as just hold them in the field on an artillery line and terrorize civilians. Right? Do you know what Assad's strategy was called?
No idea.
It was like basically like siege or starve, I think.
Excellent.
That's what it's, right? Or no, surrender or starve. It was
Very
a
cool.
Siege and tactics, and he'd say surrender or starve. Right? That's the tactics these people use. They're not fighting a military.
Yeah.
They think it's easier to fight the civilians instead of fighting a military.
Crazy.
No evidence it works. In fact, it might do the opposite of war wariness.
Russia start packing this stuff up and try to get as much stuff the heck out of Syria as they can before the rebels close in on their bases. Some stuff will get left behind, and we're going to get pictures that are similar to the U.S. pullout in Afghanistan.
What do you mean?
War is hard.
What do you mean bombing?
Now, next squadron,
bombing the preschool
Iran's
because they
main
saw
goal in
Ashleen in there.
First is that
they don't
it's a way for
justify it.
IRGC.
They say, "Hey, is that a preschool full of children? Let's kill them." This is the picture we picked for the IRGC. Like, you're making them look cool.
From XP fighting rebels or fighting Daesh. Second is that southern Syria provides a conduit for weapons to get to Hezbollah in northern Lebanon. The weapons go from Iran through militia-controlled Iraq, through Syria, into Lebanon, and then Hezbollah takes those weapons and they fire them at Israel. And note that Hezbollah has honest-to-God special forces operators that are fighting Daesh, or were fighting Daesh, in Syria, and they were farming XP for their fight against Israel. Now, also note that there are some reports that Iran is evacuating their personnel from Syria because they see the writing on the wall that Syria is going down. Finally, we have Turkey. Now, Prime Minister Erdogan is kind of like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. He's doing what's best for Turkey and kind of manipulating the system so that at the end of the conflict, Turkey is the major winner. A couple of reasons for that. There is this ethnic group called the Kurds, and they are basically a stateless people. And they live like in this crossroads of Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And if you didn't think the Arabs could hate anyone more than the Jews, the Kurds were like, hold my yogurt. In fact, like I think that many of the reasons the Arabs hate the Kurds so much is that after the state of Israel was formed, all the Jews who were living in the Arab world kind of left for Israel. And the Arab states were like, man, who can we hate now?
Oh my God, bro.
You know, like... And the Kurds were just an easy target. It probably didn't help that many of them wanted their own homeland.
You just made the Kurdish question into the Jewish question.
It kind of blows your mind here. Like, they just want to be recognized as human beings.
Actually,
right?
the reason they hate Kurds is because they're anti-Semitic in Israel.
Wow. It's impressive.
Kurds are a major U.S. ally, and the U.S. has been funding Kurdish rebel groups in Syria. But Turkey has occasionally dealt with Kurdish uprisings during its history, most recently the PKK, or Kurdish Workers' Party. So Turkey has funded groups like the Syrian National Army, which don't confuse with the Syrian Army, which is controlled by Assad, or the Free Syrian Army, which is composed of rebel secular officers. I know this really gets life of Brian here.
Judean People's Front. The People's Front of Judea.
But the Syrian National Army, which is supported by Turkey, they fought loyalist Assad forces and they fought Kurdish militia groups. So you have anti-Assad forces fighting other anti-Assad forces. Now, last week I put out an infographic that explained the major factions, and I mean I can't get to them all because there's
Tulsi
like 7
Gabbard
different
was
factions.
on there.
There's pro-Assad and anti-Assad. If you just kind of want to split it up into a main group, that's it: pro-Assad, anti-Assad. Pro-Assad is Russia, Iran, Hezbollah. Anti-Assad are the Kurdish forces, the Islamist forces, and the secular forces made up of remnants of the Syrian army who have defected to the rebels. If you really want a good explanation of that stuff, go to Preston Stewart's channel. He's fantastic with it. Just 2 weeks ago, Islamist anti-Assad forces took control of Aleppo.
The Task and Purpose second channel is probably the best Syria explainer I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, he does a really good job. And it's mostly done with like Google Maps and stuff. But like, I think there was very little that I could say that was like wrong, because like he legitimately did a lot of, like, it was during COVID, he had nothing better to do. So he really deep dived and learned everything he could about the conflict, and learned it from a perspective that was like very neutral to the situation.
Interesting.
And even like was able to articulate like the Assad position without doing the Christians are going to get massacred. They need to be rescued.
Yeah.
Now they're 84 miles from Damascus. And I can think of 3 reasons why this happened, or so quickly, or it might be a combination of all 3 reasons. The first reason is that Russia they might not have the money or the troops to prop up Bashar al-Assad anymore. The second reason is that the attack on Aleppo started after a ceasefire was signed between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah may have been attrited so much that they just don't have the forces they need to help prop up Bashar al-Assad to help fight Daesh, and they're kind of concentrating on licking their own wounds and regaining power. And the third thing, and I think this is actually most likely, it's that there's going to be a new president on January 20th. And there's always that chance that he's just going to stop aid to the Kurds like that. So I think it could be a situation where Turkey is kind of prodding
if they
these
stop aid
Islamist
to the
forces
Kurds,
to capture
that's
as much
going to be an
territory
interesting one.
from
Because
Palestine.
also, like, I don't think has Russia retreated from their positions
Not
that
sure.
are near Kobani and stuff.
Not
like,
sure.
Because I know that the fucking Turkish militias are like moving towards Kobani, but I'm not sure if you know this, but they fucking Turkey did literal airstrikes on Kobani. And artillery strikes on Kobani. And not only that, the hill that overlooks Kobani, that's like where the famous martyrdom happens. Like, it's before the YPG is even formed.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
and Erin, the girl who does the suicide bombing, where there's a lot of accounts of how it happened. The thing is, the witnesses, that's questionable. How many, like, who witnessed it? You know, there is no primary witness, unless Daesh wrote about it later.
Yeah.
But if you actually look into her and research her, she joined the PKK to get away from a forced marriage. And I believe she already had a kid, maybe. I'm not sure about that, but she definitely joined at 17. She definitely was a child soldier, technically, according to like what Turkey would frame as a child soldier, right? So she's literally the type of person we say is like the reason why this group exists is because they're offering like a chance for freedom to the women. Like, that's the whole thing. So she is on the hill, and you need this hill to control the town or the city, right? It's like you take it, you're able to siege the city. You hold, you're able to defend the city.
Yeah.
Like, the entire fight of Kobani really revolves around this hill.
Okay.
And so basically, she is like on a fixed position on the top of the hill, and I want to say ISIS has armor, like vehicles, you know, not necessarily a tank, but some type of armor. And so there's multiple accounts, but like what it seems like what she did is she had grenades.
Okay.
Right, and like maybe when they came over the hill, she detonated them. But she like had a ton. She was like just lobbing explosives at them, right? But then also, it's been said that she rolled underneath the armored vehicle and was able to destroy it with the explosives.
Okay, interesting.
Which, it's funny because you'll see stuff like, I think it's like Girls in the Sun. It's like a Kurdish French movie, like, and it's got the reporter with the one eye who died. I think they show in the trailer like somebody doing that to like a tank that's rolling or something. But like, people say that it's like anywhere from like 50 to 100 people she killed in this last stand. But what's most important about it is that the reason why she was holding that is because the other person who was retreating was injured. They like strapped to the leg or something.
Yeah.
So the rest of her squad retreats, and the person who takes shrapnel in the leg ends up being the general of the forces on the assault on Raqqa. So like, it's like kind of the Kurdish like conflict kind of starts and ends with Kobani. Like, when Daesh took Kobani, the person who had winning the war is there. Like, it's such an interesting story, and the fact that like nobody has actually went and like made it into like, you know, a cool fiction story that's also like borrowing from slice of life of reality. Like, it has everything. You know, it's woke. It's got cool girls killing bad men.
Yeah.
Assad forces as possible, so that if the weapons to the Kurdish forces are cut off, they'll actually be in a better place to stop fighting Assad, turn north, and start fighting the Kurds. At this point, supposedly Bashar al-Assad's family has evacuated and fled to Russia. From what I know, Assad is still in Syria. Unless there's some miracle, the days are numbered for this dude. Now, the State Department estimates Assad's personal fortune to be between $1 and $2 billion.
And now it doesn't matter.
Honestly, I don't know why that dude isn't on a tropical island somewhere making P. Diddy look like he was Amish, right? So that's what I would do. I would sit on an island and just make fun of Johnny Harris for the rest of my life. But Assad will probably leave the country soon because if he doesn't, he's going to end up like Gaddafi. Now, people have asked me who should I root for? Root for the civilians. Root for the displaced, so perhaps they can come back home. Ultimately, it's the civilians that always suffer in conflicts like this. So keep the civilians in mind. That's who you should be rooting for, the civilians. And hey, if you want to support the channel, grab the Win Machine from Amazon. It's a story about a hedge fund manager whose AI super...
Today, Syria's new prime minister called...
You want this one, or you want stupid still?
Oh, I sent you the stupid one, but real quick, this is the... Right? So, here's the hill outside the city.
Mm-hmm.
That we're talking about. Here's a close-up of the city.
Yeah.
And here's the hill back here.
Mm-hmm.
So it just overlooks the city. So because they have this hill, both these advances get covered because this is all flat.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get a good image of it, see if I can go on Google Maps and get on top of that hill to see elevation. I don't know why it won't search this.
Are you switching? What are you doing?
I'm just trying to search it on Google Maps real quick to see if I can get it to come up. But it was just not. I'm trying to... I type in the hill and it just auto completes. It takes me to just Kobani. No, the hill outside of it, bro. I'll zoom into it myself. Layers.
Are you screen sharing?
I'm trying to see if I can even see the elevation first.
Okay.
That's all. Okay, because if I can't, I'm just going to go to pictures of it, and I can't. Okay, so. Right.
Yeah, okay.
It overlooks the entire city.
Mm-hmm.
That's how flat it is.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. It's a pretty defensible position.
Yeah, so bombing that specifically is big deal.
Yes. Because that's where the stand happened.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's where you have to. That's so when they get pushed back, it takes that long. It takes starts in November, ends in February, I think, but it's the first time that Obama finally gives them air support because they were backing up against the wall in Turkey.
Yeah.
It was he should have done something sooner, but he not only gives them the air support, he allows the commanders to call it in themselves. And there's a really good documentary about the commander who was leading the assault. I think it's called Kobani. Radio Kobani. It's the same guy who does that.
Yeah, okay.
He edited multiple documentaries out of the footage he shot in Syria, basically. But Radio Kobani is about the radio station that stayed running during the whole
That's cool.
Event. But that's
his more award-winning one, but he has one that's about just the battle.
Yeah.
You can take it. I'll look up what the name is specifically of that.
Jelani a chance, I'm not going to lie. I think the nuance here is that he's purged Al-Qaeda members within his own org for quite some time now. He may really be pulling more moderates, just my 2 cents on what I get from Syrians in my community. Yeah, good luck to everybody involved, okay? I saw this as well. This account is not great, but this is from the interview that he conducted where she asked him, Jelani, the killings in Iraq at the base of Al-Qaeda, what do you have to say to that? And his response is bygones be bygones type shit, that we were young, something along those lines. Is there an interview? Is there an interview with subtitles? I want to watch this interview.
You know what's so funny about this?
Mm.
I literally know he's repeating fucking Assadist propaganda right there. I literally know where he got that from. I saw it spread.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay. So they did this narrative. We watched this interview. Do you remember this?
Yes.
So do you remember what he meant when he said it was a phase?
That it was a necessary step kind of thing.
It was just talking about, like, people made it seem like it was like, oh, I was just a kid. It was a phase, blah, 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 blah. But he was saying, yes, it was a phase as in a transition in the war.
Yeah, okay.
Like, just like how, like, he was literally saying, like, naturally, like, as the war continued, you learn and become more pragmatic. But these like Assadists clipped it specifically and then gave the framing that he's like, it's just a phase, mom.
That's funny.
Attitude, which is not what he was saying whatsoever. Like, he killed people then, he kills people now.
Yeah, what's the difference?
And he claims that he was never going after civilians specifically.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't mean he hasn't killed civilians. Just he frames it as, I'm not a terrorist. And you know, like that fat guy who died in Disneyland, who came to get skinny for the jihad for Abdullah Azzam, that I pulled up and we were laughing at. Y'all remember that guy?
Sure.
You know, like, he was saying, like, when I noticed something when I come to your country, people, they misunderstand just jihad. You know, they think jihad is about people who attack people, like the Kuwaiti or the people who hijack the plane. Because this is like, you know, Palestine Front, you know. And he's like, we're fighting to protect our lands. To wage jihad is fighting to protect our lands. Right?
That's how he framed it.
Yeah, but that philosophy of not killing civilians is deeply ingrained in international jihadism.
Yeah, okay.
That's why ISIS is so repulsive to everyone. Also because they choose to do something that repulses everyone.
Okay.
Like, they literally could not do something that one guy likes. It's crazy. Okay.
We support Hamas's main goal and military plans to put their citizens in danger, but Jelani...
Oh my god, cunt. Fucking swallow your food, for fuck's sake.
I know, right? The film's 15 minutes, and this is it right here. You can just find it. If you look this up, and then this director here, it's like, Journeyman will have it probably, because they buy the independent docs and stuff. But this is all about breaking the siege of Kobani and the woman who led the forces. He gets to follow the commander of she's literally the general commander of the entire armed forces when this siege is going on.
Damn.
Because Kobani was like the most important battle. So like she could call any priority resources she could.
Yeah.
And like at one point she literally is calling an F-16 4 fighters who are calling her on the radio. And then it like cuts to her and they're in like a command room and she's literally they're literally just talking on smartphones and like passing smartphones around, calling in bombs on ISIS and stuff.
Interesting.
And then she goes here and like is able to fucking comfort her own soldiers. Like, imagine a general in America doing something like this.
They'd be called gay.
But just, I mean, even if it was a woman on woman thing, you know, just the sensitivity, the able to matter that much to your forces.
Yeah. It really, the connection really does matter to the fighting force, though. It's probably why they're so effective.
Yeah, like it's because like that's the thing with Assad is like they need to be paid, you know. Like, I don't know how the wages were at this time, but like the entire armed forces like aren't technically a thing yet. There is no like YPG really yet. Like things are still consolidating.
is too radical for you? You notice how when Israel was doing propaganda against Hamas, they would say Hamas is ISIS? Why do you think they made that comparison to a much more well-known, much more dangerous faction? There is no comparison between Hamas and Jelani. Like, are you stupid? This guy is literally ISIS. The fuck are you talking about?
He literally
I
is
can't believe
doing
it. Like,
what he
I can't believe he would be more
criticized
critical
Israel
of Jelani than Hamas.
He,
Yes, of
like,
course.
he literally
I think that
is like,
one
remember how
singular-
Israel said Hamas is ISIS? Well, guess what? I say this guy is ISIS. I was like, that is amazing. I instantly put it on the list and said, we have to watch this.
Nationalist movement under permanent sovereignty by a foreign occupier state is infinitely better than a American-backed terror cell that has beheaded f***ing Christians and shit. What the f*** do you mean? Just because he says he's woke now doesn't change that equation for me. I'm going to be skeptical.
Hang on. We need to go back and we need to break that down almost by word.
Jelani than Hamas. Yes, of course. I think that one singular nationalist movement under permanent sovereignty by a foreign occupier state is infinitely better than...
Syria is occupied by Russia. Right? And
But America is in...
Guess what they criticize HTS about?
I don't know.
Being too
Turkish?
nationalist.
Wow.
Right? And you know, there's the whole thing where in Germany, right? I would point out they were calling the fucking pro-Palestine protesters terrorists because they had the Shahada flag, right?
Yes.
So they won't fly the Ba'ath Party flag, which is similar to the Palestinian flag.
Yeah.
Right? Some people fundamentally disagree with Arab nationalism there. So while it might be a Sunni nationalist, it's also not that because they're also allowing to integrate. And that's why they can only be Syrian nationalist. Because a Syrian nationalist group would really be inclusive for all Syrians. An Arab nationalist group or a Sunni nationalist group would want to eliminate the other ones and make them dominant. The Arabs are dominant anyway. They have a majority of the country anyway. That doesn't necessarily need to represent parliament seats like we tried to do in Iraq, which was a disaster. But like, if like people should be able to run their own cities, you know?
Controversial hot take.
Right? Like everyone gets a Chinatown.
A American-backed
like things
terrorist
operate different inside Chinatown, you know? Like immigrant neighborhoods, things operate different. And like Europeans will do this to try and be like, that's the no-go racist zone.
Yeah.
You can't go there at night. You shouldn't go into other people's neighborhoods at night anyway. How about that one?
That has beheaded f***ing Christians and shit. What the f*** do you mean? Just because he says he's woke now doesn't change that.
Christians and shit. Bro, okay. ISIS, you know what they actually did? Okay, so beheadings, those happened like mostly post Sharia court, right?
Mom is to blame.
But the Christians that they held for a while, right? They literally, because it says that like in the sword verse, right? How these loopers twist it all up, but they say like basically if they convert and basically if you join ISIS, then they'll allow you to live. Basically, is kind of like
Cyclops
what the philosophy is, which isn't true. They'll still kill you. But that was the whole thing: is they fucking crucified people. 2 British citizens were extradited, and now they're being tried in the United States along with like all the Gitmo trials, I believe. Don't quote me on this. I think this is true, but I might be blending them together in my head. But those 2 guys are accused of crucifying people.
Very cool.
And they're 2 members of the infamous Beetle Squad led by Jihadi John.
Lao Gong Ma chili sauce.
Spicy.
That, like, they would burn Yazidi, they would crucify Christians.
That fucking. So they really didn't have discrimination.
And then
when it
if
came
you were
to being
Muslim,
scum.
you would go to Sharia court and then get your head cut off.
Very cool. It's the kind of thing you want to be defending.
Equation for me. I'm going to be skeptical until proven otherwise, and I hope I'm wrong. Like a lot of these people that claim that I have no real positions and I'm simply anti-America, unironically are projecting because they are just pro-America, unconditionally pro-America.
Oh, that's another thing. He ended that by saying that Jelani is ISIS and that also it's a U.S.-backed group, which Jelani, HTS, ISIS, what does he mean by U.S.-backed there? This is like a Jordan Peterson trying to figure out the words, do you believe in God? Like, I'm very perplexed about the question.
That much?
I mean, can we just listen to that whole sentence one more time?
American-backed terror cell that has beheaded nationalist move. The fuck are you talking about? You're like, oh, I can't believe that. Like, I can't believe you would be more critical. Action is too radical for you. You notice how when Israel was doing propaganda against Hamas, they would say Hamas is ISIS. Why do you think they made that comparison to a much more well-known, much more dangerous faction? There is no comparison between Hamas and fucking Jelani. Like, are you stupid? This guy is literally ISIS. The fuck are you talking about? You're like, oh, I can't believe that. Like, I can't believe you would be more critical of Jelani than Hamas. Yes, of course. I think that one singular nationalist movement under permanent sovereignty by a foreign occupier state is infinitely better than a American-backed terror cell that has beheaded fucking Christians and shit. What the fuck do you mean?
Hamas is an Iranian-backed terror cell.
No, but like, what does he mean by that? Is he's literally just saying that they're ISIS? So now America backs ISIS?
Yes, America.
Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand what he's even fucking saying.
He doesn't.
I'm like literally being as credible as possible. I don't understand. And like, ultimately, he's doing the fucking suffering Olympics thing.
Mm-hmm. They always do.
Oh, anything Hamas does is okay. We have to, when October 7th happens, we have to say, well, you have to understand the history and the conflict. You know, it's been going on for a while.
It's always.
How about understanding the history of a fucking Syrian conflict without sucking America's dick? You know, like, or any other fucking nation's dick and nation's dick.
Nation.
NATO.
Nation.
Like, what is happening?
Nation. We need that for a soundbite.
I don't get it.
Nation.
I love that he wrote woke Al Qaeda. Yes. And Al Qaeda, much different than ISIS.
Yeah, very much so. It's like they just want to complain.
They're contractors who will work in all the groups though. That's why it's like even saying like trying to say like Jelani is affiliated with ISIS. So is Hamas.
Yeah.
Less directly than Jelani, but still. You know, it's just through contractors who have worked for groups.
Including during October 7th.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, Jelani was literally, like, he was never a part of ISIS, though. But, like...
You're the expert.
No, like, it's complicated because, like, they did align briefly because, I mean, that's what happened with ISIS in Fallujah. Like, the IAI are the ones that end up fighting for Fallujah anyway. Like, it's that same Sunni group was the same group the Americans ended up paying. But when Fallujah fell, they were partnering with, you know, ISIS of the time. So different. Nobody likes ISIS.
Yeah.
You know, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Also, if they're in control of the area, you probably don't want to.
Yeah. It's the Kurds, you know, they maintain their own survival by making certain alliances.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not going to fault the Kurds for wanting to deal with Assad diplomatically. And now he's gone.
And also, like, Jelani, if we want to say he was an ISIS, that's where we could argue. He did fight for Zarqawi. So if we want to say that Zarqawi was ISIS, then we could say that he is ISIS.
But is one person ISIS? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is like, it's important to understand that even though Zarqawi is like a completely different group than what rises up and becomes the Islamic State, they're no different. Like people try to say, oh, Al-Qaeda came out of the Mujahideen that we backed in Afghanistan. No, not like this.
Not like this?
Like the group never went away. It like evolved into ISIS. You can draw connections. They became this, they became that, they became this, they became that. Like, and the philosophy stayed the same through the whole thing.
Okay. Interesting.
Like the Islamic State of Iraq existed like before American withdrawal.
Yeah, okay.
And it was the Islamic State in Mesopotamia, which I think Jelani would be a part of, which would technically be ISIS. But it's before Baghdadi and the rise of the caliphate. And it's when everyone was forced to do it. If you were fighting in Iraq, you had to align with them, and they were backed and supported by Al-Qaeda. They were Al-Qaeda's agents at the time. And then Al-Qaeda said, you know what, you're not our agents anymore because you won't stop killing Shias. Like, what are you doing, my dude?
Just because he says he's woke now doesn't change that equation for me. I'm going to be skeptical until proven otherwise, and I hope I'm wrong. Like a lot of these people that claim that I have no real positions and I'm simply anti-America, unironically are projecting because they are just pro-America, unconditionally pro-America. Huh? American back, Hamas throws gay people off ledges, man. You're doing it again. You're doing ISIS propaganda, comparing Hamas to ISIS.
History, right? So Al-Qaeda, 2003 to 2016, right? So Al-Qaeda in Iraq, right? This, right? Zarqawi, okay? Zarqawi dies, or it actually becomes this while Zarqawi's alive, the Shura Council, right? The Shura Council, you know the video where Zarqawi burns his hand on the machine gun?
Yes.
Or his helper burns his hand on the machine gun, and he has to have somebody pull the fucking bolt because he can't. He doesn't know how to shoot it. The logo in that video is the Shura Council.
Interesting
logo. So that was like right after this was formed.
Okay.
And so this was a coalition of the remainder factions that would still be loyal to Al-Qaeda's funding and foreign forces. And then if we go back here, Islamic State of Iraq, right?
Yeah.
Like we know that one. So you see this, but there's a guy named Baghdadi who leads it in 2006. Right? Different guy. Different guy. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi doesn't come until 2010. Right? And that's what forms the true ISIS as we know it today.
Yeah,
this is still an Al-Qaeda branch. They haven't branched. They haven't left Al-Qaeda at this point. Like, because Al-Shabaab is an Al-Qaeda branch.
Yeah.
But they're completely independent. Same thing here, right? And then this one, Al-Nusra Front, right? So that's 2012. So he was in here while Baghdadi was there, but before the actual caliphate gets declared.
Yeah,
because he leaves in 2012 for Al-Nusra Front.
Not a nicest guy.
Al-Qaeda though. It's not inaccurate. But this breakup with Al-Qaeda, so the reason why HTS forms, right? It's literally because of Al-Qaeda. They don't want Al-Qaeda in there anymore. Wikipedia. I know it's Wikipedia. It's not the best source. Sue me, right? So right here. Syrian Civil War. It was formed in 2017 between several armed factions.
Yeah.
Right. But the splinter faction is Al-Qaeda in Syria. Okay, you see here? Opponents. Non-state opponents. IRGC. Hezbollah, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Haraz al-Din. Haraz al-Din, right? The group's head, Abu Humam al-Shami, was the general military commander for al-Nasra Front. Okay, so he was also a leader in the previous group with Jilani. Jilani was top emir. So this guy was their, like, basically their DOD, right? So fought for them in the Iraqi insurgency, and then as they were established along with the Al-Qaeda affiliated Khorasan group. Khorasan group is an interesting group.
Khorasan,
a group of alleged senior Al-Qaeda members operating in Syria. The group is reported to consist of a small number of fighters who are on terror watch list and with Al-Nasr Front, Al-Qaeda's affiliate in Syria. You know, this is like, you know, when they were around, because this group is defunct now too, right? So this is kind of like literal Al-Qaeda command. Like, it's Al-Qaeda Green Berets.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a special tactics logistics force. And so those guys and the military commander of Al-Qaeda in Syria form the new Al-Qaeda in Syria. Well, Jilani forms HTS. And one of the reasons why this guy forms this group is basically because Jilani starts going after him because he's more loyal to Al-Qaeda.
Interesting.
And so that's what leads. So there's actual, like, Hassan would like this. He likes that whole power struggle Soviet stuff, right?
It's too bad he's too focused. Bullshit.
It's a whole power struggle dynamic, and it wasn't Al-Qaeda breaking up with him. He broke up with them.
Yeah,
because everyone was recognizing that they will never get international support with Al-Qaeda there. And Al-Qaeda's fundamental goals are to make sure the country doesn't get international support. They're not for the country. You know, like in Iraq, the whole thing, like, free of, like, where they're like, we're going to be a country free of, like, foreign influence, including ISIS, right? If ISIS never came, they would be saying Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda would still control that region. ISIS is just a splinter of Al-Qaeda, you know? It's like Two-Face, you know, except he split, and the good side is Jilani. The other side is ISIS. Both came from the same group. They splintered out from that.
Okay. Let's go. Third minute of the 20-minute video.
In the chat right now. That's insane. You are literally doing this. You are deploying this at the behest of defending a guy who literally did that. No, you know who's the real ISIS? Not the former ISIS guy, but Hamas. Like, I'm not even saying that the Assad regime is good or that it's infinitely better than what is to come for Syria. I'm just understandably maybe a little critical of you know, the Al-Qaeda guy. I don't know. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for this? Yeah, no, Assad is a fucking ruthless despot. Okay, he's a ruthless tyrant. And I still worry about what will happen to the Syrian population. I know that there's a lot who are understandably celebrating. Of course, this warrants celebration. If you can't go back to your country, if your family members were unjustly prisoned and tortured, yeah, of course you're going to be excited that the torturer is no longer in control. There are chatters in here who are like, no, you do not. This is like Democrats being like, it's not enough that you vote for our candidate, you have to also be very excited to vote for our candidate. Like, you have to just be like, nah, silly. Dude, there's no, like, bro, there's no issues here. Like, don't ever bring up that there is some cause for concern here.
In a matter of days, you have taken major cities. What's changed? How are you able to do this now?
In recent years, there has been a unification of internal opinions and the establishment of institutional structures within the liberated areas of Syria. This institutionalization included the restructuring within military factions. They entered unified training camps and developed a sense of discipline. This discipline allowed them, with God's guidance, to engage in a battle in an organized manner. The progress and execution of plans have been swift, with clear communication and adherence to commands. They stop where they should stop and withdraw where they should withdraw. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order, both in civil and institutional matters and in military operations alike.
They hit him with a DEI rate. Is DE-ISIS, okay? Listen, I'm going to be skeptical. While I share the enthusiasm that many Syrians feel on this day, understandably, given that the Assad regime has been toppled. You know, it's going to be a little bit harder. A couple CNN appearances where he looks like Zelensky is not going to make me forget, at the very least, that he is a Al-Qaeda guy. You know what I mean? Is anyone angry at CNN for interviewing him like the Yemeni kid? Oh, dude,
look, they put it on screen to show he was Al-Qaeda. And they highlight. Did you see the 2 highlights they highlighted, Jack? Go back. This is great. This is why I took the time to explain it. Because
I've been out of the room.
Eventually happen. Go back. It was just on screen when you literally almost paused on it. Watch what they highlight.
He's a Al-Qaeda guy. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Is anyone angry at CNN for interviewing him like that Yemeni kid? Oh, dude, this is the funniest thing is all of those people that got mad at me saying that I was interviewing a terrorist because.
You mean you want me to stop on it?
To make me forget, at the very least, that he is
funny.
Al-Qaeda guy.
Right?
2012.
But like I already explained that is not ISIS right there, just because it's called Islamic State.
You know what I mean?
Even Wikipedia put it under the Al-Qaeda section, huh? Crazy. Aren't you glad that I gave all that pretext? Because hey, it worked out by showing how stupid these people are. Because it's just silly. Like the pragmatism that he was just doing, like the institution shit. Like if that's a mask and probably a lot of it is a front, it's the best one a jihadist has ever done. The transition that is here talking about institutions and stuff, like we haven't seen this since like Masood. Like this is crazy. This is like getting into like the end point of the Marxist-Leninist revolution, you know, and like. You know, knowing that the revolution must end, you know, like instead of doing a revolution that goes on forever, like he's not a revolutionary anymore. He's already in this mindset. Like he's totally transitioned out of it, or he's just a really good actor.
Oh, dude, this is the funniest thing is all of those people that got mad at me saying that I was interviewing a terrorist for interviewing a 19-year-old Yemeni.
Also.
Who is not connected to the Ansar Allah movement at all.
If Syria it ends up in a lot of shit and like it starts collapsing again, it's not going to be because of HTS. Okay, any front that HTS is putting on, whether like it is or not, if it is, it's going to last longer than whenever somebody else fucks it up. If it fucks up, like HTS is like not a priority. Right now,
that they imagined his connections are literally the very same people that are like, no, this guy is different now. You're stupid. Like this guy literally has a fucking very long career. Like his resume is filled to the brim. It's hard for me not to be worried. It's hard for me not to be skeptical. How is he any different from a Hamas leader who seeks the freedom of Gaza? Both are fighting against oppressors, one internal and the other an occupier. Great question. Hamas leadership is almost entirely preoccupied with the end of the Israeli sovereignty over Palestinian land.
So much time trying to get people to understand Al Qaeda from a revolutionary Marxist perspective. Like you need to understand and understand why people sympathize with Marxist to basically start understanding Al Qaeda. If you put that off, you're way too far gone for me to even start to explain why people would support someone like Al Qaeda. The Taliban or things like that, like because Al Qaeda was the group to go through to wage the revolution. It's just like Stalin. Like it doesn't mean that every revolution Stalin backed wasn't legitimate. Doesn't like there's a lot more crimes than legitimacy though. Same thing with Al Qaeda. But the revolutionary struggle was still underlying in a lot of those people who did do uprisings, who ended up, you know, being part of that empire.
And Al-Qaeda style, ISIS style groupings in the region actually have expansionist interests beyond simply some kind of liberatory reasons. Hamas in and of itself is also, while its inception is you know, a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was originally like an Islamic charity.
Like saying that Al Qaeda, and this is before 9/11, Al Qaeda is like Lenin before the revolution or Zionism before Israel. And if that doesn't make sense to you, then you don't understand it yet. Like, you need to fundamentally understand why that is not a crazy thing to say. And also, at that time, Al-Qaeda was like more of a legitimate revolutionary faction, right? What happened with Lenin? What happened with Zionism? What happened with Al-Qaeda? It's exactly the same. Try and get these people to agree on all three of those things.
Yeah, that'll be a challenge.
The current leadership of Hamas is comprised of many different ideological backgrounds. It's not entirely like conservative Muslims. Many of them are, but their ultimate goal is not to like they're not anti-Christian, for example. Like there are Christian Palestinians, they're not anti-Christian. Whereas I would say that these guys, at least,
and like HTS is just like the Special Forces Command of the Syrian Salvation Government. Giuliani still answers to a Shura Council. Technically, like, I'm not sure how much actual authority and power he has. I'm sure basically whatever he says goes, but there still is the symbolism of the Shura Council there approving things. It is the most like diverse faction to do a revolution yet, maybe. Like, there's people from ethnic background fighting for the Syrian Salvation Government.
in the way that they operated historically, were very much anti anyone that is not does not abide by their version of Sunni Islam. Does that make sense? Muslim Brotherhood is not remotely comparable to ISIS or Al Qaeda. No, I'm not saying it's comparable. I'm stating that while the origination of Hamas comes from Islamist fundamentalism.
What?
I'm just reading because the comments don't show up in the fucking like on here.
They're not going to.
For me, it shows up if I do this, but then I still can't see them in the sidebar.
Weird.
I'm just reading.
Like, it's true. These guys are fundamentalists
Giuliani
ideologically.
Went after them after the opposition losses in 2020, if I recall. Correct. But specifically Haraz al-Din, he went after them in 2020. That's really when 2020 is actually one of the most violent years in the Syrian war in like a while. So like after 2020, 2021, 2022, and I want to say 2023, they're like less violent than 2020. But then this entire year has been the most violent year since 2020. So like 2020 really consolidated a lot of power positions and put the entire conflict on hold. So they could go fight in Ukraine and focus on that for a while. Including, all sides.
Their goals are entirely different. That is the reason why Giuliani had to disavow not only his former acts, but also has had to say over and over again that they are no longer interested in global jihad. They are no longer interested in, fighting the West or fighting against any sort of like non-Sunni Muslim sect, or even Sunni Muslims, really, if they don't abide by the really aggressive, really rigorous mechanisms of control that they want to implement. You have to look at what is changed here. And if you want to understand what has changed here,
they have a different philosophy
in his attitude,
than Al-Qaeda.
In the way that he presents himself, in his ideology,
that's a big deal as well.
You'll probably develop a better understanding of like what my criticisms are, at least. Islamism is diverse and there are very moderate strands, but these guys come from Al-Qaeda one way or another. Exactly. Like there's infighting there for sure. There were infighting amongst the Mujahideen factions as well in Afghanistan. So there's infighting within
compare it to
ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, and HTS. But this
Al-Qaeda is Al-Nusra.
In the past, you have talked about strict Islamic rule. Is that still the plan?
People who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. We are talking about something that aligns with the traditions and nature of the region. The most important thing is to build institutions. We are not talking about rule by individuals or personal whims. It's about institutional governance.
Yeah, he read Why Nations Fail, and you can tell. He is a firm and committed institutional defender. He has become a liberal institutionalist, yes. He's technically not wrong to the Oriental self-righteous r/atheism freaks in the chat, but he's also probably wrong because of his track record. Yeah, that's my only... Guys, there's a couple different things to take note of here. One, the reception overall of a guy like this after his track record, because he suits the purpose of taking down, toppling a guy that America also didn't like in the region, okay? Was he worthy of toppling? Absolutely. I'm not saying that Assad is a good dude at all. Having said that, however, the American media, it's interesting, at least for me, after the months and months, if not a year plus, many months of coverage over Hamas and other emancipatory groups and their broad reception in American media, or even Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, versus a guy like this. When you look at a guy like this and how quickly Western media will present him as a Zelensky-style person, a moderate with a deep, dark past that he has overcome and has changed his attitude on. I think it's important to take note of why Western media is so quick to recognize him as not a guy who was literally a former Al-Qaeda ISIS.
Wah! You got to hit him with the wah.
This guy, like a high-ranking Al-Qaeda guy, but instead...
The Caucasus factions of the Mujahideen, and they also cross over with Bosnian, right? What'd you say?
Huh? The Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah, but like those guys, those Mujahideen, right? So, when
Big Pakistan red.
The fucking names, it's like there's so many names you have to recall, and I'm the worst with names.
You're doing well. You're doing better than I do. Names are not
ISIS,
my
the military. Shoshani, right? Like this dude who would never get off the fucking phone.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
It is pretty easy Googleable, actually. Okay, so this guy, super important. Okay,
Shoshana.
Yeah. Without him, there might not be like a ISIS emergence in Syria. Like the Islamic State in Syria may have stayed more on like the Al Nasra front side instead of like, because like Aleppo they do fight together for a brief period and then they divide and start fighting each other.
Okay.
While they're fighting Assad for Aleppo, the Syrian rebels are fighting ISIS as well.
Very cool.
So
did the SDF ever in the the Kurdish forces ever in the rebel forces?
Yeah, there was some integration there as well with the Free Syrian Army. It didn't last long.
No, I imagine
and
not.
It was mainly in the borderlands region between like the Kurdish and Arab states.
Oh, so it's more like we'll help you here, but don't fucking step
like
foot
the
over our land.
Manbij where they're fighting now.
Mm-hmm.
That might be where you would see something like that. Afrin, stuff like that. Okay. Anyway, so this group. Let's see, there's a lot. It's got a present here, right?
Mm.
Where are they? Northwestern Syria. Interesting, right? But it says here they have a leader who then joined ISIS. So is this group ISIS or Al Qaeda, or neither? Right? In September,
it's obviously
to Al Nasra front. Okay, so it's Al Qaeda, but they got an ISIS guy here.
No, but it's a black flag with a sword and funny writing that looks like a Saudi Arabian flag.
Abu Omar swore to beg, and nobody liked that. Literally, like all the Chechens in Syria were against it and were real fucking pissed that they took their struggle and made it into ISIS's shit. Like they were there to fight Russia.
Yeah.
Right.
We
and
are
that's why you also have a lot of
we
Chechens
do not
who
have
went to
super
Ukraine to
pensions.
fight Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the factions that's still there. Look, active regions.
Latakia. Interesting.
Yeah. Small. Part of the Be Steadfast operations room. That's the HTS's command. Yeah.
It's back, boys.
Look, former part of used to be HTS even. They were with HTS until 2020. Right? Crazy. Look at all these. Here's their allies. Wow. Wow, great. Oh, Ansar al-Islam. We just talked about them. Huh? Like these groups in the north flags. And like, well, they're all the same. They're all the same groups, right? This is more the Northern Caucasus ideology, right?
Yeah, they're all Northern Caucasus anarchists, obviously.
Yeah, this like Ansar al-Islam's here. That's the guy who is saying Al-Qaeda is revolutionary. But they also, when that guy leaves,
have the coolest flag of them all.
Ansar al-Islam, you think?
That's sick.
So these guys are literally ISIS.
That's fine. The
like
flag's
we were gonna
cool.
say, so they're like one of the major ISIS factions that end up forming in ISIS.
Huh.
And they're Kurdish. People want to pretend that there's no Kurds in ISIS.
Were they the ones that did the Yazidi genocide?
They would have been a part of it.
Very cool.
But I think they did reform.
Yeah.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Now. Anyway,
back
to Hassan being wrong.
Thanks, Obama.
Back to Hassan.
As a moderate revolutionary figure that is abiding by the wishes of the Syrian
population.
They are still I think that's important to understand. The other thing for me, at least, is like I'm going to be always a little bit skeptical of a guy like this. It's just historically speaking, groups that America's aligned with, and I guess like the only group that I wouldn't say this for is the Syrian Defense Forces. And they are also obviously backed and trained by the American government. And yet I think that they are much more reasonable, much better overall than what this dude is doing or what this dude has done in general. He sounds like a communist, Lamal, Sharia government. Yeah, Sharia governance hasn't been implemented correctly. I like that there was someone said he's
bold
he's not a Sharia Trotskyist. He does not think there should be a permanent global jihad, an international global jihad. He thinks there should be a jihad in one nation only. Yeah, no war, but no jihad, but class jihad. No more global jihad. Just jihad in one nation only.
That's literally what
he's new guy, but it's witnessed by many people that Assad is a mass murderer, has done horrible shit. Yeah, I know, but you're not going to see any criticisms from me on that front. I'm not going to. I mean, that's correct. You're right. And I have mentioned it time and time again. I'm simply stating that I am, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think you're creating Islamophobic sentiment for having a Western audience. Yes, I am. You're right. I'm deploying Islamophobia. Dude, how is this happening? The people that used to say Hamasabi, you are in the pocket of Hamas, you are a f***ing terrorist, you're a f***ing terrorist, are now unironically, without a shred of doubt, with a sense of irony whatsoever, are now turning around and saying I'm doing Islamophobia because I'm saying I'm not immediately ready to trust the former
influx of Russian
troops.
That's
insane. How does this work? I just don't understand it. Like I don't. I genuinely can't comprehend how people have no cynicism, no media literacy, no critical thinking skills whatsoever, and they just simply operate on whatever the TV is saying is good. I believe it, and I will just fight for it. I will fight for it over and over again. Like how the f did this happen? I'm Syrian family still living there. They have the same takes. I don't think you're wrong. Yeah, I just like they no longer are going to be harmed by the Assad government. That much is true. That's good. That's a good thing. Having said that, when I say I'm a little skeptical, I'm a little worried about the future prospects, not only because of HTS and the former actions of Jelani, but instead also because of the Turkish-backed militias there that also have a shit ton of Salafis in them too, directly matched up against the Kurdish militias that America also funds and offers training to, is still worrisome in terms of what Syria will look like and what kind of potential civil war can happen in Syria again. This is not just my attitude on the matter. This is something that I think a lot of the regional actors are worried about as well. And we haven't even gotten into Israel, how Israel benefits from this.
I believe
Ansar
al-Islam did use their own logo in the footage from Mosul. They still were. That's the thing is like they still were their own group, but they were Islamic State. Like a lot of Islamic State groups have their own name. And it's really we're the ones who give them the code name. My favorite one is ISCP.
ISCP.
CP. Funny thing to put in the abbreviation.
Islamic State of Child Porn.
Yeah.
With ISIS.
All right, fuck off, Hassan. We're done with you.
But like, so. I've
Hello,
talked about
everyone.
This before,
I'm Rania
but,
Kalik, and this is a special.
I've talked about this before, but the classical perspective of modern jihad from Islam, who's like a precursor to Al Qaeda, you basically wouldn't have bin Laden without him, right?
People mentioned, look at this.
People mentioned, oh my God, this is going to be a great video. But Abdullah Azzam. So one of the big disagreements between him and bin Laden, and what I believe, a lot of people will debate me on this, is why he was killed. But he believed in focusing on international jihad to pull all the forces to one conflict at a time. Bin Laden was like, no, we're going to fight the whole world at the same time. And Azzam is like, that's really stupid, bro. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm going to blow you up. And then he blew him up. What are we looking at? Yeah, I can't see it on my monitor. You're gonna have to read anything to me.
God damn it. Rania and Elijah deserve to be in the Journalism Hall of Fame.
I agree.
Independent journalists with journalistic integrity are the heroes of our time.
I agree on that too. I agree on both those statements. Are they together or separate though?
Hilarious. All right, let's jump to
I love Hassan talking
point in
with authority
time
when he knew fucking nothing about the conflict. Like, bro, it's only been going
live episode.
You could have learned.
Yeah.
Your country is literally a part of it. Your old country, at least.
Order, because he was given a leadership in Iraq to rule over a province in Iraq as an Al-Qaeda in Iraq emir. And the reason why Baghdadi asked him to go to Syria is because he was Syrian, and because Syria was considered the land of Nusra, which means the land of support. Because at that time, Syria allowed the jihadists to go and fight in Iraq against the Americans, because Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, came to Syria in March 2006.
Now, let's just analyze what he's saying and use the common sense. Baghdadi sent him to Syria because he was Syrian. Okay. Jilani, like, cut his teeth. You know, like, this guy was a serious dog, right? He sent him to Syria because he needed commanders in Syria. Like, Jilani would have went there anyway when the entire conflict was expanding into Syria. I believe he was already there too. He had been training forces there.
Yeah, okay.
2003, and threatened Bashar al-Assad, if he continues supporting the Palestinians and Hezbollah, then Syria will be invaded. And because of that, Syria and Lebanon allowed the jihadis to cross and go to fight in Iraq.
Wait.
Were allowed to go there.
Wait. He said that ISIS said if they keep supporting Palestine. What was that?
To Syria in March 2003, and threatened Bashar al-Assad, if he continues supporting the Palestinians and Hezbollah, then Syria will be invaded. And because of that, Syria and Lebanon allowed the jihadis to cross and go to fight in Iraq. All the jihadis
wait.
To continue fighting the Americans.
Hang on.
Before
Jilani, how did he tell Assad this? Assad always has allowed free speech and criticism in his country. It's just Western propaganda that says he's a tyrant. The prison was staged. They actually took the prison beforehand and then put their prisoners in there. And the prisoners, they're brainwashed and they have to comply with HTS, or else they know they'll be killed. It's actually all CIA propaganda.
Before they come to Syria,
that just doesn't make sense.
And that was the plan to stop them there. Now, when
did he write him a letter?
Al-Julani came to Syria, he was extremely successful. He started with suicide attacks, the first of its kind in Damascus, 2 attacks inside the heart of the capital. And al-Nusra was very known for its suicide attacks and support of the uprising against President Assad. So it did not really start from nothing. On the contrary, before the beginning of what is called the revolution, there were many sheikhs sent to all the mosques in Syria to preach about jihad and to preach about the necessity to uprise, because Al-Qaeda in Iraq, before it became ISIS, that is Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. So that was the plan, to establish a caliphate. So in 2011, when Al-Julani name started to become famous, it was because of his success in attacks. But before 2011, there were already attacks in Lebanon, suicide attacks, and Al-Qaeda establishing themselves a nest in Lebanon to start again and to create this biggest caliphate that is called the Islamic State, but not only in Iraq and Syria, but in the whole of the Levant. And what happened is, after 2011, in April 2013, al-Baghdadi came to Syria and announced the merge of Al-Qaeda in Iraq and al-Nusra, forming the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. And this is when it was called ISIL in English, or ISIS, because Iraq and Sham, and this is when the terminology was different between ISIL and ISIS. Now, Al-Julani rejected the merge, and he pledged loyalty directly to the vice of Osama bin Laden, that is Sheikh Ayman al-Zawahiri. And he was the leader of Al-Qaeda. And he was asked between both to give his verdict what should be done. And he said everything remained as it is. By saying everything remains as it is, al-Baghdadi refused this verdict. And then this is where the split happened, and they start fighting one against another. Until 2016, this is when Julani changed the name from al-Nusra and Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Al-Qaeda in Syria. By that time, al-Zawahiri asked all the jihadists around the world to join Syria, because this is the Umayyad, this is the Caliphate. This is where Islam can start establishing its state. And this is where it is extremely important for the jihadists to be in Syria. It is.
This has better information than Hassan's video. Because he's not really wrong. Right? Because I was about to come in and be like, oh, he's going off path. But he literally said when this group formed, Julani rejected it. Which is like the whole point I was trying to make, is that when ISIS did form,
he said no. He said fuck off.
Yeah,
I'll make my own
with them as long as they were under Al-Qaeda. As soon as they declared their own caliphate, he rejected it.
Interesting. So he was more loyal to Al-Qaeda, is what you're saying?
Not necessarily. It may just always be pragmatism.
Okay, interesting.
You know, we don't really know. You know, like.
So this pragmatism really could be a normal thing, and this is just why he's the leader anyway. Realistically, interesting.
Yeah,
that would be funny.
Be. It just could. Yeah, it's so. Like when it's there's rumors of what he did before he is in Iraq, but the question is what philosophy dominated him in Iraq? Okay. Now, the way these people would frame it on how ISIS genocides Shia, right? It's a very Iranian framing. Well, if he was really susceptible to that anti-Shia rhetoric, I'm sure he said plenty of anti-Shia stuff. I mean, they all they kind of meme Shias a lot. They also reject their religion and worldview and everything, right? But if he felt that philosophy more dominant than groups like the IAA and other groups who were more interested in the sovereignty of Iraq, it just depends, right? So if he always rejected that anti-Shia rhetoric, it makes sense that he would not be a part of when the caliphate forms. But then with Al-Qaeda always had this idea of internationalism and revolution, and that and we also don't know the history between Julani and the Muslim Brotherhood and how much influence that had, because the Muslim Brotherhood were very strong in Syria.
We have a lower
Welcome to my stream.
We can set lower thirds. Hold on. Oh, dude, no, this is great. You know what we can do?
Did they just add this?
Oh, no, I don't know if they've just added this, but you know what we can do? We can put in the topic we're covering. Right. Now we do this, and it saves, and boom. Now we have that, and we can write breakthrough news. Lasagna. Hello.
So yeah, it's really a question of what his motivations were in Iraq.
Mm.
I think that matters the most.
Yeah.
And how strongly he like, because has it been up? I mean, it's been pretty good. The Syria Sunday streams help a lot as well. But anyway, the idea of Al-Qaeda already in the region was that more revolutionary ideal. Like, Jelani probably doesn't believe that Al-Qaeda did 9/11. Like, and even if he admits it now, there might be something inside him that is like doubting it, because a lot of people who believe Al-Qaeda were revolutionary don't believe they did 9/11. They're like, they can't. They're like the best. Stalin couldn't have done Holodomor intentionally. So it all really depends. I'm sure he was close with Zawahiri because he was a top Al-Qaeda commander in Syria. Of course he had from like the emirs and Shura Council of Al-Qaeda.
Boom.
But Al-Qaeda is also, do your thing. We trust you. Let us know how many guys you need. This is how many we can give you.
Mm-hmm.
You need a bomb maker, we'll transfer them over.
The
James
Umayyad
Lindsay has a
Caliphate
bit on
is the
this.
place
I mean,
where they want.
That won't be a criticism vid.
Skip.
That would be us.
In mountains were useless because they were just sitting.
Okay, this is just like a podcast thing. Let's move on.
No, that's what all they are, though. I want to hear him to talk about Saddam Hussein and Zarqawi, though.
We got it.
Stalin. What does that link in? Why don't you mark it, Breakthrough News? You don't have somebody on staff to do your chapter marks?
Sad. Very sad.
We see the situation in Syria really spiraling out.
Oh God.
Of control.
Can we
there
get
were
the one?
The reports of the Syrian Arab armies retreat from Aleppo now.
Yes.
Okay, I've been waiting to watch this because, I imagine there's going to be a lot of funny moments.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Al-Nusra Front, or what is now called HTS, has taken a significant portion there. Russian airstrikes are occurring. There's been a whirlwind of diplomacy as well between Syria, Iran, and Russia. This is a topic, Sky, I know you've covered this for many years, that has been subject to much propaganda, or what the kids like to say, hasbara these days. Could you help us understand what is going on right now in Syria and how it has related to the geopolitical developments that we have been covering so much here on this channel?
Well, I mean, I'll start off, as I always do, by pointing out that, I am looking at this long distance based on fragmentary reports that come in from sources that
I have a soundbite
in the real world
just
I
for him.
I'd like to have eyes on
Sex is
target
only
and,
for children.
But
Bro, you see what's behind him?
Sex is only for children.
You see what's behind him, though?
What part? There's a lot of shit behind him.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
You know who also had a painting like that?
What the fuck?
Somebody gets it.
Okay.
It's a joke that somebody watching gets. You haven't watched enough Always Sunny to understand.
No, I don't.
It's signed by Adolf Hitler.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
They find this Hitler dog painting, and the whole episode is them trying to sell it.
That's incredible. Put the screen on.
Hitler loved doggo.
we have. And so what happens is you have to filter
Hitler
this
alert.
through, I guess, past experience, history, et cetera, to try and come up with an assessment of what's going on. It appears that this is
show me your genitals.
Is something that has
twice
been
convicted
planning.
pedophile because he was framed for sticking up for Saddam Hussein.
Of course,
sex is only for children.
It's actually fake. It's a fucking
for some time now. These forces are well trained, well equipped. They're operating off of
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
And it's something that's clearly been rehearsed. There are reports that they had sleeper cells inside Aleppo that were able to emerge and help sow confusion. The Israeli activization of exploding pagers implies that Israel was factored into this effort. This couldn't have happened without Turkish, not just Turkish permission and support, but Turkish participation. Many reports from prisoner interrogations, which always have to be taken with a grain of salt, but backed up with some other evidence, clearly shows that the Turkish military was involved in planning and executing this operation. They made extensive use of drones, according to the reports. Ukrainian operatives were involved in the training of this, so Ukraine was involved in this as well. And I think what we're looking at here is something that this was no accident. This wasn't just a spur of the moment decision.
Oh no!
According to the reports, this coordinated effort was supposed to take place in March, but that it was accelerated because of the developments that took place in Lebanon, in particular, the Israeli conflict with Hezbollah and a ceasefire that was signed. I think there was a feeling, this is again just my assessment, that when you looked at all the factors that normally contributed to a strong and resilient Syrian army, a military government.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Russia, which had, of course, intervened decisively in 2015, stabilized the situation for Bashar al-Assad.
Bro, he's so hard to listen to.
Kept a residual force in Syria, but it wasn't as robust as it once was. And I guess the feeling was that because Russia was bogged down in quotation marks in Ukraine, that Russia would not be able to respond decisively in favor of Syria. The Syrian army itself has gone through demobilization because of the political guarantees.
But I think I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Russia, Iran, Turkey.
That one's really fucking
Syria
good.
And the stabilization of the
while the other ones get old, that one will last.
It's a banger,
yeah. I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now. I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
See, the clowning one's definitely the funniest.
It's even funnier because she was in a Spaces.
Yeah.
There's no cameras.
Yeah, there were the emojis. They were typing smile emojis.
Was it really? That's
and that's what
funny.
She was mad about.
That's even funnier.
The emojis just don't record on the video. That's the thing. They're like, they show up like
that's awesome.
Doing. Yeah, that's kind of when we can stream to more sources. Maybe like, I was talking about it like potentially if everyone's on a computer when we do a Syria stream, we can just put our phones in front of us and open a Twitter space.
Theoretically, yeah.
And just ignore the Twitter space.
Mm-hmm.
Al-Nusra Front derivative is based out of, along with the Syrian National Army and some other elements. Hezbollah, which played a very important role in the stabilization of Syria and in the Syrian counteroffensives, of course, now is bogged down inside Lebanon. And Iran was likewise focused on what was going on with Israel. And also keep in mind that Iran also has problems brewing up north with Azerbaijan, and Iranian military resources have been diverted up there. Iran has another problem, along the
border with
Pakistan and Afghanistan. So the feeling was that Iran was not going to be in a position to
that's what he says to the kids.
Intervene. And so strike while the iron is hot, and that appears to be what they have done. And
that's why he gets caught, though.
Achieved a surprise. And with that surprise, in many ways, it reminded me what happened when Ukraine attacked the Russian forces in Kharkov in the late summer, early fall of 2022. Exploiting thinly held lines, being able to penetrate deeply with light armored forces, cut off roadways, etc., and generate confusion, prompting a retreat. And this appears to be the case. There are Syrian casualties. I can't say exactly how many. It looks like many people have been taken prisoner, but it also looks as if a large quantity of the Syrian army were able to withdraw from Aleppo in decent order and fall back on prepared positions. Reserves have been mobilized relatively quickly. The 4th Armored Division and I think the Tiger Force have been brought up. And the Russian Air Force, I don't know what people thought was going to happen, but it has come to life, and it is blowing the living crap out of the HTS.
Finally, we've arrived.
And it lives along with the Syrian Air Force. Hezbollah is engaged. And Iran is engaged, sending its own forces and mobilizing Iraqi pro-Iranian militias to coming in. The situation is stable. I would say right now, I would say that the gambit has failed.
It's got to be Scott,
that there's a lot of heavy fighting left ahead. But I think the loser in all of this is Turkey, who will never again be trusted through the Astana process. You can't just write Turkey off, but Turkey is a regional
Turkey
player,
definitely
so they will be
is
a part
the
of any
loser.
negotiation. But the day of
a fucking
trusting
dumbass thing
handshake
to
and
say.
knowing nod is over. Erdogan can never be trusted.
Like,
again
you
by
literally
anybody.
can pick anyone else.
This will make whatever. I think that there will be more inclination on the part of the parties involved to finish this fight this time, as opposed to rely on some sort of diplomatic off ramp. But that's speculation, because again, Russia is in the end game phase of Ukraine, facing difficulties with NATO and the United States. They have Trump coming in. That Trump administration on January 20th is a huge wild card, because a lot of people, a lot of nations aren't willing to do things that are precipitous at this point in time.
The white stuff
opting to
one,
hold off.
and then
Giving
the
an example,
milk
Iran
one.
has said that it's not going to strike Israel until they're going to let Trump come in and see what happens. You hear a lot of language out of Putin about softening Trump up for whatever is going to happen on January 20th. So I don't see them committing heavily to a major engagement.
Shut you little rat
right now,
dog up, you dumb
only
cunt.
to have to pull back if Trump starts making reasonable diplomatic
Does this dude stop talking at any
overtures.
point?
So I think
guess not.
heavy fighting, no need to panic.
God, he's got to be like the most
certainly isn't
annoying
panicking.
guy to
And
get molested
I think
by.
Turkey and the rebels are going to pay a very, very heavy price.
Andre, I wanted to kick it to you, especially with regard to Russia. There's been a lot of criticisms being hurled all across, not just Western media, but all across social media about Russia's role here, and how Russia was not maybe strong enough in the process to rid of these forces to begin with. I wanted to ask you, though, what do you think of this, as well as the overall situation in Syria, especially in regards to militarily how things...
Russia didn't fucking make a deal with the rebels?
True.
Like, it might be, like, in Russia's perspective, it might be more cost effective if they're going to keep the port in the airbase. And, like, that's totally just going to be fine and allowed to operate there.
Yeah.
And part of the deal on why, like, all these forces stood down. Don't you think that would be cheaper for Russia than maintaining the Assad regime? Imagine if America had to maintain the Jordanian regime to maintain our bases in Jordan. Right?
Get very expensive.
Why not just put a regime in that can maintain itself?
Would make more sense.
We'll see. Only time will tell on that one.
That's true.
If the Russian port is still there next year, we'll know.
Will play out from here.
Scott pretty much covered it all, actually. There's very little to add, and I have to say that I completely agree with him on his assessment, with the exception of the Trump, but that's the minor, basically, disagreement. Other than that, I mean, it's difficult to add anything. And again, you have to understand, it is pretty much desert environment, and Aleppo is placed to the north, about 30 miles from Turkey, and basically outflanked by to the west by Idlib province, where this whole thing originated. So it's inevitable, but they need to run those convoys and what have the so-called sustainment force, if you wish, in the desert environment. And this is the perfect, the Turkey shoot for, as already have been seen by Russian Air Force and Syrian Air Force. And essentially that will end up where it always ends, because the only way for that type of the force, which is terrorist force, to survive is to hide behind civilians and embed themselves into some kind of the urban environment, those buildings and other places of this nature. So yeah, it's going to be basically a mop-up operation at some point of time, trying to dislodge them from whatever they have been able to capture, which they evidently did. But as Scott correctly pointed out, there is very little sense of panic, and it's like, in Russian military circles, people say, yeah, here we go again. The Arab militaries, it all depends who was bribed by who, and as I already stated, the Syrians, they kind of, relaxed a little bit. Good for them, and going back into shape. But as correctly stated by Scott, and I can only confirm, Turkey is the biggest loser. Obviously, their foreign minister today stated that, everything was done behind our backs. We never, authorized anything like this and things of this nature. So it's all it's all BS, obviously. But we have to keep in mind that it's not just Turkey which pursues its own interest in that area. There is also United States and a combined West, which have literally their behinds handed to them in the brain. And Georgia is another link in all this American geopolitical using indirect strategies whenever dealing with the serious people. You know, so.
The white stuff I'm thinking about is
Woohoo!
There you go. That's a combo.
And this is what is happening. We might expect some other conflagration. Russia totally expected that. Today, Putin spoke to.
Ah, thank God.
I was hoping for more coat.
Okay. Do we have time for a break video?
What does Vosh have to say about Syria? You bet that's stupid? Do you think we can have him figuring out who Jelani is in real time?
Have you got the Vosh video? I didn't get it.
Let me check. I'm going to type in. I'm just looking at Vosh Syria.
What?
Nothing. I just found the filler. That's all. The quality of the filler is what was amazing. Hence,
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
I don't think they're good overlaid, like any of them.
No, anyway, that was the point.
You need to get up again? You have to shit again?
What are you talking about?
My name is Richard Medhurst.
You said a between video. Oh, to change categories.
Yeah.
You mean? Anyway, this was just uploaded.
I'm a British journalist.
Did you know he's an independent journalist?
Oh, really?
Okay, I can tell you right now.
You notice he dropped his accent?
Oh, just wait. No, it's there. Just wait. It goes in and out. If you're hosting your own news program as an independent journalist, you shouldn't need to tell people that you're an independent journalist. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the news. I'm Mr. Newsman. Okay.
Born and baptized in Syria. So let me give you my perspective on what's happening in Syria, both as a Christian and a journalist who cares deeply about the future of the country. For the last days, the media have been showing images of people celebrating and jubilating and saying the country's finally free and everything is fine and dandy. But this couldn't be further from the truth. The media have been lying about Syria for 13 years, and many Syrians will come to find that they have been duped. This was not a revolution, but a regime change operation.
Oh my God.
Syria was the last anti-Zionist Arab state in the region. It was the last one that supported the Palestinian cause. And they've been trying to destroy it.
Killing them?
I have no words. This guy's a fucking moron.
For decades. In 2011, dozens of foreign countries and groups conspired to overthrow the government. Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UK, France, Germany, the US, the EU.
Why?
Many jihadists came in from Chechnya, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan.
Thanks, Obama.
You've got fighters now in from Ukraine, Turkey, Libya, Uyghurs from China. Many of them are not Syrian. The CIA spent over $1 billion.
Meanwhile, Assad's forces, Iran, Russia, Lebanon, LA gangsters, they're not legitimate. They're foreign fighters. This is another reason why Jelani is so smart that he actually listens to the enemy propaganda and starts countering it. Even though there still is plenty of foreign fighters in his faction, but like pushing out the foreign ideologies.
Trying to overthrow the president. So that's their most expensive operation in history, right? They brought all those weapons in from Libya after they did another regime change operation there. This was the largest propaganda campaign in modern history. MI6 were funding white helmets and other cutouts. They lied about chemical weapons, just like they lied about them in Iraq to justify bombing and
Benghazi, right?
Yeah.
The guy who gets killed in Benghazi is what he's doing, and you see it in the movie. They show it in the movie in Benghazi, setting it up. They're selling heavy weapons to Syrian rebels. Like artillery, stuff like that, ordnance, like actual big stuff, not just guns, missile launchers, stingers, stuff like that.
To the rebels?
So this is true that the CIA moved all those weapons from Libya into Syria. That is 100% true.
To the rebels, though.
Yeah, sure, but
well, that's based as fuck.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is true. That's all.
Okay.
Sanctioning Syria and crippling its economy. Syria is not only occupied by Israel, but by 2 NATO armies, by Turkey, by the United States, and all these...
And Iran, and Russia, and Hezbollah proxy force, and the PMF.
These rebels got their training and their gear from those actors. You've got a photo of Jolani who's just casually standing there watching Damascus as it's being bombed by Israel, doing nothing. And what is he wearing? He's wearing a t-shirt, a shirt from Emerson Gear. So that's either Israel or Turkey that gave it to him. And Turkey was giving these terrorists safe haven in Idlib for years. Syria cannot be removed.
Turkey was giving safety to people inside Syria? I mean, Turkey did take a lot of the rebels. Like, that's how we transitioned them to Ukraine. By we, I mean Ukraine, not me.
From the geopolitical context of the Levant. You can't talk about Syria like it's some remote island where things happen in a vacuum. Syria was the piece that connected Iran and Iraq to Lebanon and Palestine. The timing of this offensive in the last few days wasn't a coincidence. It happened right after there was a ceasefire in Lebanon. So as they destroyed Gaza, as they destroyed Lebanon, the Israelis then moved on to destroy Syria.
Wow. Crazy. Richie. You mean to tell me that it just launched their assault at an opportune optical time? That must mean Israel's part of this.
Syria. And Turkey, which again is a co-conspirator in all this, is admitting, Erdogan is admitting that he is behind the offensive. He said it on camera.
That's not him saying it. That's not him saying he's commanding the forces. He's just acknowledging that those are the targets of the forces. You could draw a lot from that. Deceivably edited, obviously. How shitty do you have to be to deceivably edit Erdogan instead of just letting him be Erdogan?
Erdogan is supporting Israel. He is NATO. He's Muslim Brotherhood. So when you have Erdogan admitting this and then Netanyahu doing a victory...
The gear he was wearing that Richie has a problem with is Chinese. As somebody said.
That's pretty funny. You gonna play?
I'm reading the chat because it doesn't show up in this window. So I need to go to the other chat window and pause the video. Maybe you should be reading chat, huh?
On Syrian soil, on the occupied Golan Heights. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
המשטר הזה נפל, זוהי תוצאה ישירה של המכות שהנחתנו על איראן ועל חיזבאללה.
The day that Syria fell, Palestine also fell. These jihadists are an extension of NATO, okay?
Oh my God.
You're oh my God, at the extent of NATO. That's not even the part I had a problem with. The day that Syria fell.
Yes.
Is the day that Palestine fell, he said. Syria was not helping Palestine, bro.
At all.
Besides, like, logistical operations to Hezbollah, like, bro, Hamas gets their weapons through Egypt. Like, and then, like, okay, the jihadis are an extension of NATO. As in, both hate Assad.
I guess they've got NATO training, NATO weapons. And have you noticed that they never attack Israel, ever? Erdogan and Al-Qaeda, all they do is talk about the Ummah, and yet they won't lift a finger for Palestine. These jihadists are in Damascus, under the Israeli bombs, and they still won't fire a shot at Israel. They won't even talk about the bombings. These rebels have conspired to leave Syria defenseless. Instead of fighting Israel, they're busy changing flags and eating ice cream and giving speeches. That's how much they care about Syria. And make no mistake, because these are extremists. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham.
Bro, there's literally still a war. The war is not over. There is still active fighting.
Richie wouldn't know that. He's comfortable in his very expensive London apartment paid for by the IRGC.
Is a rebrand of Jabhat al-Nusra, which is a rebrand of Al-Qaeda. Jolani, who now they're trying to portray as some kind
more
of...
correct than Hassan. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Richie Medhurst, more correct than Hassan. Hey, another diddler.
Statesman and a moderate, was the head of Al-Qaeda's branch in Syria. He was a deputy of al-Baghdadi in ISIS. The US even put a $10 million bounty on this guy's head.
It's still on his head.
A head chopper. He is a terrorist. You think Al-Qaeda is going to give Syrians freedom of speech and protect minorities and make people equal?
I didn't hear anything about freedom of speech. I heard broad-line populist things like it will be secular and representative. He's a goth boy now.
Sex is only for children.
They're already carrying out public executions, beatings. This is vigilantism. And they said they'd give Syrian soldiers amnesty and then lied about it. And they filmed their own executions. How is Al-Qaeda being in charge of Syria better than the pre...
Okay. There has been executions. Okay. Especially of Kurds. A lot of that is coming from the SNA. Not all of it. But the people who are getting executed and stuff aren't the ones who are surrendering. It's like ISIS literally did that. They told people to surrender and then mass executed them.
Previous regime. The people cheering this on are mental. You've taken away a bad car and then given people a bicycle instead and called it a set of wheels. I mean, this is a downgrade, to put it mildly, in every way. Syria was secular. Syria was safe for all religions and ethnic groups. Syria, remember, is a Christian country first. Christianity was born in Syria. Syria is just as much Christian as it is Muslim. But now Christians and other minorities are under threat. The first photo that they post of this new cabinet and this new prime minister, this is a state institution, right? They've got an Islamic extremist flag right next to the Syrian flag, the new Syrian flag. What kind of message is that supposed to send to Syrian Christians who make up 10% of the population and other minorities? It tells them, basically, screw you. You're excluded. That's what it means. And we see the extremism on the streets. We see the ISIS trucks driving through Christian neighborhoods in downtown Damascus, firing Kalashnikovs into the air and terrorizing people. A Christian journalist who was stopped in a Christian neighborhood and questioned about her religion.
أجبرني أن أقول هذا الشيء. قال طلع فيه إنه أنت مسيحية علوية سنية مو سنية لا إنه شيعية درزية.
I mean, this is unheard of in Syria.
Play more of that clip.
You've got priests that are hiding their crosses when they take photos with these new leaders, and then we're supposed to look.
Okay. They're still priests, aren't they? Watch out! They're gonna chop their heads off if they find out they're Christians to hide your crosses.
Look at that and believe that this is inclusive. This climate of fear did not exist a week ago, all right? Syria is going backwards. Syria was self-sufficient in oil, gas, wheat, cotton, grain. Syria had
what? Bro, what? He's like, we are independent in all these things, as in we had no support and also didn't have them, you know? We weren't relying on people getting us these things in Syria. Also, we didn't have them.
No foreign debt, its central bank, its monetary policy were independent.
You need an economy first, you know, bro?
They were not controlled by the West. Syria had free healthcare, free education, social welfare programs, social safety nets, improved literacy rate, improved infrastructure. I saw all of that with my own eyes. And now what is happening?
Hitler improved literacy rate.
It has regressed. But as soon as this new regime in Damascus announces...
It's been a day.
But
and
he
it's
doesn't
already
give a fuck.
Civilization gone.
Syria will be a free market economy.
In case you forget, he's got his name down here in the corner here to let you know he's Richie Man.
Meaning, come in, bring your foreign direct investment so you can control our monetary policy and our politics. What happens?
Again, sorry that nobody's interacting with chat. I can't see it, and Jack likes his phone more.
The United States removes Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, meaning Al-Qaeda, from the terrorist list. Isn't that amazing? The West and Israel have been dying to move on Syria's gas, and that's exactly what they're going to do, just like they're going to steal Gaza's and Lebanon's gas, so they can replace the Iranian and Russian gas, which they sanctioned. In 1 or 2 years, Syrians will be begging for the old days, just like Iraqis and Libyans do right now, when they remember what their countries were turned into by NATO. And look at the level of whitewashing, right? Do you hear any of the Western media talking about persecution of minorities and how Christians are being treated?
Yes. Yes, actually, a lot of them. There's like a strong narrative that Christians are being persecuted. I've yet to see it. You showed a clip of somebody who may have been asked what religion they were. You know what else? You know why they probably asked her that? They were trying to see if she was Kurdish, because we see a lot of people who are captured. A lot of Kurdish people are captured. I'm asking if what are they?
Arab or Kurdish?
Yeah, they'll ask them that.
Interesting. Why?
Because they're specifically targeting Kurdish people. It's the fucking SNA. That's probably where it was. In one of those regions. And they were fucking trying to, because they're fucking. These are the same people who were like, you remember when they were looking for Jews at the airport, the Turks? That was a great video.
Instead, they're rehabilitating
my favorite
this
passive aggressive ship. It's just, it's like everyone can see that he's on his phone, and he's the one over here criticizing the journalists who are reading scripts off their phones.
You can see the comments on Twitch.
Disgusting.
I can't. I literally can't.
Stop bitching at me when you can look at Twitch.
Let me talk. I can explain. I literally can't. My monitor over here is the video because I need to pause it. My monitor over here is the restream.
You don't need to look at the restream.
I can't get the comments in restream. Over here is a YouTube video. Twitch is a completely different fucking tab.
Drag the tab from one screen to the other.
I need this tab to be the fucking restream monitor, though.
So put the tab next to the restream tab.
Bro, I literally have no tabs to put anything else. Both my tabs are used for what I need to do.
Jolani, they're glorifying Al-Qaeda in the media, but I'm the one who gets arrested for terrorism, right? I'm the one who's under investigation, even though they're breaking the law.
But I think Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani, the leader, has made great efforts over the last 10 years to distance himself from those terrorist groups. And certainly the actions we've seen...
Bebo. My Lord Bebo watermark.
Of Tahrir al-Sham over the last last 2 weeks has been those of a liberation movement, not of a terrorist organization.
And then they have
I agree. Like, but at the same time, they will always follow this up. Like, if you watch that guy's entire analysis, I'm sure he goes into great detail how they literally are basically offshoots of Al-Qaeda. Nobody is like actually denying that they're offshoots of Al-Qaeda. Who's doing that? What is this reformist narrative that these people are presenting that we're saying that they weren't in Al-Qaeda? And if anything, Hassan's the one who's the idiot. All these people have been able to distinguish that they're different than ISIS.
Crazy, right?
To complain about Russia invading Ukraine, but they call Israel's invasion a buffer zone. I mean, the nerve. Don't forget that Israel has a Greater Israel project. You've got IDF troops who openly carry patches of Greater Israel on their uniforms. Smotrich, the finance minister, said on video just a few weeks ago that he wants Greater Israel to extend to Damascus, to swallow up the Syrian capital.
Crazy. One opinion exists in a country that has multiple opinions. Wow. I'm sure this means everything. This guy is definitely the King Jew.
Bezalel Smotrich a une vision maximaliste de la terre promise. Elle inclut les territoires palestiniens, mais aussi des territoires en Jordanie, en Syrie, au Liban, en Irak, en Égypte ou encore en Arabie.
And many who are pro-Palestine are still too dumb to understand that there is an Israeli agenda in Syria. And don't forget Erdogan had control of Idlib.
The Jews control the bank, Richie.
But no.
You need a final solution.
Who is denying there's an Israeli agenda in Syria?
He needs a final solution. What do you mean?
It depends on what we're saying that agenda is. Like if
it's clearly to undermine society and take over Damascus, clearly. So we need to purge the Jews from Syria immediately.
The two that are left. Literally, I believe there's two.
All these terrorist groups that he sent on the offensive. Turkey attacked Syria from the north. Turkey's now moving its own troops into Aleppo, and Israel attacked Syria from the south, while the Americans are in the east occupying the oil. And what did Israel do? Israel took control of Mount Hermon, of Jabal el-Sheikh. This is the most strategic place inside of Syria. It's the highest peak. It overlooks Israeli troop positions, and they took it without a fight. They've taken an area of land now in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, it's almost like nobody was there.
Yeah.
They just walked in crazy. China does this, you know. To China, they just move the fucking cone down the road every day. They just kick it a little further.
Yep, they take a little bit more, and then they claim a little bit more.
That's several times the size of Gaza. They have destroyed Syria's military infrastructure, missiles, tanks, planes, ships, you name it, research laboratories. This is Israel's largest air offensive in history. Over 400 airstrikes. Not a word from these so-called rebels who claim to be representing the interests of Syrians. Israeli troops are 19 kilometers from Damascus. And the irony is the Israelis pretend that, they don't want the weapons to fall into the hands of jihadists. You're the ones who gave the jihadists weapons in the first place. Netanyahu was in hospital, in an IDF hospital, shaking.
Where did Israel also give weapons and funding before?
Hamas?
Oh! That means Hamas is behind Assad's fall, I guess.
Must be. They really were against
the hands of these so-called moderate rebels who are Al-Qaeda, and doing photo ops with them. They were giving them medical assistance. They were giving them weapons. They were doing everything in their power, acting as an air force for them.
Hot take. Even ISIS deserves medical assistance. If you're wounded in war, you deserve medical treatment. I don't care if you're a fucking Nazi. That's how it works. Now, going out of your way, that's a different story. You know, if they find their way to you for help, I think you're obligated to help and render aid.
In order to help them overthrow and topple the government in Syria. And now we've got reports of scientists also being...
Well, see, it's so... I can only see part of the comments.
That's weird.
I don't even know what some of these are in response to.
Israeli agenda in Syria was to keep Assad around.
Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Assad Assad didn't hit back. That's the big deal.
Yeah.
These weapons could be put on that hill and shot into Israel.
Yeah, true.
All Trump recognized first, Somaliland. I think. And then what's this? The psychiatric for one would be good. Oh, as in treatment. to people. Yeah, that's the joke, is that he is Israel because he's from Golan Heights. That is a good point.
Killed and hunted down in Syria, which is exactly what Israel did in Iran. They are crippling Syria's defenses for generations. And any government that is formed now is already going to be neutered, impotent, and illegitimate, and will have no sovereignty. How can you form a government? How can you defend the country when you allowed the enemy to destroy all of the military assets? This is treason. It's frankly treason. And the United States said they'll call the Golan Heights, the occupied Golan Heights, Israeli, as long as Assad is in power.
As long as Assad is in power in Syria, as long as Iran is present in Syria, militia groups backed by Iran, the Assad regime itself, all of these pose a significant security threat to Israel. And as a practical matter, the control of the Golan in that situation, I think, remains of real importance to Israel's security.
Well, guess what? Bashar al-Assad is gone. And yet they haven't changed their position. Joe Biden has kept Donald Trump's position of stealing land from Syria. The United States put Caesar Act sanctions on Syria. Bashar al-Assad is gone. Have they lifted the sanctions? No, the sanctions are still there.
It's been a day,
Is the U.S. Still controlling the wheat? Is it still controlling Syria's oil fields? Yes, it is. Donald Trump admitted it. Joe Biden kept them there, and now Bashar al-Assad is gone, and they still won't move their troops. They're still right there stealing our resources. Isn't it amazing? So in conclusion, Turkey's stealing more land. Turkey is going to attack the Kurds and persecute them, and now has them surrounded. Israel is stealing more land. Israel's destroyed Syria's military and Syria's central role in the Palestinian cause. And Giuliani and his Al-Qaeda scum are going to sit on the throne. And U.S. corporations and banks will take over Syria's economy, hollow it out, steal its resources, and block the new Silk Road's access to the Mediterranean Sea so they can cripple China and the global South.
I was like, hey, so that's a good conclusion. He's not really wrong. And then boom, new Silk Road. Shut up. By the way, there's BRICS news. Everyone hear the BRICS news yet? Did you get the BRICS news?
No.
Okay, I'll grab it for you.
This has been their plan all along. The same people that are committing a genocide in Gaza have taken over Syria under the banner of a fake revolution. And those who call themselves pro-Palestinian, many of them are too blind to see that by celebrating what is happening in Syria...
it's not a fake revolution. It literally succeeded. That is literally the definition of a revolution.
They're siding with Netanyahu.
Honestly, that might have been the best Assadist one so far.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
Fox 5.
Oh
the NYPD says the gun found on the suspect in the United Healthcare CEO's killing matches the shell casings found at the crime scene. The news comes as Luigi Mangione awaits extradition to New York City while he sits in the Pennsylvania jail.
9mm shells.
Windy, wintry weather is now on the way. What forecasters are saying about the storm and how much rain and snow we should get. Good afternoon. I'm Kendall Green. Welcome to the News Block. We have those stories and in a moment. But here's a live look outside. It feels how it looks out there. It's cold. It's wintry. Let's get to meteorologist Audrey Pointe for a first look at the forecast. How's it going to be, Audrey?
The temperature's not too bad right now, Kendall. We're seeing a lot of rain across the tri-state area, but it is unusually mild. Where it's the entirety. This I like to
look at this. Iran, Russia, big move. Israel, destruction. West is panic.
Oh my God.
West is panic.
West is.
Who made this? Did somebody who speaks English make this thumbnail, and then he's sitting here doing like a Vulcan Nazi salute?
Was it Danny? Is it the Vietnamese dude?
It's War Ecozone TV.
Damn.
I don't know what this is.
Echo.
But now it's politically convenient. The United States played a role, Turkey played a role, Israel played a role. But here's my take on this.
This is
nobody
just a talking
expected
head.
this to happen. And the reason why I can tell you I believe that is the case
themselves, but taking out the air defense units around them. So I think they're feeling vulnerable, Iran. I think it's very unlikely. of the last week or so in Syria are exactly what the Iranian regime fear could happen in Iran at some point. I think they are more sophisticated in Iran. They've got some.
How could you have done
the
this?
guy
How
that
could
they
you have
put
committed
on
suicide?
on that other clip, who said he was justifying the attacks. I think all this. Okay, so all this might be AI. So all this, like, this is a Scott Ritter appearance somewhere else, and they blocked the background out with the tool. Like, his ears are cut off, right? So they blocked the background out with a tool, put this on,
which is
and then put like this shitty filter.
And once the fighting stopped,
like the
things
grain
settled
filter
down.
on top of it.
A typical hyperbolic way, but maybe there's some.
Our presence in.
I think they just take things that exist elsewhere. Oh my god, all these thumbnails are amazing. Look at this guy with his squinty eyes.
It's racist.
Putin will use nuclear.
Amazing.
Attack nuclear. Oh god. Not these ads. Milk girls. I'm horny. I'm gonna download this game because I'm horny.
Milk girls.
How long is this ad? Why is there no skip ad?
And the Russians had let them attack.
That's one of the stories. Yeah,
but we're the ones, we in the West, that have been urging them to go forward. If you go and look at some of these television general, now is probably better than it's been. Certainly in that memorandum, there was something else I put in there, which honestly we cultivated that.
No, in a way, it was
homegrown. Yeah, but it was underneath.
Yeah,
it was underneath, and it was resurfaced in a terrible way. Just as people say.
How many views?
I mean, there's
the intensity of the Russian air support early on. The Russians were flying sortie after sortie after sortie after sortie.
Oh, bro, look at these assets up here. What is going on up here?
That's
what
totally
is this? Is
AI
like
picture.
What a bizarre channel.
It's just one of those faceless channels.
Yeah. Just re-uploading shit. Bro, hang on.
If I could be fucked, I would look at how to make those shitty AI video channels and just use those to make
What's
money.
this?
I don't know. A video?
Like, this is the same channel.
What the fuck? Did you go to oldest?
No. Just latest.
That's funny.
This 1 day ago, this shit started being uploaded. Before, it's all this like, what are they making? Is this Bob making tool?
What is happening?
It's like, this is I guess they're baking. It just
Arabic?
looks very laboratory.
Is it Arabic? Maybe it's Persian.
Yeah. It looks. I mean, yeah. This is the Algerian flag here. This might be like some.
تقبل الله منا ومنكم إن شاء الله. هذه قناة روتينات ربيعة، إن شاء الله تكون فالخير علينا حبيباتي. جبت لكم يعني دائما كي تعرفي تخرج فهمتوني.
Oh, dude, look at the social blade of it. It'll tell you X names, right?
It's just funny because it's just this lady. It's like this housewife making house life. This one has 27K views. It must have gotten enough view metrics that somebody bought the channel from her.
Maybe.
Or maybe she's just doing this now. I couldn't tell you.
Only a day ago.
Uh-huh.
And it was
and
recommended
before that, the last
to you.
upload was
What
2
the
months.
fuck? And it was like, this was recommended to you. Are you fucking kidding me?
ان شاء الله تكونوا بخير وعلى خير. انا الحمد لله قبل ما نبداو نقول لكم صلوا وسلموا على رسول الله. غالياتي اليوم جبت لكم روتين بزاف هايل، ما تنساونيش بهذاك الجنب، يعني كل وحده واش سيات، كل وحده واش خدمت، والحمد لله يعني ان شاء الله باذن الله نشارك معكم كما تقول لي سبحان الله الانسان يموت ولا يعني تكون دارو مقيه، تكون كاين وين يكسلوه. المهم يعني هذه برك يعني تربينا بها، فهمتوني. هنا جوزت يعني خفيف خفيف، كنت يعني خسر الماء اللي خسر اللي تكون عندها بارك يعني يخسر بزاف. في حاله يعني ما عندي ما نقول لكم، نقيت ونحيت بالورده يعني شمختهم ونقيتهم. وهنا ياخذكم انطلقه لبست حجابي.
There's literal like cleaning like dish chemical stuff on the counter. I don't know what they're making here.
دوزان تاعي ورحت هنا شوفوا الدوره يعني ما شاء الله. هنا كنا نخدموا نورمالمون في الريحه، كنا نخدموا في الريحه تاع الدار يعني، وهذيك السخانه يعني والله غير تعب يعني. او بعد يعني كي ريحه خدكم الحمد لله درته هنا مسمن، درته بحجم كبير دوبل اكس ال يعني ناكل ونوكل اللي يقسم الحبه يشبع. ان شاء الله يكون عجبكم هذا الروتين ومزيد من الروتينات ومزيد يعني من الاستفسارات اللي حبت يعني كاش حاجه ولا تتواصل معايا غالياتي.
Wow, I sure get the YouTube recommendations, huh?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, the Hasanabi channels are easy.
Luigi Mangione is currently behind bars at the Huntington Correctional Facility about 40 minutes away from here. The McDonald's here in Altoona, where he was spotted and arrested and taken into custody.
I'm a lawyer. That's why we're fighting extradition. We have constitutional rights, and that's what we're doing.
Thomas Dickey is challenging extradition to New York City for his client, Luigi Mangione, who is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan last week. Dickey claims there isn't enough evidence for his client to be held without bail.
You can't rush the judgment in this case or any case, because any one of you all, if you're charged with a crime or any of your family members or loved ones, you don't want anybody rushing to those judgments. So if you believe in America and that presumption of innocence, then you cannot rush to judgment.
With his arms and legs shackled, Mangione had an outburst as he was escorted into Blair County Courthouse for his extradition hearing on Tuesday.
You famously
Mangione
said
was spotted in this Altoona
that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
McDonald's on Monday, eating what appears to be a hash brown when police approached him. Investigators say on him was a laptop, masks, $10,000 cash, the same New Jersey fake ID he used at the Upper West Side hostel, and a gun consistent with the weapon used in the shooting. This customer says his friend was the one who notified a McDonald's employee.
Well, your friend's a cunt.
He made a comment.
I hope they don't get the money. Fuck yourself.
Well, that looks like the shooter from New York, but I thought he was, the group of us, I thought it was more of a joke, and we were kidding about it, but then as it turned out, it was him.
As the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has put out an arrest warrant for Mangione for murder and other charges, the Blair County charges are still active.
We also intend on cooperating with the New York City Police Department and the Manhattan DA's office.
You know the name of that file?
We believe their charges take precedent.
So you famously said filed?
N-word Italy.
Okay.
And we'll do what's necessary to accommodate their prosecution first. But that doesn't mean we're getting rid of our charges.
And while in court yesterday for his hearing, Mangione was restless. He interrupted his defense attorney, who turned to him and said, "Don't say a word." Now, they have 2 weeks to file a formal application to fight against extradition, but it could take up to 45 days to extradite him back to New York City. Reporting in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
And police reveal more evidence.
Well, there is new evidence found in the murder of the United Healthcare CEO today. Sources tell CBS News that fingerprints on a water bottle found at the crime scene matched the fingerprints of the man charged. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione is currently being held in Pennsylvania without bail as he fights extradition to New York. He struggled with officers as he was brought into court for yesterday's hearing.
About this?
Yeah.
We learned that Italians are white after all, because the conservatives also think he's a hero. That couldn't be possible if he was black.
It's me, Tony Lasagna.
Hearing. Police released these body cam images showing Mangione inside McDonald's in
looks like he's
Altoona,
going. I love how
Pennsylvania,
he's
prior to his
covering
arrest.
his
He was
eyebrows
spotted
because
by
he knows how
patrons of the
distinctive his
establishment. They alerted an
eyebrows
employee,
are.
and that employee
Maybe
called
you should have
911.
covered. Maybe you should have covered
The
those
guy
two
came
when
in
you
the
did
door,
the shooting and not lower
and
your mask.
I didn't really
dumbo.
look at him. I thought everyone was kidding around. Well, the one guy said, "That looks like the shooter from New York." Well, then we laughed, and I guess he placed his order, and we just went on about our business. But we were kidding about it. We're like, well, wouldn't that be something, you know? So then I actually left after that, and I went to the restroom, and he was sitting in the back, but I thought it was one of the employees because they go back there on break and they put their hoods up.
Anna Schechter is the senior coordinating producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit, and she is here in Studio 57 with more on the case. So, Anna, how significant is the fact that officials now say they are able to place Mangione at the scene of the crime in New York?
This is crucial for prosecutors who are building their case. Of course, he's already charged with murder, but he has to go through the legal process, and the prosecutors have to make their case. So that DNA evidence, the fingerprint that they took when he got booked in Pennsylvania.
Wouldn't it be funny if the jury was like, yeah, he did it, but we're gonna go not guilty because fuck that guy.
Well, that's the thing is the jury selection is supposed to prevent something like that. Like they're gonna ask him, the jury, when they're questioning him, do you have problems with like healthcare, stuff like this?
Yeah, okay.
So like the state attorneys are going to make sure that they have people on there that are like sympathetic to like being against any type of killing.
Yeah, okay. Which seems like it's not actually
and like if
you
literally say that that's like the joke how you get out of jury duty is you say that you won't vote guilty when they ask you.
That's funny.
Like, would you vote guilty on this and you say no?
But wouldn't that be tilting the scales? Like, if it's really a jury of your peers, should it not be just
each side selects half the jury?
No, but shouldn't it just be like a randomly selected selection from New York City? Shouldn't that be how it works? Not just the jury randomly selecting.
Well, if it's randomly selected, then you might just grab it randomly from one specific type of population, and it might be a disadvantage elsewhere.
Yeah, so do it from all over the state.
Yeah, but you never know. Like, they could come in and already be biased to the case if it's just random, right? Like, jury selection is random. Like, you do get randomly selected for jury selection, but then they eliminate the jurors that they don't think will be good jurors on the case.
Right. So what if you played it up so you would get on the jury so you could tank it? Mint.
But you have to be careful because of, like, I don't know the exact laws and stuff, but like perjury, stuff like that.
Well, that would
like
perjury is lying.
Like tank a trial because you have political motivation.
Well, perjury is lying, and if I don't think that people should be
I'm saying it's like something like that. Like I don't know what the charge is, but there is like a contempt of court type thing.
Sure, but if I think that nobody should be in jail for non-violent crimes and they've done a non-violent crime and I vote not guilty because I don't think that they should be in jail for a non-violent crime, that's a choice of the jury as well. Mm-hmm. And if I can argue that in the jurors' room,
both sides have to agree to the jury selection too. So like you saying that you wouldn't vote guilty would be good for the defense, but you saying that would immediately get you struck by the prosecution.
Yeah, but what I'm more saying is, what if I could convince the juror room that not guilty is the correct option because it was a non-violent crime and ultimately nobody got hurt? Make it a fine. Make it remuneration for whatever lost. And send him on his way.
Well, the jury doesn't get to decide on the sentence, but like you can do that. You can argue by principle in the jury selection.
Interesting. Okay.
And sometimes, so like for example, the whole case with OJ was that he was being charged because he was black. Like that's the case that they made as the defense. Like that was the whole reason why they came at it. Like because the evidence really was against him. But the jury was able to be convinced, even if they thought he did it, that he was targeted because he was black.
Interesting. Fun.
That matches fingerprints recovered from a water bottle at the scene of the crime that police recovered here in New York City. So that is very important. We might all be sitting here saying, of course, that's the guy. But there's a legal process here. He has a defense attorney who...
This is only one man, my guy. You know, do
You've been watching us for a minute. We speak about memetics all the time. This is the beginning of a memetics trend, sir.
Did somebody say something?
This one.
Hang on, I can't see right now. I'm uploading a file.
Great.
Okay. And today's soundbite files.
So he goes, but how stupid was he to be successfully pull off that, leave New York and get nabbed at a random Macca's? Like, yeah, if this is what people were saying on Twitter, that if he was boycotting like he should be, he never would have gotten caught.
Yeah, but he's not a leftist.
No, I know, which is funny.
Like, he wanted to be caught, like, which is funny because if he wanted to be caught, you think he would just give himself up on the street right there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like the guy who shot Lennon just sat down and read Catcher in the Rye after.
That's funny.
Who is advocating
Anyway,
on his
I
behalf,
buffed the
and the
N-word
prosecutors
Italy.
have to
It's
go
back in
through
the
all the
today's
steps
file.
that they need to build a case to definitively, without any doubt, place him at the scene of the crime and have him, this individual, Luigi Mangione, pulling the trigger. So they are working to build that case so that DNA and those fingerprints are crucial.
And we're learning a lot more about Mangione's life. What can you share with our audience, especially about the weeks really leading up to this murder?
Well, it's a mystery because in the last 6 months, he really went dark. So his family and friends were reaching out to him, trying to locate him. All of that kind of mystery happened in the wake of a back surgery that happened back in 2023. He posted to a Reddit account about this. So he had severe back pain. He went and got a surgery. It appears that the X-ray photo that he posted to his social media account shows pins in his spine. It appears that's his spine. And his friends have told us that he was in debilitating pain. So investigators are looking at, is there a link to his life spiraling out of control after this back surgery? Now, in the weeks leading up, that's like a black hole at this point. We cannot confirm exactly where he was. We know that his mother filed a missing persons complaint report, in San Francisco in November. But now here we are in December. So his family was worried about him, looking for him. In the meantime, he was planning this. He obtained the ghost gun. It would make sense that would be in the Bay Area, which was his last known place of stay after Hawaii. Got the ghost gun, got the ammunition, made his...
That was a mistake.
Is that better?
Hang on. Let me check. I want to make sure that I didn't upload my download.
Way to the East Coast. We know he took a bus that originated in Atlanta. So how he got there, that's a mystery.
So, one really quick question as they're trying to piece all this together, because of course his lawyer says his defense is not that he didn't do it. He wasn't there. With this surgery, do we know if United was his healthcare provider, or that's something that we're still piecing together?
We're still piecing it together, but he referenced United.
Thank you. The suspect in last week's murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson remains behind bars in Pennsylvania after a judge denied bail.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
At one point, Luigi Mangione struggled and yelled at press as deputies transported him to the courthouse.
I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Back to New York on second-degree murder charges. Jared Hill has the latest.
Shouting to the cameras.
Gentlemen,
this
is Democracy Manifest.
The 26-year-old Maryland native denied bail and fighting extradition to New York, where he's charged with second-degree murder, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione's lawyer says he plans to plead not guilty.
I haven't seen any evidence that says that
they charged him with
second
degree.
Arrested the suspect Monday after he was spotted at this McDonald's.
It's unbelievable.
This man says he was there at the same time.
I thought everyone was kidding around. The one guy said, "That looks like the shooter."
Gentlemen, it's going to be the same reporting. This is why I said might as well for this put on streamers, because it's going to be just recycling the same shit. Nobody has anything new to say.
The family and friends of Luigi Mangione, the suspect accused of shooting dead United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, reportedly reacted with shock and disbelief when the 26-year-old was charged with murder. Mangione's family said in a statement they were devastated by the arrest and offered prayers to the victim's family.
It's very strange.
Meanwhile, vision has emerged of the Ivy League student struggling
maybe they can't prove intent yet.
Police and yelling
or
as
like premeditation
led into court on Tuesday.
Luigi, what do you mean?
American people, it's an experience.
A witness at the Pennsylvania McDonald's where Mangione was taken into custody has spoken about recognising the 26-year-old from the images released by police.
Well, the one guy said, that looks like the shooter from New York. Well, then
there's nothing new
we
to
laughed, and I
there's
guess he placed his order, and we just went on about our business. But we were kidding about it.
We don't know
like,
anything
wouldn't
yet.
that be something,
That's
you know?
why
Mangioni's defense attorneys.
Someone else saying about it.
It appears that the killer of the healthcare
coverage of it on
CEO.
there.
We saw this.
Hey, my name is Ava. I'm from Miami, Florida.
Ava from Miami, what's on your mind?
Yeah, glad to get through though. I've tried a few times. I come from like a kind of a unique little background because I'm an RN and I've worked both military and civilian medicine. And
I hope you
get
PTSD.
Being a sort of Medicare for active duty and family of military members, I see that it works much better than the privatized, private insurances. So the idea that this CEO was actually using AI to get all these denials, it's just, it's just so telling that this is a robbery. I
uploaded another version that might be louder.
It's fine. And that people still will, kind of understand it and
it was a little quiet.
Deal with it. I don't understand that. I guess until you have to file for bankruptcy because your medical bills are so high.
Didn't he 3D print? I know there's so much to this story these people could report on, but yet they don't.
You feel right. And
guess what? I got all of that, baby.
Your life's destroyed, and
Have you seen Emma Beath about unions and polymarket with the Young Turks? Yes. I mean, no comment chick has been.
Yeah,
that's basically been
and for wealthy people, bankruptcy usually just means they have to sell if they're third home or something, or they've overextended.
Like even in the last few days.
Bankruptcy is very different.
Okay. This is boring.
And Young Turks thing. You don't have Vosh.
So a few days ago, the CEO of United Healthcare
was
assassinated. He was shot outside a hotel in Manhattan while the company was celebrating Investors' Day. Big stock increases were happening in the company. And this is, maybe partially because of the fact that United Healthcare is one of the highest deniers of insurance claims in America. The killer wrote deny, defend, depose on the bullet casings that he used to murder this man. And he left a backpack full of Monopoly money for the cops to find. So this was clearly a targeted, politically motivated assassination. And I think it's really important here that we all take a step back and we really examine what's happening here, because this is deeply disturbing. For those of you that don't know, the words deny and defend specifically refer to tactics that insurance...
Can we seriously address the fact that this guy got rizzed into fucking getting caught? Some girl at Starbucks fucked this guy. Not literally, figuratively, because she got him to drop his mask. You fool. You fucking fool. You would have gotten away with it too.
Can a hitman get first-degree
companies will
murder
use in order to not give you the claims on you?
Maybe they got second degree because he was asked to do it.
Your insurance. Obviously, it's in the best interest for the bottom line of an insurance company
AI
to not
says
pay out the claim
hitman would
when
almost
you
certainly
ask for the
be
claim,
charged
even
with
if it's sometimes
first-degree
a justified
murder
claim
if
to
caught.
ask. And for
As the
United
nature of the
Healthcare in
job,
specific,
intentionally
they
killing
were using an
someone for
AI
hire
that they
involves
knew had flaws with it, but it
malice,
rejected more claims than a
forethought,
human would.
which
So
are key
they kept using
elements
it.
of
So
first-degree
that's just an
murder
example of
conviction.
that. So yeah.
Makes sense. Maybe the person paying for it would get a different level. Third degree, maybe.
Clearly, this guy was someone who was making a case against the insurance industry by killing the CEO. I see a lot of reaction about this online, and I just want to remind everybody.
What's the felony murder? Maybe they get.
This was a human man, okay? He had a family. Reveling in bloodshed can only lead
this
to
a
more
human
bloodshed.
man.
The spark of God is within all of us. So we shouldn't be celebrating
You
this,
are
okay? This is
garbage,
actually a very
okay?
scary
You're
moment
garbage.
in human history that we should be
bunch of
very
liberal
aware of. So I just
bullshit.
want to unpack. Okay, so the first really concerning thing about this is the accessibility.
John just killed a
all you really
tree
need to do to
in
pull
the
someone
Amazon
off
related
is,
question.
like, $400 for a pistol and e-bike. That's all
I'm
it takes
just
to
so
become a beloved
confused.
anti-hero type character for Gen Z forever. So
Why
accessible.
he got
like,
second
you can literally
degree.
Google these people's names and their addresses come up. Like if I wanted to find Larry Fink's house, I'm picking the name of a hat here, okay? Just calm down. But like if Larry Fink, for example, you could just Google that and it pops up. I mean, what if the GeoGuessr people start teaming up with the assassins? Who knows what'll happen? It's not a funny situation. I mean, you can just like
that's
you
another
can
thing
Google
is
the
these
BlackRock
guys normally
headquarters.
have
You can find
security
out
details.
where in New York that is, and you could see these people,
And
these
so, like,
executives of.
like it's this. These are questions that I really have. Is like the way it happened, right?
Mm.
Like he just happened to know. Like how long was he staking the location? Like he knew the guy was going to come out there eventually. He knew he was going to come out there without security. Maybe he even didn't care if there's security. You know?
Maybe. But if he wrote that stuff on the shells, he was always going to fire 3 shells. Right, on 3 of the cases?
No, I think he fired more than 3, but 3 of the shells were engraved.
Okay.
Whatever corporation you decide to
haven't
hate,
really,
just walking
because most
around
of the footage
with
stops
families
before the
and more.
bullet gets shot. You know?
Yeah.
They stop when he points it, but I know there's at least the clearing of one jam.
Bodies and wives and explodable heads and sins. Oh God, the sins that almost beg to be cleansed with fire. I'm making this video because 4 months ago I made a video called "Assassinations Are So Back." This was after Donald Trump got shot, and I sort of, to some, it seemed like I was advocating for more assassinations and for this exact thing to happen. And I actually specifically said that this exact thing should happen.
I mean, these guys are literally just walking around with addresses. Think if oil executives were getting killed, even if it was just 1 in 10,000, people would be like, maybe I should reconsider this oil executive thing. Everybody in power right now is just walking around with a human body. A vulnerable human body.
People don't understand this about my channel. I had a big satire alert over it. Okay, did you not see the satire alert? So maybe
doesn't Dreg kind of look like the guy who did it?
And he saw the satire alert. Maybe he missed the satire alert.
I think Dreg did
that's not my bad. So I'm free of the consequences of the things that I say. Okay, the words that exit my mouth. There's no consequences because I said the word satire at some point during that video. What kind of sick dysgenic mutant would do this kind of horrible? Oh, he's hot. Oh, he's hot. Okay, so he's hot, all right? That's fine. Lots of women want to fuck him, and he's hot. But he also took the life of his fellow man, who looks like this. I'm just saying, that's bad physiognomy. And when people with this kind of physiognomy are running things and they're in power, I don't know, it kind of gives you a bad vibe sometimes, doesn't it? It kind of makes you think, why is this guy in power? Why is the beautiful man, the underdog here, and this guy isn't? This right here is the physiognomy of the kind of guy.
His little Weasley little smile, though. This guy was a through and through piece of shit. And then he had a 9mm go through and through him. Eat shit.
Who's going to be investigated for insider trading and shady business. I feel specifically like it's important for someone like me to make this video because I know that I have a lot of susceptible members of my audience to this kind of event. And I want to sort of get in quickly and nip that in the bud. I know that there's a lot of in my audience, especially politically extreme, disaffected people, maybe with nothing to lose. And I really feel for those people, and that's why I'm making this video. To reach them. There's so many deeply disturbed young men who just want to do violence, and they have no outlet for that violence to go to.
I just want to here's the thing too, the jams, right?
Makes a lot of women want to fuck them. Have you seen this?
If he's clearing the jam, wouldn't the bullet still be in the casing?
Yes.
Or unless it's a partial extraction that he was clearing.
Because he definitely fired those shots.
I wonder if he's shot with the silencer before, because it definitely looks like there's an issue with the shells extracting.
Okay.
I'll send you the video.
Let's watch this. You will have to.
Is it going to show the shooting itself?
No, it does not. I've already watched it. You will have to watch this one though.
Okay, and you'll rechat.
This one is very important. Yes.
Here's the thing.
Because one.
Well, here's the thing.
Back of the
I can only share it with the account that's. Hang on, I have to fucking share it from the monitor from the laptop. I have to send it back through myself and open over there because the account it's only gonna bring up the Chrome tabs from the work account that I have, not my other account.
Are you not age verified on the proper account?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Why is it not age verified?
I can't pull it up on my main account that's signed in. I can only pull it up on the same Google Chrome instance, and because it's a work tab, I can't just pull stuff from the other account. So sure. I have to use my laptop to pull it up on that account and then share from there.
Sure.
Or else it's going to echo. I'll have to full screen. Oh, you messaged me. You coming? Yeah. Apparently, I was there the whole time.
Apparently.
Use a 3D printed gun? And if so, what gun would he have used? And did he use a 3D printed suppressor? Let's roll the intro, even though this video is definitely going to be age restricted and demonetized. Welcome to the PSR YouTube channel. Hey, I love YouTube. YouTube's awesome. It's awesome. You should become a YouTube creator. This video will get monetized. Yes.
Does it ever work? Probably not.
Where's the part that I do get age gated for? Because I don't want to age gate our stream. Probably where he's here shooting the gun.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I only wanted to hear the part where he's talking because he actually breaks it down. He breaks down how suppressors work.
Well, we can always just potentially. I don't know if you can like just share the audio.
I mean, PSR from the future here. I'm
realistically we are 2 steps removed from him.
All I'm saying is, if I'm going out of my way to make sure I'm not showing, like, is this what they don't want me to show?
It's definitely
design. Gen 3, I think. Glock 19 aftermarket slide with suppressor height sights, threaded barrel, and this is a design which utilizes the V2 rails. It's originally designed by Navigo Boom. It's pretty insane. I'm going to continue to go throughout the video talking about whether it was or wasn't a 3D printed gun, which we now know the answer to. Developing very fast, so situation is fluid, but I can confirm that that is a 3D printed gun. Looks like PLA, but can't tell you what material it is now. Enjoy the rest of the video. I'm going to continue referring to it whether or not it was or wasn't 3D printed, but now we know the answer. All right, so let's get into it. I'm sure you have all heard of the event that happened last week. The United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, was assassinated on the streets of New York. Early in the morning, kind of just about daylight, his life ended. And it's interesting because I used to live in New York for a number of years, bustling, busy part of New York City. And it is pretty shocking to see someone so brazenly just shoot someone in more or less broad day like he did. Now, I'm not going to show any footage of the shooting. I'm sure you guys have all seen it. It's been making its waves. It's pretty amazing to me that they're just finding the guy now. I thought it would be much quicker than that. Given some of the evidence, which we'll talk about, it's fascinating that he was caught in the way that he was. This is the evening of Monday, the 9th of December. It just came out that the shooter of Brian Thompson, the healthcare CEO of United Healthcare, has been apprehended and has been brought in for questioning, and he's been charged with firearms charges for now. Just want to reiterate that this is all alleged, so everything here is allegedly. We don't have any proof yet that this individual is actually the killer. He apparently was discovered, or he was found at a McDonald's. From what I hear, he was inside the McDonald's eating. Must have been wearing something similar to what he was wearing as when he committed the murder, because people were able to spot him, or employee was able to spot him at McDonald's and called the authorities. I find that fascinating because I don't know, if it was me who was trying to escape the authorities, I would try to go the opposite route and dress very differently than the way I dressed when I committed such an act. But that is neither here nor there. I wanted to talk about the reports initially coming out that the shooter used a...
He was dressed differently. This is not a good video. It's out of date and doesn't have updated information.
Oh my god, I'm talking about the fucking firearm.
Ghost gun.
I don't give a shit about the
potentially rest. They're saying, the police are potentially saying that it was maybe a 3D printed firearm, which is my specialty, of course. YouTube, I'm not teaching anyone how to build anything. It's just information. I think information is important, and hopefully some people who are wanting to know more about a 3D printed firearm or how a 3D printed firearm works with a suppressor. This is CCTV footage from the Hilton Hotel, which shows very clearly the shooter ending Mr. Thompson's life. What we saw was a gentleman coming out from what appeared to be behind a car, putting one shot into Brian Thompson, and it looked to be the B&T Station 6. I initially saw the footage and thought, and I posted a question mark on one of the videos. I said, B&T Station 6, question mark? But then I looked at it a little bit more, And I was like immediately like, nope, he's clearly racking the slide. So the BNT Station 6, you turn it. I'm sure you guys have seen the videos. You turn it and you kind of eject the casing and then turn it back. You kind of twist it back. You do see him push it back, the slide, but I think that's probably because the slide did not return into battery properly. Now on a semi-automatic pistol, let's say a Glock, where it has a Browning style action, the barrel tilts up when the slide goes fully back after a round is expended, and so that round goes out the barrel.
Where he's shooting
back. What we saw there in the first shot, I believe, was the slide not.
Where he's shooting, he's demonstrating what he's talking about. That's all the shooting is. So he's demonstrating that
I'm not putting shooting on the screen.
That's fine.
Like,
I'm not asking you to. I'm just explaining that that's what he demonstrates. So he explains how a 3D printed suppressor works, how the baffles work on a 3D printed gun, like a suppressor, how the 3D printed gun works, why it's likely, I think, why it was likely a 3D printed gun, or which gun it is, I think, is what he's discussing. But it just explains how the suppressors function and why it might have been jamming that way.
Where? When he's actually firing?
No. Just play the video.
Fully coming back all the way. It doesn't appear that the shell or the casing was ejected. Probably heard all of this before, so I won't get too far into it, but what we see is shooter, there's a...
Yeah, I looked at it, like, I played it back a few times to see if I could count shots, and it's hard to tell because he's trying to clear the jam.
Yeah, because he's smacking the back of it.
I think there's at least 5 to 6 trigger pulls. And I can see at least 3 shots.
Yeah.
It's very hard to tell.
It's
because the motion of him hitting it, if it fires when he's hitting it, it's the quality of the camera and the amount of frames it has. Like the first shot, smoke comes out.
Yeah.
But you can't see smoke on any of the other shots. But you can see like some manipulation of the slide.
Tiny little bit of smoke, it seems, coming out of the ejection port of the gun, but it's not enough to cycle the pistol. So he manually cycles it and he goes in for another shot. I believe after the second or third shot, there was another malfunction where he did close the...
I think the second one, he brings it up. He tries to take the second shot.
And it doesn't fire?
It doesn't fire.
That's what I got as well. And
that's
slider,
when it wasn't closed completely. Maybe the trigger didn't reset. He tried to fire at Brian Thompson when he had fallen and it didn't function, and then he racked the slide, fired another round. It wasn't like he was looking at the gun trying to figure out why it had jammed. It seemed to be like he knew it was not going to cycle. That to me is an indication that he had shot the pistol before and he knew that there was going to be some sort of malfunction, or that was how the pistol was behaving. I recently in the last year have gotten really into suppressors. I've got a bunch of suppressors, and as you know,
that's another thing. Every time all the reporting on this, every time you hear silencer, I'm just like,
silencer, another name for a suppressor. Just call it a fucking suppressor. Jesus Christ.
It's because of movies and games. Pew pew guns.
Yeah.
You have to file a Form 4, or if you're going to make your own, a Form 1. And that's telling the ATF, this is my suppressor, this is the serial number, it's actually in a registry, you're on a list officially if you got a suppressor, which begs the question, did the shooter complete a Form 4 or Form 1 for that suppressor? Something tells me I doubt it, especially if he had a DIY or ghost gun or 3D printed P80, whatever it is.
What I think of McDonald's hash browns is like they can go fuck themselves.
What's the point of even having the silencer? I guess like more people would turn that direction and see him running.
Yeah.
But like honestly,
also your own hearing protection as well. You want to be able to hear shit.
How do we don't know that he didn't have hearing protection on.
That's true. It was very true.
But I'm just saying it's like I just see the, the 32 where you just pull it out of your belt line, like that's the classic Hitman gat, right?
Yeah.
Not the like the silencer is a little too Leon the Professional,
Yeah. It makes sense though.
You can tell the police are a little off based on their implying that initially the gun was a B&T Station 6, which is kind of a high-end, very obscure, cool gun that originally was used by veterinarians, and they were saying that that was the pistol, which is just it's insane because I looked at the video just once, twice, 3 times, and
it's not insane if you understand where they're coming from, right? Because it's so rare that you see that like type of weapon, like a suppressed handgun.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the place that logically someone would get that?
Out of state?
No, the dog killer gun. It's like
yeah, right.
Right. So they're like, that's a lead. They're presenting a lead, like, oh, that's probably we should ask veterinarians.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, they're trying to find leads. Yeah, they're probing. Is probably
it's like it would make less sense to immediately think it's a 3D printed gun right away, you know?
Yes, because the amount of people that 3D print guns must be pretty small.
Yeah, and we also they aren't we don't know about the level of firearms identification expertise by the person who said this. You know, they may have just made jump conclusions.
Yep.
But it makes sense why they would think that. That's all.
It's like, oh, no, that's not a B&T. That's clearly a pistol that's not a bolt action. It's a semi-automatic pistol that's just malfunctioning. And like I said, the shooter knew it was going to malfunction, I believe. Now, I mentioned it before, but let's talk a little bit more about the suppressor and maybe why it wasn't malfunctioning. As you can see here, I've got a suppressed pistol.
This is a toy. This is airsoft.
This is indeed a 3D printed suppressed pistol.
No, it's not. Nope.
The
He bought it at the store.
Suppressor,
He bought it
you
at
want to call it, is not 3D printed. This is a Brazilian RSP. It is not a DIY suppressor.
Yeah, it's plastic.
It is just
like
one
a
from
Glock
factory
should be. That's how they
Brazilian
come. They're
suppressors,
plastic.
and it's got a Nielsen device in it, or a piston. Now the piston, essentially, I'm not going to give.
This is not him shooting a gun.
He's just showing it.
A quote-unquote ghost gun,
Also,
or a DIY
vibes.
firearm that was involved in this shooting. They're saying that it's potentially a 3D printed gun. What are the odds that it's a 3D printed suppressor? Well, I think they're kind of high, honestly. Now, it could have been a...
You know what? The fact that he's calling it a 3D printed suppressor might be less likely to get age gated.
Maybe.
Because they're not looking for the proper terms.
Solvent trap. Up until not that long ago, you could find these things, albeit you'd have to file a Form 1 legally. You could legally do it. You could find these things in certain places, right? But the ATF has cracked down quite a bit on that recently. It leads me to believe, with the development of these 3D printed suppressors, which we've seen, I have done reviews of them. If you want to check out my with no because of the fact that they're plastic, but they are also, they need to be a little bit beefier. And what I saw in the video, it appeared that the suppressor was quite beefy. Like it had some girth to it, let's say. This leads me to believe that potentially this suppressor that he used in the shooting could have been a 3D printed one. And like I said, the reports are saying that potentially the gun was 3D printed. So what does that mean for us, for people who are everyday enthusiasts in firearms who are into 3D printed firearms? Now, personally, I'm wondering if this gentleman who committed this act had watched any of my videos, because if he's got a 3D printed gun, there's a good chance maybe he's seen my content on YouTube, which is extremely wild, and I'm still kind of processing that right now, if that is the case. He was a younger 26-year-old guy. I think he's from Maryland, apparently.
We should definitely try and get an interview with him so we can release it just in case he did. And then we can right the way. Spam him on Twitter. He's very responsive on Twitter, actually. That might work. Send him the Better Way 2A episode.
Last residence was in Hawaii, last address, but that's fascinating. That aside, how does a 3D printed gun like this work? Well, we've got a Glock. This is a Gen 5 Glock, actually, and it's using PY2A rails printed using a glass nylon fiber. So it is a nylon frame, just like a normal Glock, and it is 3D printed. Now, the slide is not 3D printed. I think a lot of people assume that, okay, the whole gun is 3D printed. They're referring to it as a 3D printed gun. Slide is a normal Gen 5 slide. We got a threaded barrel, and of course, this registered, totally legal suppressor. In most states, it is completely legal to make your own gun. whether it's 3D printing, welding together flats, or anything else. It's completely legal in most states. Now, Maryland, I don't believe it's legal, and California, places like New Jersey, definitely not legal. And of course, New York, where this happened, which begs you to think this happened apparently with a 3D printed gun in a state, in a city where it is extremely illegal to have anything like this, whether it's a normal gun or a 3D printed one. It is very hard to get a gun legally in New York State. So yeah, I don't know if that law worked. I don't think it did. So what does this mean for everyday enthusiasts, for people into guns who are into 3D printing? If this
also gives more credence on why they would think that it was like the veterinarian gun.
Yeah, true.
Because our laws work. There's no possible way it could be a real gun.
Yeah. All right.
So you want
one more, and then this will be the last one.
Yeah, I know. No stream today. Why no stream today? Oh, well, because I'm still sick. What do you want from me? People always make fun of me in the comments. Oh, he's still sick? Yeah, well, what do you... It's live streaming, okay? It wilts you, all right? If anything, it makes me heroic. You know,
Yes, Vosh, streaming is such a hard job. So
he's making
you don't
fun
see
of
people
his,
whining about Victor from Arcane, right? With the hex magic? I don't know what it's called. I haven't seen... I saw Arcane Season 1, but that was a while ago. I haven't seen... Arcane Season 2. I'm sorry, I'm not caught up in it. All I know is that Victor, he's the twink, and he gets, like, sick, and people go, oh, they love that, you know? They don't show Victor needing to take a dump 8 times a day because his body is running every calorie he gets through the blender and right out in 30 minutes, you know? If you're wondering why, by the way, why am I sick? Well, I don't know. We have a reason.
I also don't
pretty
care.
damn on the ball when it comes to just pops this up when you do so. I'm not searching anything, Substack. I just want to look at the article, you know? And this guy's handsome mug. For some reason, it took a while for the real manifesto to get published. We have independent journalism to thank for that. Ken, usually I'd say, is pretty damn on the ball when it comes to getting this info out quickly. He says it right here. Major media outlets are also in possession of the document, but have refused to publish it and not even articulated a reason why. I'm going to be honest with you. There are a lot of really suspicious factoids. I don't like to give in to suspicion normally when it comes to stuff like this, because if you take a look at everything in a holistic sense, I think you'll find that basically every major event where a bunch of people are involved in giving their takes on things or disclosing or holding information, there's usually a lot of confusion, a lot of like second guessing that you know, some information gets lost in the weeds. Basically, fuel for conspiracists is created purely by virtue of a lot of people being involved in the discovery process, essentially. I mean, this is kind of like the conspiracism that fuels, say, people who think the moon landing was faked, which is, or if you know, there's so much information out there about the moon landing that if you take certain facts and you line them up in the right or maybe wrong way, you can create circumstances that look suspicious. And if you get sat down and given a full account, it all makes sense. But we can't be sat down and given a full account of this because it just happened like a week ago. You know, there's no history book to defer to. I will say some of this stuff has been giving me
hurry up, cunt.
A little bit of feelings. I'll say that much.
Well, go and fucking read it myself.
The whole thing. While I'm rambling on about all the metadata around it. The way in which Luigi got arrested, like spotted at a McDonald's.
All right, shut the fuck up. I'm finding it myself.
No. Let Vosh demonetize himself.
You know.
We just need a little summary here. We don't need to read the whole thing.
Because of a picture of a guy who can't face it is a fake. Keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. So it is a fake. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic catalog patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My text is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. is the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy, or I suppose as our life expectancy. It's a subject of the Queen. As our life expectancy. No, the reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful because they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play.
It's not my job to educate you.
Yeah.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty. It's a weirdly concise manifesto. Manifestos are documents kind of like known for being lengthy. And he got arrested with all this.
We think, chat.
I think so.
Cyclops there. Oh my holy crap, surveillance does. I hate those.
on him, cash IDs, fake IDs, the manifesto, da-da-da. Look, again, normally I'm hesitant to be conspiratorial about stuff like this, but...
I like trains.
Look, do I think they got the wrong guy? Do I think that this guy isn't the shooter?
Nah, bro, this guy totally fucking did it.
It's an Italian.
This guy he did it. Totally did it.
Of course he did it. He's an Italian. It's
Look,
me.
man, I'm glad somebody realized I'm gonna go through and clip a ton of them because I find them fucking hysterical.
I am a stegosaurus. Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
I like trains.
Desmond the Moon Bear. How did I get here?
I think they got the right guy.
I'm just gonna get a bunch of them. I just need to figure out which ones.
If they were gonna pin it on
None
someone,
of them.
They need to be ones that work audio. Well,
0.
Fuck you. It's my sound.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
why pin it on like a wealthy, like basically like American aristocracy wealthy? I mean, like, it's a pretty well-to-do family, like tech bro. It's kind of odd, right? I mean, you'd think you'd pin it on like, go down in Midtown Manhattan, find the nearest homeless guy, like bundle it in trash bags. You know, we found him. Drop the plant evidence on him. Drop the gun. Drop the silencer. Drop a manifesto that's been pre-written at you know, the bureau. Why this guy, right? As for the circumstances of his arrest, well, his lawyer says there's no actual evidence pinning him to the crime scene, but that's like obviously.
Can you imagine how many times I'm going to use this whenever somebody comes onto the stream and starts talking about Chinese trains?
I like trains.
Do you know how funny that's going to be? Anytime we talk about the moon.
Desmond the Moon Bear.
Yeah, defense attorney would say that. That's kind of
anytime I want something random.
I am a stegosaurus.
their job. They want to prompt the evidence finding. I am curious how things go to trial. Listen, here's my threshold, okay? I'm maintaining like a light level of conspiracism right now, which will be amplified to full-blown...
And then...
Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual.
That's just funny.
Like Epstein didn't kill himself level conspiracism if something happens to Luigi. Like if he gets got or like he commits suicide in prison or something, then I'll be annoying about this for the rest of my life. You know, I'll be telling my grandchildren, like everyone sit down around the, you know, the burning oil drum that we use for heat in the nuclear winter. And I'll tell you the story of how an extraordinarily handsome tech bro didn't do anything. Apparently, he struggled with back pain. There are, and I believe this is confirmed, images. He's had a surgeries, I think implants, the base of his spine. Chronic back pain is one of those. Unfortunately, I think this is one of those problems that medicine basically hasn't solved. The spinal column basically like holds you together. It's literally like the standing post of your entire body. You know, the nerves run through it. That's why if you take a hit to the spine, you get paralyzed like below that point. It's kind of like the... It's kind of, to use a term that you internet people would be more familiar with, to draw an analogy that you're comfortable with, you know, it's like the line of cables running out the back of your PC that you've bundled together. It runs down the spine, okay? You know, that's where it all is. So if pain happens there, it's pretty difficult to rectify. I don't think that surgeries for back pain typically result in very positive outcomes. It's just difficult. It's very difficult. So maybe he's had a bunch of personal negative experiences with the healthcare system that radicalized him. I can't really speak to this. This is kind of a nothing manifesto, right? Like, you would think, okay, so he's a tech bro, right? And you would, I mean, he's done like bug fixing in Civ 6, okay? That's pretty up there. So he's a tech bro, so he wants to give like a logical manifesto. I get it. You know, everyone reads the manifestos and they think, well, this is like crazy. If I did something wacky, my manifesto would be much more compelling. I would create, like everyone thinks like, okay, well, this manifesto looks crazy. But if for some reason I had to write a manifesto, I would write one so compelling, it would get leaked online and people would go, oh my God, this guy had a point. Everyone thinks that. Problem is, by the time you've written the manifesto, you're usually crazy enough to have a poor estimate of what people will find convincing. This guy, I mean, he writes this down. What is this? This isn't anything. Really? So it's like a quote from a Bernie speech we've all heard. A reminder, the United States has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world. Yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. Like, it's just, we've heard it all before. It's surprising to me. You're not going to write anything more compelling? No, like, not like a gripping personal tale, not like a massive list of your, of like the salaries of the people that you had in mind. You said, here, where is it? frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. It's the only, like, evocative language in the entire manifesto. It feels kind of out of place, doesn't it? Like, I do apologize for any strife or trauma, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the United States has... You get what I'm saying, right? It feels like it's kind of out of place. I don't know. Is it ghost written? I don't know. I don't know. It's always... Anytime something like this happens, that photo of him in the cell where he's just, like, stanced up, staring at the camera, I don't know. Weird. Also, parasites? Did he have multiple people on his hit list? Like, was it just one target? Why multiple? If it's multiple, why not, like, list out their crimes? You went after Brian Thompson, the guy who, you know, presided over the implementation of an artificial intelligence algorithm designed to reject claims and absolve the company of culpability. You know, by having AI do it, you don't have, like, direct culpability for which agent at the health insurance company, you know, denied your claim. It kind of, like, obscures paperwork. It makes it harder. That's the goal in the case of, like, it's like you know, giving returns or rebates, right? Like, buy item for $100, get $50 mail-in rebate. Like, if you mail in a such and such afterwards, we give you $50 back. Why not just make the item $50? Well, a lot of people just aren't going to go through with the rebate. Inconvenience does actually hamper a lot of people, and it ain't just inconvenience either. Like, you know, you can get dead-ended. I can't even imagine. If
y'all haven't seen it, go watch Climate Town's new video. It's fucking amazing. It's all the whole profit motive shit I'm always talking about. And it's all about what we've been talking about the last few days on how Africa's getting fucked up from all the waste that's being produced by Temu and shit. It's just about how anytime you return things to Amazon, they basically don't even bother reselling it. They just throw it in a landfill. And so the quality of the products has, like, come down because they're accounting for the loss that they're going to do when they just throw those away. Can't hear you. Maybe it's because my headphones died.
No, I said incredible.
Filing a healthcare claim and having an AI reject it? Where do you even begin? It's sick. He doesn't talk about that. He must have been targeting Brian Thompson specifically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been out there at Midtown Manhattan at whatever the a.m. Exactly. You know, that was very obviously a targeted hit. But he doesn't mention Brian Thompson. He just says these parasites. I don't know. I don't like feeding into the conspiracy stuff for the most part. It's impossible for me to deny the feelings that I'm having here, I suppose. So what are you going to do? Hopefully more information comes to light, you know, in the subsequent trial. Unless he kills himself, in which case I'm going to be annoying forever. That's all I can say. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. I might be the first one to say this.
Can we talk about how, like, okay, so remember how I said I'm going to save it for the show?
Yep. Now we're at the end.
So the fetishization, right? Mm-hmm. Like, everyone, like, it's funny when we do the mugshot baddies, free her. Yeah. Can I say something without people getting mad? Like, okay, that's been established as appropriate, right, by our meme society. But some of the shit I've seen women posting about this guy is, like, cum tribute levels of weird. Like, it's like, it's still creepy. It doesn't matter. Like, why are you, like, stop. They did it with Hassan, too. Like, they were like, oh, the most ridiculous and harassing I can be about Hassan, the more likely I'm going to be highlighted.
It's fucking strange. It's very strange. It's a socialist thing.
The dick thing, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The dick thing on the screen. That, I was literally like, how is this different than a cum tribute? Oh, a cum tribute is after the fucking, this is before. This is like you saying, I'm going to come on a photo, is really what that dildo on the screen image was, right?
Yep.
It's just a pre-cum tribute.
Amazing.
Clip that.
All right, and with that, I think we're ending it. We are 30 minutes
I'm gonna end time. It. It's over now. I'm gonna get a vet pistol.
I'm gonna fucking do it.
I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
See you guys.